Chapter 1. After a bit of delay, here's my follow-up to Eagle's Fall and second contribution to the Renegade universe detailing the events of the GDI/Batarian Hegemony conflict, the Verge War. As I said at the start of Eagle's Fall, if you haven't read Renegade already, now's the time to do it. It's in the same place you found this, and there aren't many stories in the me/CNC section to sift through. Similarly, if you haven't read Eagle's Fall, you may do well to read the first chapter for the timeline. But without further ado, here's Chapter 1 of the Verge War. November, 2176. The Citadel. Serpent Nebula. So you'll do nothing, then? How typical. Mind your tone, Ambassador, Councillor Tavos said coldly. The Council is taking your accusations seriously, and we have already sent aid workers to assist Elysium's recovery. We can rebuild a colony, Councillor, but neither of us can bring back the dead. The hologram of Ambassador Donnell Udina may have been flickering, but the anger on the Ambassador's face was clear. What we want is action against the people behind the attack. Your commando decimated the attackers, yes? Rescued those who had been abducted. The clipped voice of Valern interrupted before his Asari or Turian counterparts could. Then you can expect no more trouble from them. Don't act like you don't know what I mean, Udina shot back. The Batarian Hegemony has been providing nothing that can be proven with the evidence you've offered so far. The Turian councillor, Sparatus, finished the sentence. You knew the risks of colonizing on the border of lawless space, and pirates don't need much prompting to attack vulnerable worlds. The emphasis on vulnerable was obvious, and Udina's jaw visibly clenched at the goad. Ambassador, the Hegemony has already requested that the Verge be made an area of Batarian interest, a request which we denied, Tavos stated, but tread carefully. Aggressive action against them will be viewed as thus by all Citadel races. Do we understand one another? Perfectly, Udina said carefully. I withdraw my petition for council investigation. The hologram flickered out before any of the councillors could reply. All three knew the traditional mentality of the GDI, and now, it was just a matter of the scale on which it was applied. As the adage went, if you want something done right, do it yourself. 2177, 3 months later. Unregistered lunar colony, Torfan. Skylian Verge. Sardo Yarrick blinked both sets of eyes in an effort to clear the haze left over them after a night of heavy drinking. He hated having to wake up this early, but his Omni tool was flashing urgently, and he had a job to do. Being the de facto overseer of Torfan had its advantages, the high quality of last night's ale, for one thing, but he needed to keep up with the duties that such a position entailed. All right, I'm up, damn it. He blearily entered several commands into his Omni tool to open a COMM channel before pulling on his boots. What's going on? We're getting a bunch of ESO energy signatures on the scope. A gruff reply came through the Omni tool's communicator. They're big, too. Hang on, Yarrick forced himself to his feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in his head. I'll be up there in a minute. Sure thing, boss. It took a few minutes to reach the sensor array, most of which was spent waiting in a lift to deposit him on the proper level, then moving to the next set of lifts. Nothing on Torfan's main complex could be reached from a single elevator, to both the chagrin of its inhabitants and potential invaders alike. Before arriving, he scrolled through what documents and transmissions he had on his Omni tool, trying to pick out what it might be that had roused him from his sleep at this unholy hour. The doors to the control room slid open, and Yarrick's sensitive eyes were thankful for the general darkness, save for the light of the various screens and consoles. One of the men looked over his shoulder as Yarrick approached. Sorry to wake you like this, boss, he apologized preemptively, trying to lessen Yarrick's wrath should the alert turn out to be nothing. We just don't have anything this big coming in today. We're supposed to get a shipment from BSA, Yarrick offered. It could just be them. Batarian State Arms was another reminder of the Hegemony's untrusting nature. They refused to let private companies produce their weapons, armor, and other tools of war, but ended up creating a single corrupt and wasteful supplier. They're not due for another 3 days, the technician shook his head, and even then, they're not putting out the usual signal. He inwardly cursed himself for contradicting Yarrick, but he had a strange sense of unease over this alert that was overriding his better instincts. Fine, then wait until we can actually see them, Yarrick snapped, and get a raiding party on standby. They're probably just idiots who don't realize how close. They're hailing us, the technician interrupted. Yarrick made quiet note to come up with a particularly grueling punishment for the offense, looked up at the newly lit screen. Shit, he muttered. It was far too early in the day for this. The signal used GDI encryption. It was as sure a sign of authenticity as a watermark. After a few moments, the channel opened, and a holographic image of a dark-skinned human clad in a blue naval uniform appeared. This is Major Terence Kyle of the GDS Ragnarok. Am I speaking with the man in charge? Yeah, pretty much, Yarrick smirked. Awful far from home, ain't you? Insults will get you nowhere, Kyle replied coldly. I'm ordering your immediate surrender to GDI custody. On what charges? Piracy, kidnapping, and murder are at the top of the list. Kyle ignored the mocking nature of the question. I'm sure we can find more if we take even half a look. That'll be a problem, then. Yarrick crossed his arms, smirk never leaving his face, because it sounds like you're looking for pirates, but everyone here is a private contractor under the employ of the Batarian Hegemony. If you have a complaint to file, I'll gladly pass it on. I won't ask again, will you surrender into GDI custody? The technician breathed a sigh of relief. If Yarrick got to vent on the presumptuous human, he'd get away from the whole situation that much better off. And if we don't? Yarrick shot back, you'll come down here and make us? The arrogance of your species astounds me. You think that the entire verse should bow to you because you were top dog on your home world. You want us, you'll have to get your hands a little dirty. Very well, Kyle nodded, then justice for your crimes will be exacted here and now. The hologram vanished, and Yarrick suddenly saw a golden opportunity. Torfin was a veritable fortress, covered with bunkers and defense guns and honeycombed with tunnels that made it an invader's nightmare. A few hundred men could easily hold off an army of thousands. If the GDI wasn't bluffing about an attack, he'd be the pirate who led the defense that pushed back the mighty GDI military. Eleanos Haliot had failed to establish himself as a self-styled pirate king with his invasion of Elysium, but here, Yarrick had a defender's advantage, and a chance to fill the position Haliot had left vacant. Thoughts of fame and fortune filled his mind, and he swiftly handed out orders. Get everyone ready for an assault, he shouted, raising his voice so the rest of the technicians and men in the room could hear him. I want AA guns online before the first drop pod breaks at Mo. We'll turn them into coffins before they even hit the ground. Once they're down, arm any mines we've got nearby. Bastards will be spent before they even get inside of us. GDI ships coming on screen, the technician announced, already feeling elated, it looks like. He trailed off, staring at the screen mutely. Yarrick looked over his shoulder at the display. Well, look at that, he grinned, this just gets better and better. The GDI battle group was a sight to behold. Yarrick saw through the array of cruisers and destroyers to the real prizes within it, 2 dreadnoughts, each emblazoned with the golden GDI eagle. And Glacier class, no less, the pride of the initiative arsenal. Each one could alone carry a substantial portion of an invasion force, and it made short work of all but massed cruisers or other dreadnoughts. If GDI was dispatching 2 of their valuable ships for this operation, it would appear all the more disastrous when it amounted to nothing. It was just the sort of PR catastrophe for GDI that the hegemony would welcome, and they would richly reward the one who gave it to them. How's their progress? Yarrick shook the technician out of his silence. No new movement to report. Steady decrease in velocity, but nothing else. The technician regained his composure and replied. How nice of them, Yarrick snorted, they're giving us time to get ready. Hang on. Picking up new energy signatures. That'd be the dropships. Make sure the gun crews are ready to go, Yarrick nodded, satisfied that they were adequately prepared. Wait. The technician frowned, both pairs of eyes squinting at his screen. Energy signatures are only emanating from the 2 dreads. They don't match me drives. What are you talking about? Yarrick was suddenly reminded of his dislike for the particular technician. If they're sending out dropships, what else could they be running on? Can't be right, the technician breathed, looking at another readout, trying to disprove his own findings. Can't be right. Talk to me, damn it, Yarrick demanded, what the hell's the matter? It's an ion buildup, the technician answered, his voice cracking as terror filled his expression. Oh god, there. Beams of emerald energy lanced from the dreadnoughts, slicing through fortifications and reducing the men within to ash. Yarrick died before he could even appreciate the gravity of his refusal to surrender, but most of the pirates on Torfin died in fear and panic, trying to raise defensive barriers and taking futile shots with weapons that could neither hope to reach nor damage their attackers. Torfin's buildings sported kinetic barriers that could stop even ship-based weapons, but they tragically depended upon something physical to activate them. The ion cannons barely distorted them as they passed through, sweeping across carefully laid minefields and bunkers alike. When the surface was scoured, scanner sweeps and unmanned drones found tunnel entrances and underground structures. For the better part of an hour, the 2 Glacier-class dreadnoughts fired shot after shot from their ion cannons. Scorched earth would have understated the devastation. There was no rubble where bunkers had simply ceased to exist, and the ion beams reshaped the surface with contemptuous ease. Wherever scans detected signs of life, the twin mechanical titans erased it. Major Terence Kyle watched from the bridge of the Ragnarok, neither satisfied nor remorseful. At Shangzi, Turian ships had slain hundreds of GDI soldiers from orbit, but Kyle would never equate that with the current action. Not because he believed the action to be somehow dishonorable, but because those were shots fired in a war that never came to fruition. Here? These were pirates who carried the gear of soldiers and thought it made them warriors. Kyle didn't even consider it revenge for the attack on Elysium. An exterminator didn't fancy himself the avenger of a raided larder when he killed rats, and Kyle didn't consider this any more than a solution to the initiative's growing vermin problem. 2180. Batarian Colony, Huron. Skylian Verge. The skies over Huron burned as the vessels in low orbit fell apart. By the time crews managed to reach their few ground-based defenses, enemy ships had achieved sufficient dominance to turn them, and anything around them, into burning craters. What few shots that were fired did pitifully little. Kinetic barriers designed to stop far stronger ordnance had no problem stopping them. Huron had thought its location an advantage. Barely inside the Verge, it received virtually no attention from pirates because of their high tendency to be Batarian, and it was bad form for pirates to raid worlds colonized by their biggest sponsors. In fact, it often had pirate vessels in orbit, including this very day. But those ships were at several crippling disadvantages. Pirate ships were built, tautologically, for piracy. They were quick and agile, equipped with means to make them better at disabling and boarding their targets. Destroying a target was pointless when it could just as easily be put out of commission and stripped for parts and valuables. And dead traders never returned. Live ones would quite often come back through territory they'd been robbed in. Their enemies were not traders, however. They were beyond that, beyond even rival pirate fleets. These were warships. They had no intentions to capture vessels inferior to their own, nor did they plan to loot valuables they did not need. They were built to destroy and, in turn, be resistant to destruction. As debris blazed in Huron's atmosphere, it was clear as day that the ships excelled at both purposes. Most combat-capable ships were annihilated before they could even react to their attackers. Others were destroyed as they tried to flee. And those that tried to return fire died just the same. Soon enough, the burning scrap was intermingled with dropships, carrying death to Huron's surface. "Can you reach command yet?" the sergeant shouted, not taking his eyes from the viewport of their bunker. He could see dropships setting down in the distance without even needing to magnify them. Deploying this close to a position was cocky of the invaders, but... "They're right," the sergeant cursed internally, "they know we can't stop them from landing." "Nothing yet, Sergeant," the technician replied, I think their weapons are causing interference." "Wasn't enough to destroy our ships with them," the veteran grunted, thumbs flexing over the firing studs of the bunker's gun emplacement. The loader beside him gave a mirthless smirk, but the sergeant did no such thing. The three of them may have been in combat before, but the technician was the least experienced of them all, even when the platoon had been at full strength. The commander and well over half the platoon had died to the bombardment, trying to bring weapons that stood a chance against orbiting warships online. They had failed, and now there were 4 bunkers, 2 of them empty, and 7 men between them. The sergeant was the only officer left, and he didn't expect to last long enough for anything more than a battlefield promotion. "Keep trying to get through. Even if we can't expect reinforcement, we still need to. He trailed off as new silhouettes set down. If they hadn't been in flight, the sergeant would have mistook them for 5-story buildings. Even the veteran and loader weren't able to keep their eyes from widening. "Sergeant, did you see those?" A voice from the second bunker came through the sergeant's ear. The others were paying close attention to the horizon, thankfully made even more wary by the lack of any direct supervision. "Yeah. Just keep eyes on them and get your gun prepped." "Confirm." "Confirmed." "How's our cannon?" The sergeant spared a moment to look at the veteran and the loader. Both had already begun triple-checking their weapon as soon as they'd sighted the new dropships. "As good as it'll ever be," the loader replied, clear as the day it rolled off the assembly line and plenty of ammo to feed it. "Gonna be plenty left over," the veteran grumbled, "not like we're running a long-term plan." "Stow it," the sergeant snapped, "are you going to man that gun, or do I need to do it for you?" "Hell no," the veteran snarled, somehow managing to conjure a satisfying metal-on-metal ka-chunk from the gun, "I tuned this thing myself. You couldn't play it if you wanted to." The sergeant grinned internally. That had done it. Good. And who knows? Big dropships mean big targets. "You're going to have a field day with this," the sergeant added. This time, the veteran even grinned, however malevolent it may have been. It was enough for the sergeant, though. The last thing he needed to worry about was one of the few men he had left cracking under pressure. "Anything yet?" It took a moment for the technician to realize that the question was for him. He hesitantly shook his head. "Sorry, sir. I'm not even sure if this set is strong enough to get that far off-world." "Well, it's all we've got," the sergeant replied, "if nothing else, get it to someone who can bounce it further." "We don't." He hesitated a moment, then finished, "We don't have much time." Everyone present knew it was true, and the sergeant figured that there was no point in lying about it. If anything, giving them hope he knew was false would only make them more likely to break when the noose was tightening. Soldiers already resigned to death held their positions, having decided that they had no reason to flee for. "Possible contacts, Sergeant," one of the others provided a much-needed shift of topic, however bleak it might turn out to be. "Confirm." 6, no, 8 contacts from what we can see. "Can't make out details yet," the sergeant said, both to them and the troops in his company. Confirming 8, Sergeant. Are those? Shit, the curse escaped the sergeant's inner voice and jumped out of his mouth before he could contain it. Confirming enemy armor. Walkers, over. Good. Lighter armor than tanks. Easier job for us, the veteran spat on the barrel of the emplacement. It boiled away almost as quickly as it landed. The hell are those? The sergeant murmured to himself. They were walkers, that was unmistakable, but they were unlike any that he'd seen in intelligence files. If he could guess their height given the distance, they were easily twice as tall as the ones on record, possibly more. He further enhanced the viewport's image, and cursed under his breath. The only walkers he'd seen before, and even then never in person, were squat, like tank turrets that had sprouted legs and replaced cannons with a pair of lighter weapons on either side. They were about as dangerous in terms of firepower as light tanks, and they were deceptively fast, but these were as far from those models as Krogan were from Asari. These looked more like heavy tanks that had traded their tracks for a pair of legs. You seeing these, Sarge? The loader asked, snapping the sergeant back to the situation at hand. Yet. How long until they're in range of our guns? A minute, maybe 1.5. All right. Don't start firing until you're sure you can get hits. He made sure that his COMM line was open. Same goes for you guys. Confirm. Yes sir. Orders confirmed. It's now or never, soldier. Got some good news for me. The sergeant looked over the technician's shoulder at the COMM set. I got the signal past it Mo, but I'm not sure if anyone's hearing it. I am sorry, sir. Don't be, the sergeant clapped a hand on the young soldier's back, you did better than I could have hoped for. Just keep broadcasting. Open channels if you need to, and include the feed from the bunker's scope. Got it. Yes sir. I'll make it happen, the technician replied with newfound confidence. The sergeant only regretted that he probably wouldn't have long to use it. 30 seconds to range, the loader announced. The veteran was completely focused on the gun's sights. The sergeant suppressed the sound of the deep breath he took to calm his nerves, then nodded. Make them count. Will do, sir, the veteran broke his focus and gave an actual smile this time, might as well say now that it's been an honor. It caught the sergeant off guard. Ah, you're WEL, I mean, thank why. But if we live through this, I never said that, got it. The veteran's smile widened, and then he turned his attention back to his weapon. The sergeant quieted another deep breath before replying. Consider it done. If it helps, I'll even threaten to write you up for insubordination. Glad to hear it, you dumb bastard, the veteran laughed, but his expression quickly reverted and hardened. 10 seconds. Broadcasting on loop, sir, the technician slumped in his seat. I'm sorry I couldn't get it to reach. No need. It was more than I should have. The last of the dismissal was lost behind the sudden boom of the emplacement gun opening up. The veteran didn't even blink as he moved his arms with the recoil of the cannon. It was a heavy gun, easily able to pierce light armor, and despite its high caliber could fire off a fresh shell every other second. The result was a steady thunder that shook the bunker's walls and only failed to deafen its inhabitants because of the barrier between the muzzle and the interior that normally protected them from small arms fire. Engaging contacts. One of the others announced, and the sergeant was dimly aware of the opposite bunker's weapon opening fire as well. The veteran was firing just shy of the weapon's maximum range, and dealing with the natural recoil of such a steady rate of fire. But his shots roared downrange, slamming into his target and consuming it in fire. Scratch 1, he grunted, 7 more to he was cut off as a shell raced from the smoke, striking the ground some distance to the left of the bunker. The detonation was still enough to rattle their teeth in their heads, and the veteran shifted his aim back. The walker stepped through the smoke, a dim orange shell surrounding it. The veteran swore viciously, refocusing his fire on the undamaged walker. The sergeant was surprised how resilient the kinetic barriers were. How much punishment could it take? And that still left whatever armor it had to get through afterward. Another shot came from the walker's cannon, along with one from one of its companions. The bunker rocked as its own kinetic barriers weathered one of the blasts, but the walkers had their location now. If their targeting systems were even half as good as their shields were, they wouldn't be missing any more shots. We've lost barriers. They're going to. The sergeant closed his eyes as an explosion, louder than even the ones that pounded against their kinetic barriers, reverberated through the bunker. The others were gone. The walker group had nothing more to divide its attention. 3 earth-shaking blasts, and the sergeant heard the sound of glass breaking. It was all too familiar to him, and he knew it too well to believe it was actual glass. It was quick, if nothing else. Whether by luck or skill, a shell passed through the barrier that allowed the emplacement to fire out of the bunker. Veteran felt nothing as it first passed through his head, so quickly that severed it from his neck as cleanly as a guillotine. It continued, undaunted, and struck the opposite wall where it detonated. Within half a heatbeat, the blast saw that the other 3 soldiers joined the veteran in death. Their armor and personal kinetic barriers may as well have been prayers and wishful thinking for all the protection they offered. It had been the sergeant's first and final command, and had he known his fate even days prior, he would have laughed that he had earned the veteran's respect, or that he'd stood his ground against odds so impossible with just 6 men at his back. But then again, not all men can live to know that they stared unblinking into the face of certain death. And over the next week, Yonton and Tarson would fall to the same force that had overwhelmed Huron. And on both worlds, there would be dozens of sergeants and veterans, unnoticed among thousands of pirates and brigands, diamonds lost in a mountain of broken glass. The invaders would have been wise to notice these men. It would have warned them of what awaited them on Raldan. Codex, Global Defense Initiative, Declaration of War, Excerpt. For the better part of the past decade, the Batarian Hegemony has waived their funding of piracy in the Skylian Verge in the faces of all sentient races, humanity the first among them. The destruction of Torfin has shown that the initiative will not stand for attacks by slavers and outlaws, but the nest that hatched the egg remains undaunted, and the Council refuses to intervene. The path ahead is now more clear than it has ever been, and by unanimous vote, the Board of Directors has declared war against the Batarian Hegemony and any who would call themselves their allies. Torfin taught us that we face a foe who will not respond to anything but force, and I say, let them see how long they can stand beneath the weight of humankind. No more guarding borders. No more political debate. No more human deaths while the real enemy hides behind state-funded criminals. From this day forward, we fight until the unconditional surrender of the Batarian Hegemony. Good night, and may God bless the initiative. Director Charles Saraceno, December 8, 2180. Next chapter, the GDI offensive force hits the ground running, finally on Batarian worlds within actual hegemony territory. Chapter 2, Clendith Drop. Apologies for the long wait, but a lot of changes and a severe lack of proofreading have come together to bring you Chapter 2. 2180. Batarian Colony, Raldan. Batarian Hegemony. Entering debris field now, Admiral. Give me a composition, Mr. Marston. Scanners show just scrap and rocks, sir, with a few satellites mixed in. Nothing that could do more than scratch our paint. Stabilize our orbit. Admiral Jason Niles relaxed slightly, leaning back in his command couch. I want us even with the drop zone. Relay orders to the rest of the fleet. Yes sir. The ensign followed the order as Niles scrolled through the images provided by InOps recon drones a few hours earlier. He allowed himself a small smile. The landing sites were as ideal as any soldier could hope for. The Batarians may as well have built them spaceports just for the occasion. But then again, it was practically to be expected. The Batarians were proving just as inept at defending themselves as InOps had predicted. GDI had overtaken several unofficial colonies in the Verge itself, and Raldan was soon to be the first world in actual Batarian space. Simultaneous attacks were being launched against 4 additional worlds. Propaganda images and videos from the early conquests were widely circulated through GDI space, and broadcasted on open channels into hegemony territory. Nothing demoralized an enemy quite like seeing what happened to the enemy that came before him. Orbit stabilized, Admiral, Ensign Marston spoke up, awaiting your order. Begin the drop, Mr. Marston, Niles replied. All units, commence deployment. Zone troopers usually deployed via one-man drop pods, but today was an exception. Only hot drops required such measures, and it was not worth the elevated risk of casualties or scatter when a dropship would do just as well given the circumstances. Thus, 2nd Squad, 1st Platoon of the 212th Heavy Infantry was strapped into the metal braces of a dropship capable of accommodating the power-armored soldiers. There was an audible thunk as the capital ship's mooring clamps released their grips, and the dropship broke away from its patron vessel and began its descent to the planet's surface. We are going in with the first wave. Sergeant Dave Wilson's voice came through easily over the rumble of atmospheric re-entry thanks to the squad's helmet comms. Far as I'm concerned, that just means if any killing's to be done, we get to do it. So when that hatch opens, I want you to kill anything with more than 2 eyes, you get me? We get you, sir. Among 2nd Squad was Lance Corporal Jacob Taylor, who glanced to his right as an armored fist knocked against his shoulder. Ready for some action, Jake? Private Dawkins grinned. Taylor returned the gesture. You know it. I'm just worried they'll start running before we even hit the ground. The dropship shook, slightly more than it had been already. Most of the men in the squad knew the feeling of a nearby flak explosion, and it didn't come as much of a surprise. Looks like they heard you, Dawkins laughed. Let's get this done and hit some of the local bars. I hear Batarian Ale can. There was another jarring shake, harder this time. Dawkins shook his head for a second, cursing. Bathtard made me buy my togu, he muttered. If he planned to say anything else, it was cut off by still another jolt, and the interior lights of the dropship flickered. The hell, Sarge? One trooper, Mendoza, said over their comms, thought this was going to be a milk run. Beats the hell out of me, Wilson replied, same goes for command. Flax supposed to be random and light. As if in an effort to prove the statement still more false, another nearby impact shook each man in his brace, and the lights of the cabin flickered out to be replaced by red emergency lights. Sarge, are we? Shut up, Wilson hissed, his attention on something coming through a frequency the rest of them couldn't hear. After a moment, he cursed and shouted. Change of plans. Get ready for a hot drop. Elsewhere, the Titan Lance Goliath had already landed, well aware of the new chatter coming through channels on all levels. Their landing was largely uneventful, and on a vast plain, no less. It was about as ideal a condition as the Titan MKI's could ask for. Say again, Command. Captain Eric Valdez tried to cut through the mixed frequencies. Repeat last, over. What's the deal, Cap? One of the other 7 mech pilots spoke up. Though Valdez knew every other pilot in the Demi-Lance, he was too absorbed in the distorted communications to tell who it was. Can't tell, he finally said, I'm barely picking up fleet signals, and this static makes it like. He abruptly stopped as he suddenly found his mech horrendously off balance. It stumbled forward, and he barely righted himself before the massive war machine would have done a faceplant. Shit. I think I hit a sinkhole or something. Valdez regained his bearings just in time to see Goliath 1-3 and 1-6 almost suffer the same fate, both of their mechs losing their footing thanks to wide holes in the earth that he could have sworn weren't there moments ago. Valdez stared at the ground around one of the holes as 1-6 pulled away from it, noting that a patch of brown was somehow pulled up by the 3-toed foot. It looked suspiciously like camo netting, he announced, repeating it to be sure that the rest of the Demi-Lance heard him. It's camo netting. These were dug. Captain. Contacts. Goliath 1-2 shouted, his Titan's cannon firing as he did. If Valdez didn't spot them himself, he would have from where 1-2's shell landed. Confirming at least 5, Jesus, how many are there? Valdez breathed. At distances as short as a few hundred meters, more sheets of camo netting were falling away, this time revealing gun emplacements and tanks in dugouts instead of empty holes. Widen formation. Valdez barked, firing off a shot as he did. Don't give them a group to. His order gave way to miscellaneous cursing as his mech's footing nearly succumbed to yet another pit. How many of these were there? The Batarians were firing now, and shields lit up across the 8 mechs. Their kinetic barriers were tough, but the mobility of mechs was one of their biggest advantages, and that was effectively nullified by the pits that were no doubt coating the plane. Damned in-ops drones couldn't tell the difference between ground and camouflaged pits designed to look like ground. Even worse was that it didn't just impair their mobility. Goliath 1-5 almost knocked itself over as it fired its cannon and lost a toe in the depths of another hole. Normally, the internal gyroscope and recoil dampeners could let the Titan fire on the move without difficulty, but that didn't matter if they were already struggling to stand from the treacherous terrain. An explosion went off under Goliath 1-7's foot. The towering mech strained to keep its balance until an enemy shell hit it squarely in the body. It crashed to the ground like a felled tree. 4, 9, cover 7, Valdez ordered, and watch your step. I've never met an enemy who only buried one mine. He kept the fleet's channel open, but it still was filled with static to the point of uselessness. Heads up. Enemy aircraft. The resounding boom of supersonic aircraft filtered through Valdez's speakers, and he turned just in time to see Goliath 1-3 erupt like a volcano, spraying shrapnel and molten metal that sparked off the rest of the Lance's barriers before crumbling to the ground. Valdez swore, turning his gun on an enemy emplacement and letting off 2 shots in as quick succession as the firing mechanism allowed. It shouldn't have been possible. Titans might not have been as tough as some of the heavier tanks in the GDI arsenal, but they came equipped with passive and active anti-missile systems to protect them from guided missiles, especially those fired from aircraft. It was one of their first major upgrades since the widespread integration of MassEffect technology. Then it hit him. The ordnance hadn't been thrown off by guidance scrambling devices because they had no guidance system to scramble. They had hit after the aircraft had moved overhead because they hadn't even been jet-propelled. The four-eyed bastards are dive-bombing us. Valdez shouted, don't count on AMS to do jack during their attack runs. Hit M when they get low. The Titans might not have been designated anti-infantry or anti-air, but they nonetheless had hull-mounted mass accelerators to leave them with some firepower other than their cannons. By now, 1-7 was upright, but one leg was still heavily damaged from the mine, and the Titan was leaning to take weight off it. He was up just in time to see the aircraft finish their turn, rounding back for another bombing run. Valdez would have been glad for the small miracle, but 1-6 stumbled as its kinetic barriers collapsed, and a trio of quick rounds from the ground emplacements slammed into its core. With its cockpit gutted almost instantaneously, the mech slumped without a sound from the slain pilot. Goliath leader to command, we're getting hammered down here. Valdez gritted his teeth as another shot pounded into his barriers. LZ was a setup, and we're up against an unknown number of enemy ground forces supported by a wing of bombers. Fast movers incoming. 1-8 called out. Mass accelerator fire sprayed from 2 Titans, but the vast majority missed, and what few that connected were easily halted by familiar motes of orange light. Primitive as their payloads were, the bombers still had kinetic barriers. Damn it, Command, is anyone on this frequency? Second Squad was hunkered down in the smoking remains of Third Squad's dropship. It had been destroyed before it even had the chance to set down. Lance Corporal Jacob Taylor raised his werewolf over the improvised cover and fired blindly. If it reduced the incoming fire at all, Taylor couldn't tell. There was so much that virtually any exposure was guaranteed to break even the tough kinetic barriers of zone armor within seconds. From the wreckage, only 3 troopers had managed to extricate themselves, bolstering the squad to 9 soldiers. 4 members of 2nd Squad were already dead, and Sergeant Wilson had lost his left hand to an anti-tank shell. He was only still conscious because of the various life support systems built into the armor, and contributed to the squad's firepower with a handgun that men without powered armor would have needed both hands to fire without dislocating their shoulders. They couldn't have known it, but their situation was similar to that of thousands of other soldiers across the planet, trying to connect to command channels that couldn't be reached, and left only with the COMM chatter of anyone close enough to be heard. Say again, Gunny, you're coming through badly, over. Wilson fired off a shot from his hand cannon, ducking back only when a storm of return fire nearly riddled him with holes. We can't, CHU, Sergeant, repeat, we CA, T reach you. Everyone I can hear is Jew, up shit creek is us and Nobo OT issued a paddle. Where's armor support? Wilson shouted over the din, even though his helmet would have ensured that the sound of combat didn't interfere with the already patchy signal. What happened to the tanks? Same story, Bulletin, near your position, north no, east, call sign Warthog. There's 2, ort of trap and immobilized. Can you get there? What do you think, Jake? Wilson knocked his shorn wrist against Taylor's shoulder. Can you get us through? Me, sir. I won't bullshit you, son. My vision's fading. Painkillers and stims are keeping me on my feet, but I'll be worse than useless if I try to lead blind. Wilson grimaced behind his polarized visor. Sorry to pin this on you, but you're acting squad leader. Can you get us to these coordinates? The immobilized tank's location appeared on Taylor's HUD, as well as an uplink to wider COMM channels. It's not too far, Taylor examined the distance, but it might as well be a marathon if we just dash through all this fire. We need cover. Can we reach the Warthog's crew? He asked. Wilson nodded, and the channel in question opened in Taylor's HUD. Warthog, come in. Can you hear us? You're a welcome sound, Sergeant. We read you, a strained voice replied, apparently using the channel clearance Wilson had passed to Taylor to guess his rank. Warthog, we are southwest of your position, by the wreckage of a dropship. Can you see us from your location? Had. Which wreckage? The one they're still shooting at. All right, we can see a rumble ran through the ground under Taylor's feet, and he heard a distant sound of detonation. We can see you, Sergeant. We're under fire from at least 3 enemy positions, but we can't stick our heads out without getting them shot off, and we can't move unless some of them let up. I read you, Sergeant. We might be stuck in the mud, but we've still got teeth. Stand by for fire support. Danger close. Taylor shouted, and get ready to move. The second sign of the Warthog's intervention was the slackening of fire on 2nd Squad's position. But the first sign was an explosion that sent a wave of dust and debris sweeping over the squad, and sending up a geyser of dirt and blood an alarmingly short distance away. That's our cue. Move it. Taylor flipped Wilson's wounded arm over his shoulder, slinging his rifle so he could focus on moving the sergeant with all possible speed. With a quick burst from their jump packs to give them a fast start, the squad hit the ground running, letting off shots from their weapons whenever possible. Even without a hand and with his condition worsening, Wilson managed to fire his handgun and keep pace reasonably well with Taylor's support. One trooper fell as a heavy shell ripped through his sternum, blasting the contents of his torso out through his back. There was no noise from the unfortunate man over the comms, and Taylor could only hope that meant he'd died instantly. There it is. Another man, Dawkins, shouted, 80 meters. Taylor staggered as Wilson let out a pained grunt, almost bringing them both to a surely fatal stop. With his barriers down, several shots had penetrated Wilson's legs, reducing him to a fraction of his already compromised speed. Drop me and get moving, boy, Wilson hissed, biting back pain that even the painkillers couldn't hold back. I'm dead weight enough for both of us. No damn way, sir, Taylor replied, we're close enough to. I said get moving, soldier, Wilson shot back, that's an order. A few light rounds glanced off the backs of their suits, none penetrating. You gave me rank in this squad, sir, Taylor fought off Wilson's weakened efforts to push away. You're still alive, and I ain't leaving you. If that's what it takes. Taylor only saw the motion of Wilson's arm when it was far too late to stop it. And even then, both of Taylor's arms were straining to support the wounded sergeant's weight. He only had time to look and hear the report. It echoed inside his head, and an instant later, Wilson slipped from his grasp, nerveless fingers still gripping the pistol. An instant later, Taylor triggered his jump pack to push him back into pace with the rest of the squad. He wasn't sure if it had been the soldier's instinct he'd trained so hard to gain or some ingrained survival reaction buried somewhere in his subconscious, but Taylor closed the last of the distance to the relative safety offered by the Warthog on something resembling autopilot. He knew that he was moving, but it wasn't by any real conscious effort on his part. Time had slowed when Sergeant Dave Wilson slid out of his grip, smoke seeping from the hole in his cracked visor opened by the shot that had ended his life and saved Taylor's. It didn't return to normal time for what felt like an eternity, and it repeated itself whenever Taylor was forced to remember Raldan. Still nothing, Admiral. Something's interfering with communications. Then find whatever it is and remove it, Admiral Jason Niles shot back. The implication was clear, and gunners had long since been ordered to make sure their batteries were running hot. Drones are returning, Admiral, another ensign announced, connecting you to their feeds. Niles nodded, tapping a finger against an arm of his command couch and bringing the videos onto his display. There were 8 total, each of them occupying a square of the total screen, but they were almost universal in the chaos they played back for the shocked Admiral. Lost half my platoon, require immediate enemy air support. Keep your stuck in the mud, but we've still got teeth. Stand by. Oh Christ. Seal your suits. They're using. Admiral. An ensign looked expectantly to the silent officer. Find the source of the interference, Niles murmured, barely audible to those around him. As soon as we re-establish our connections, order a general retreat. Sir. You heard me, Niles spoke more clearly now, snapped out of his daze. Find the. A tremor rippled through the ship, and several junior officers cursed aloud. Multiple hull breaches. Sealing airlocks and assessing damage. What the hell was that, Mr. Marston? Niles opened a green and red damage schematic as his second formed his reply. Something inside our barriers, sir, Marston replied without taking his eyes from his console. It must have been. He trailed off, eyes suddenly caught on the sight unfolding just off the ship's bow. Niles, too, saw it, and he could barely believe his eyes. Some distance away, the cruiser Georgetown was adding its own mass to the debris field surrounding Raldan. There were multiple gaping wounds in its hull, and a silent explosion tore another open along its side. Georgetown, report, Niles demanded. UST keep pressure on it. Admiral, we've taken catastrophic damage. Wilkins thinks it was some sort of explosive mixed in with the debris field, Niles finished, then returned to the transmission. Georgetown, can you maintain orbit? Negative, Admiral. We've lost. There was the sound of an explosion, followed by muffled obscenities, but the voice returned, shaken but alive. We've lost power to the engines, and it's a blessing we've got enough hull integrity to keep from breaking apart. Georgetown, you are authorized to abandon ship. The Kursk will. He paused, suddenly remembering a missed detail. Georgetown, who am I speaking with? Ensign Kowalski, Admiral. Captain Shaw is, he's dead, sir. Ensign, I need you to pass on the evacuation order. Can you do that? Yes, sir. I'll see to it. Good. I'll inform the Kursk to be ready to intercept lifeboats. Niles closed the channel. Eva, give me a line to the Kursk. I want them. Incoming signal from the Jericho, sir, Marston shouted, and multiple ESO signatures. IFF says foe. Admiral, this is Captain Hoth. Can you hear me? Well enough, Captain. Are you seeing these new ESO sigs? All too clearly, Admiral. It's the Batarian Navy. They're out in force. Are you engaged, Captain? Yes, sir. Barriers are holding, and I've got the Warsaw with me. We can see. A pause, and a whisper not audible over the channel. 6 enemy ships. Tough to say what they are, but sizes and armament displayed thus far seem to point to 3 cruisers and the same number of destroyers. Niles should have known better than to spread the invasion fleet so thinly across the planet. The adage might have made no logical sense, but the whole truly was greater than the sum of its parts. The GDI fleet over Raldan would have given the best prepared military pause for thought, but with half in this hemisphere and half on the other side of the world, it suddenly seemed a whole lot more vulnerable. Keep in contact, Captain. Let me know if the situation worsens. Understood, Admiral. Jericho out. Contacts, Admiral. Marston raised his voice. 4 big, and lots of. He didn't bother finishing the report. The Batarian vessels were already filling the bridge's forward viewports. Eva, get me that line with the Kursk, Niles ordered, speaking once he saw the command was followed. Kursk, focus your fire on contact Charlie. His fingers flew over his control panel. Secondary target is Delta. We'll do the same for Beta and Alpha. Orders confirmed, Admiral. Engaging. The GDS Kursk was a heavy cruiser, one that could normally overpower other ships in its weight class so easily that to an enemy cruiser, it might as well have been a dreadnought. But between its two designated targets among the newly arrived enemy vessels and the incoming lifeboats from the Georgetown, it had its work cut out for it. The best Niles could hope for was to take the attention of its two contacts and, if possible, one of the Kursks, letting it focus on the rescue mission. Missile barrage incoming, an ensign announced. Shields and AMS will be more than enough. Niles gave a grim smile. He had the attention of 3 enemy ships, and 2 had just released their first salvo of fire on him. He'd weather it until the Kursk was ready to devote itself fully to combat. Hold on. ESO readings, riding with the missiles, another officer interjected, looks like a swarm of corvette-class ships. Ignore them, Niles ordered, focus your attention on their cruisers. They're the immediate threat. As if to reinforce his sentiment, a mild tremor ran through the ship, presumably the barrage impact. From his commander's overview, Niles could see that the barriers were still holding just fine. Reports of hull damage coming in from 6 separate points, Marston shouted urgently. Barriers are still intact. Where's that damage coming from? An officer thought aloud. Niles double-checked his readouts and confirmed Marston's report. Switching hull cameras, Niles informed the bridge, prep response teams in case the damage is. It wasn't possible. It was the 22nd century, for Christ's sake. This sort of thing was what a navy might expect in the 19th, maybe 20th at the latest. The corvettes had anchored themselves to the hull of the Gallipoli. Personnel tubes that normally extended for docking with other ships were extended and sealed against the GDI vessel. Niles couldn't see it for himself, but the only place the damage could be coming from was from inside that hollow passageway. We're being boarded, he said, as if trying to convince himself that it was possible. A second passed, and reality reasserted itself. All hands in damaged sectors, prepare to repel boarders. Combat personnel, move to reinforce. Admiral. They're through. A voice in his ear shouted. Niles could hear the sound of sporadic gunfire through the COMM. Stand your ground. Reinforcements are on their way. Aye, sir. We're, holy shit, back. Back. They've got a. The line went dead, and Niles had seen enough combat to know that it took a lot to cut off a signal that abruptly. For every example of famous, valiant last words, there were thousands of screams of surprise and fear, none of which were inspiring in the slightest. Because the fact remains that the vast majority of people don't go into combat with any intention of dying. The sounds of combat had fallen silent before Gunnery Sergeant Chuck Myers could reach the fighting. And with no friendly communications coming their way, Myers assumed the worst of the situation. Noise up ahead, around a blind corner and very close to the location Myers and his team were supposed to be moving to support. He brought up a hand and brought his men to a quick stop. Closing on breach near engineering, he said far more quietly than necessary. Their helmets were already sealed, and nobody outside of their communication channels could hear their speech. Anyone near our location, respond. GDI firearms had built-in IFF systems, but guns required a line of sight. Myers could lob a couple grenades around the corner, but they couldn't tell the difference between a friendly crewman just out of a deadly firefight and a hostile boarder. Fortunately, they had a way of striking a healthy middle ground. Flashbangs ready, Gunny, one Marine confirmed when he received a look from Myers. The team piled as closely as they dared to the corner, and Myers gave a nod. No words were needed. Omni tools were useful, but many Marines still relied on grenades made outside of the microfabricator, and these flashbangs were no exception. Pins were pulled, and after a second of waiting, they were sent clattering into the unknown hallway. 2 bursts of gunfire hit the deck near the grenades. And a second after that, anyone in the hallway looking at the source of the noise were subjected to the momentary supernova flare and thunderclap. Marine helmets could dampen or outright block noises at decibels dangerous to the human eardrum, and their visors could auto-adjust quickly enough to protect their eyes from an actual supernova blossoming a few feet from their faces. If it turned out that whoever was around the corner was just a group of luckless crewmen, they'd be subjected to the full extent of the flashbang's effects. But if not, Myers and his team were rounding the corner, ready to put down anyone who had the gall to invade their patron ship. 2 minutes earlier. Squad Commander Hark Baltha gestured for a ceasefire. The order was followed instantly. Very few boarding parties survived long enough to become veterans of their art, but those that did knew how to keep surviving. Still in complete silence, Hark knelt down to the corpse of a human sailor, grasping his left arm and running his Omni-Tool scanner over it. A progress bar appeared on his helmet's HUD and began to fill as the program sought out and extracted its desired files. A soft chirp came over the COMM line, and Hark turned his head to face the trooper who had sent it without taking his hand out of place. The soldier, in turn, looked up from his handheld motion tracker and raised an open hand, all 5 fingers splayed. He closed it into a fist, paused for a moment, then opened it again with 3 fingers up. The progress bar was over halfway filled. Hark sent 3 quick chirps to 3 of his men, then pointed in the direction of the closest intersection. The 3 soldiers moved alongside 3 more who were already covering that direction, weapons long since primed. The soldier with the scanner held up a hand quickly, and the 6 troopers tensed. The remaining members of the squad continued their assigned tasks, even if it meant covering the opposite corridor. The scanner might have been simple and generally reliable, but Hark had known systems that could fool it, and that those systems could be portable by a single person. He wouldn't devote all attention to covering one side only to be butchered by stealth troops from behind them. 2 of the guards squeezed their triggers as motion leapt from the unseen hallway and into their line of sight. It was a rookie mistake that would have given away their location and direction of fire, but the 2 were replacements for soldiers lost in a previous operation. If the mistake cost them any lives but their own, Hark might have killed them himself. But even a single glimpse was enough to see what objects they had fired on were, and Hark raised a free hand to cover his eyes. The explosion of light and sound was astounding, even with Hark's helmet compensating for them both. The 2 rookies and 1 of the other guards were not so lucky. They stumbled and cried out, deaf to their own voices as their helmets failed them. Cover! Hark shouted. Breaking radio silence was dangerous, but not nearly so much as trying to keep it when in a firefight. His squad dove into alcoves and any barriers they could find as 2 more canisters clattered around the corner. And not a moment too soon, either. The fragmentation grenades exploded, shredding the 3 boarders who had been unfortunate enough to be stunned by the flashbangs. With the rest of them still hunkered down, Myers chose then to move. Keep them down, he ordered, spraying the Batarian position with automatic fire. Get us a foothold. 4 of the Marines dashed out as their squad mates kept the boarders pinned, ducking down as soon as viable cover was in reach. Clear. Covering fire. In perfect sync, the newly entrenched 4 rose up and opened fire as Myers and his 3 stopped. Pepper-potting was a tactic as old as firearms, but it was undeniable effective. With cover of their own, they fell in beside their comrades and joined the gunfight as the Batarians did the same. Admiral. We've found the hostiles in engineering. Relaying coordinates, over. Keep them engaged, Gunnery Sergeant, Niles replied, inputting several commands. I'm sealing the bulkhead between them and critical systems. Can you hold them without reinforcements? Negative, sir. They've got numbers on their side, and a better position than us. A 3-way intersection, yes. Yes sir. I'll divert a team to flank them. Just keep their heads down, Gunnery Sergeant. Will do, Admiral. Myers out. Another low tremor pulsed through the ship. Niles had not forgotten that their enemy was not only the ones crawling inside his ship. Even if all 4 enemy ships were inferior to the Kursk and the Gallipoli, the former was still shielding the gutted Georgetown's lifeboats, and Niles had only inflicted minor damage across 3 of the ships. Lacking in quality, the Batarian crews were at least able to compensate by maneuvering to spread the damage among themselves. If one was coming close to losing its barriers, another would draw the Gallipoli's fire by threatening the Kursk. Cease fire from ion cannons, Niles ordered. Eva, inform gunners of new priority target Bravo. Ignore targets Alpha, Charlie, and Delta. Mr. Marston, how long until all batteries are ready to fire? 10 seconds. Ion cannons at 75%. Contact Bravo was easily the biggest of the 4 Batarian vessels. From visual observation alone, Niles could see that it was contributing the most to the Batarian firepower, and the Eva's assessment matched his theory. It was the single greatest threat of the 4, and Niles could see that it was about to tap out and let some of its compatriots take blows while it restored its barriers. Guns charged, sir. Eva, give me a firing solution on a missile barrage. Time strike for 3 seconds after ion impact. Complete. Alpha strike authorized. Open fire. For a few moments, all outgoing fire from the Gallipoli ceased. Then a storm of missiles tore from its hull-mounted launchers, the projectiles so numerous that it took several seconds of sustained fire to launch them all. No sooner had the barrage ended that every forward-facing ion battery and mass accelerator cannon fired in unison. The Batarian warship's barriers had already taken a beating, and it hadn't yet been the sole focus of the Gallipoli's weaponry until now. The ion beams passed through the barriers with little effort. Starship-grade mass accelerator cannons followed next, pulverizing and breaking the weakened shields, aided by the ion beam's destruction of dozens of hull-mounted barrier amplifiers. The missile barrage dealt the killing blow. Point defense lasers that ought to have stopped them had already been slagged by the ion cannons. The storm of missiles hammered into the bow of the warship and ate their way inward. Fully a third of the ship was added to the growing scrap field that orbited Raldan. Eva, dump emergency capacitors into barriers. Niles would have liked nothing more than to bask in the victory, but there were still 3 more ships, not to mention the boarders that, he hoped, were about to be caught in a pincer by the onboard Marines. Keep our shields up until our guns are ready. Damn good work, Gallipoli. A transmission from the Kursk came in. We've just received the last of the lifeboats from the Georgetown. A pair of ion blasts carved a swath of destruction across one of the Batarian ships to make official the Kursk's return to full capacity. The damaged vessel returned fire, but from how little fire it was from such a large ship, the Kursk had clearly hit something important. A tremor ran through the ship. Alert, critical engine damage. Containment protocols engaging. Gunnery Sergeant, give me an update, Niles hissed as damage reports flooded into his console. There was no reply from Myers' end. Gunnery Sergeant, can you hear me? 1 minute earlier. They had a flamethrower. It was the 22nd century. They were using with cutting-edge assault weapons, wearing suits of body armor with onboard kinetic shielding, and fighting in the corridors of a spaceship. And yet, the Batarians had brought a flamethrower, and one of Myers' men was dead for it, and another not far off. Still no sign of those reinforcements, Gunny. A soldier shouted across the hall, taking cover inside an alcove as a jet of white-hot flame swept the floor. Can't even reach the bridge anymore, either. Shit, Myers muttered, firing off a blind burst before ducking back again. Nothing changes. Assume we're in this alone until I say otherwise. Myers cursed again as the scorching flames moved closer to his position. They needed to move up, but with that weapon still functional, that was out of the question. And when they were this close to engineering, the boarding squad could easily split and hold Myers' team at bay while the other half had their way with the engines. On my signal, move out of cover and light that bastard up. Myers barked, switching his werewolf to an automatic module. He can't focus on all of us at once, and we need that gun out of the picture. Understood. He received 4 affirmative responses, as expected. One man was dead, and another writhing on the deck from wounds he'd taken when the flamethrower had first opened up. The squad's corpsman was tending to him behind cover. Go. 5 men moved simultaneously, coinciding perfectly with a momentary lapse in the flamethrower's fire. It took only an instant to target the Batarian holding the bulky weapon. Myers squeezed the trigger, and fire from 5 rifles converged on the one man. He didn't stand a chance. Even as he held back the trigger, Myers saw another boarder take aim. It was the 22nd century. They were fighting in the halls of a spaceship. And the Batarians had brought 2 flamethrowers with them. Myers had a fleeting moment to admire the brilliant simplicity of the weapon choice before hydrazine flames roared from its muzzle and engulfed him. Squad Commander Hark Baltha knew that their position would not hold for long. Their weapons and gear were tailored for fighting in the close quarters of starship corridors, but there would always be more men aboard the ship than he could bring along with him. Half his remaining men held the main entrance to their target. There were 2 more that he could not spare the men to cover, but they were much further away. Any responding squads would likely be funneled right into his team's literal field of fire. He and one other had the expertise to arm the explosives, and that other was one of the initial casualties of the firefight. Hark redoubled his efforts to compensate, setting down the bulky jetpack and beginning its arming sequence. One of the ship's engineers appeared to his left, wielding a pistol. In one smooth motion, Hark drew his own and fired off 2 shots. The human dropped without a sound, save for a surprised gasp and a thud. Squad Commander. Contacts. The chatter of automatic fire told Hark everything he needed to know about the warning. A few rounds pinged off the deck around him, but he paid them no heed. He was almost finished. If he could prime the explosive and finish off the squad he'd already bloodied, they still had a chance to escape before. 3 shots hit him. The first 2 shattered his kinetic barriers. The third hit him on his left flank, making a mockery of his ballistic armor. He fell on his side, taking aim with his pistol only to see that his worst-case scenario was coming true. The human reinforcements had taken the long route, outside his kill zone and right where he didn't want them to be. Hark dropped his pistol and dragged himself alongside the jetpack. The shot hurt like hell, but Hark had been shot before. You didn't survive for a long time as a leader of a boarding party without ever getting shot. The trick was surviving the shots, and Hark could tell already that this one would likely be his last. Only one of his men in the engine room was left, and though he could still hear the whoosh of a flamethrower, it wouldn't be enough to hold back this many Marines. Without a word, he flipped the safety cap off the detonator and pressed the stud. As unreliable as Batarian state arms may be, the jetpack did not disappoint. Codex, the Verge War, Invasion of Raldan. The first major disaster of the Verge War took place on the surface and in the space surrounding Raldan, a Batarian colony just inside Hegemony space. GDI ground forces met unprecedented resistance from well-armed, well-prepared soldiers entrenched planetside, and sustained high casualties before temporarily retreating. In space, GDI ships suffered their worst loss since the beginnings of the First Contact War. The GDS Georgetown was destroyed, though with most crew safely evacuating to friendly ships, and the GDS Gallipoli was successfully boarded, resulting in heavy internal damages. The GDS Poseidon, however, was swarmed by Batarian boarding frigates and corvettes. Despite the efforts of the GDS Jericho, Captain Ernest Harrison put his ship into a rapidly decaying orbit shortly before Batarian soldiers stormed the bridge. The Poseidon crashed planetside within the hour, resulting in the deaths of all who still remained aboard. Raldan was but one of 5 worlds being attacked in this manner, and it was easily the most disastrous outcome for GDI. Only one world was claimed as easily as initially anticipated. 2 more came under GDI control, albeit with great effort, and the final 2, Raldan included, remained contested long after their initial invasion. Codex, Batarian military, hegemony boarding parties. Just as GDI impressed the Citadel races with its carriers, humanity was caught off guard by the Batarian hegemony's use of seemingly out-of-date methods of naval warfare, particularly the prominent use of boarding parties. Batarian boarding parties typically use frigates or corvette-class ships to make impromptu landings on enemy ships, cutting into the hull or using existing ports to gain access. Their ranks are composed of hardened soldiers who regularly loot weapons and tech from their foes. As a result, boarding parties are often equipped with gear that completely replaces their hegemony-issued equipment. 105 Chapter 3, Easy. Friday, barely, update. After 2 setup chapters, this is the official start of the main storyline. A few prominent characters won't be introduced until Chapter 4-ish, but until then, here's Chapter 3. The tribunal was a joke. Or at least it would have been if the intention were to actually punish those on trial. This might have bothered Private First Class Joseph Joe Cotton at any other time, but it's generally unwise for the defendant to protest the leniency of his sentencing. He, and the mixture of men and women on the bench beside him, probably would have been staring down a court-martial in any other conflict. But, times as they were. As per your guilty plea, you will each be transferred to a frontline penal unit and assigned duties best befitting your skill set. The presiding officer used practiced tones that made it sound as if he was used to handing out that sentence. He didn't even need to look at the data slate. The duration of your involuntary term of service will last is dependent upon the severity of your offense, and will be denoted on your service record. With that said, the officer cracked a smile. You'll be escorted back to the holding area and reissued your gear. You ship out in 2 hours. Dismissed. And that was that. No court adjourned, nor the bang of a gavel. Nothing to even remind them that they were being led to some sort of punishment. Cotton was able to at least suppress a grin until he was out of the improvised courtroom. Other prisoners were not so subtle, but it didn't matter much. If the judge was openly acknowledging that they were just being redeployed, there wasn't much to stop them from doing the same. Penal company, et. One of the guards escorting them asked Cotton, who nodded in reply. Lucky bastards, the guard laughed, I'm stuck here as a glorified doorman. What did you do, anyway? Unnecessary brutality against a sentient foe, Cotton recited from memory. A couple of the other prisoners nodded in agreement. Got most of us, I think, one of them added. Lucky bastards, the guard repeated. He didn't ask if their enemy had done something to prompt that sort of vindictive behavior. He wasn't particularly judgmental on that front. After Raldan, few soldiers in the human military were. He probably considered the offense a punishment for exacting their own justice for one count of being Batarian within sight of GDI troops. Here we are, the guard keyed open a door, gesturing grandly into the interior, your suite, sirs and madams. I'll be back at 1400 once the valet brings your car around. He garnered a few laughs, probably more than he would if they weren't all in such good spirits. Sure, it was a reassignment, but the holding area was a testament to the current state of GDI's stance towards punishment of military personnel. It was actually more spacious than most barracks, as half the bunks has been removed due to the limited number of people who were there at any given time. The doors weren't even locked, the guards had simply told them that they were supposed to stay there at all times unless told otherwise, but then informed them that the mess hall and latrines were down the hall. The key phrase was supposed to. They were supposed to, but they still did, and nobody would say otherwise. It was assumed that nobody would try to escape, and nobody did. If they did leave their holding area, what did it matter to the guards? As the judge had said, their gear had been delivered to the barracks, most of it in better condition than when it was confiscated. The most obvious changes were to the unit insignias, modified to fit with their new companies. Cotton assumed, correctly as it turned out, that the alterations to their gear had been largely superficial, for which he was thankful. One of the prisoners was his former company's marksman, and his GLS-110 was undoubtedly tuned continuously from the day it was issued until the day it was taken from him. It was effectively as different a weapon from another GLS as it was from a mammoth tank. Cotton's weapon, however, was stored in a crate a solid 5 feet long. It didn't take up the entire space, but it took up quite a bit of it, and then had to accommodate alternate modules, sidearm, maintenance kit, etc. It would be too much to carry efficiently, but the hulking suit of armor propped up behind it ensured that weight was no issue. 2 soldiers besides Cotton were members of zone-armored heavy infantry companies. The soldiers had bunked according to their prior duties, and thus he was flanked on either side by Melissa Palmer and Joachim Red Eriksson, both of whom were double-checking their own suits. Like Cotton, Palmer was the heavy infantry's equivalent of a rifleman, though that was a bit of a misnomer. Each zone trooper's plus-sized werewolf shifter rifle could be anything from a light machine gun or grenade launcher to an ion cannon or railgun. The mere prospect of a heavy infantry company being deployed from orbit had broken many a siege, and actual drops could turn pitched battles into a bloodbath for whatever unfortunate force was still standing after the burning rain of half-ton supermen. Ericsson's weapon, however, was much less versatile. While Cotton and Palmer's weapons had a half-dozen different firing modes available at any given time, Ericsson's only had one. In spite of that, the M6 Grinder heavy machine gun had a caliber and a rate of fire that could turn swaths of exposed infantry into fragments of armor and ground meat. As such, it was feared by virtually any soldier who wasn't inside a heavy tank or a reinforced bunker. "You guys going to the 2ND?" Palmer examined the newly painted insignia on her armor. "Yep," Cotton confirmed, and Ericsson gave a thumbs up. "Good. It's about damn time." Palmer began to open her armor. "Been waiting for a good deployment for months." "Didn't get enough action with your old unit?" Cotton asked. "No." Cotton waited a moment, then realized that Palmer wasn't going to add anything else to her answer and turned his attention to Ericsson. "How about you, Red?" "Some action, but no good for me," he answered, wherever he was raised, leaving him with a seemingly Scandinavian accent and slightly clipped speech pattern. "In last deployment, I fire gun into ground floor of building filled with enemy, and building come down on top of them." "Sounds fine to me," Cotton shrugged. "How'd that get you?" "People who are not enemy on second and third floor," Ericsson finished, "they come down, too." "Sounds fine to me," Palmer snorted, continuing her armor diagnostics. "Maybe yes, maybe no," Ericsson shrugged, "but I do it in front of camera, so it put me here." "Only for another 2 hours, Cotton grinned, "then it'll put us right where we're needed most." 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Hegemony Territory. Upon touching down, the dropship carrying Cotton, Palmer, Ericsson, and a dozen other zone troopers was met with a bare-bones welcome, a quick unloading of their gear and personal effects, followed by a prompt return to orbit for the dropship. Each trooper's arrival was scanned and entered into the register, and squads and bunks assigned. Possibly by coincidence, the three compatriots were sorted into empty slots in 4th Squad. Their gear had barely hit the floor of the barracks when they felt a fourth presence. Non-commissioned officers always seemed to enter rooms silently, no matter how against reason this stealth might be. This one was a well-built man in fatigues, with the specific kind of weathered features and stubble that screamed sergeant. "Names and ranks, troopers," he shouted, snapping all three to attention. Even though each should have towered over him with the height given by their armor, his sheer force of presence managed to dwarf them all. Private Joseph Cotton. Lance Corporal Melissa Palmer. Private Joachim Ericsson. "Now remember your names and forget the ranks," the sergeant continued. "We do things a bit differently here. You're a trooper till you're a sergeant, you're a sergeant till you're a master sergeant, and you won't be that till we need a new one." With that said, he took a step back and gave a grim smile. "My name is Rock, and I'm 4th Squad Sergeant. Welcome to Easy Company. The rest of Easy's in the mess hall, so leave your suit here and join M." He stopped and fixed his gaze on Cotton. "Question, trooper?" "Yes sir." Cotton recovered from Rock's apparent mind reading and posed his question. "Who fills in for the cause?" "You only named non-coms." "Good ear, trooper." "And you're right." Rock nodded. "Technically, the highest rank in Easy is Master Sergeant. But at the end of the day, every man and woman here has convict hidden in their job description. So like any gang of convicts, we get ourselves a warden." "A warden, sir?" "Maybe I complimented your hearing too soon, trooper." Rock turned to leave. "It's news to the rest of us, too. You'll hear it with the rest of 4th when you join us in the mess." Cotton, Palmer, and Ericsson settled into 3 vacant seats, receiving nods from the unfamiliar faces of 4th Squad as they did. There were none of the jabs that often came with being the rookies of a new unit, or the awkwardness of filling in a pair of boots that another man had been quite likely shot out of. In penal companies, replacements were a fairly regular occurrence, and the requirements for admission almost invariably meant that the new soldiers would be combat veterans already. Of the 10 members of 4th Squad, 2 had arrived only a few days before the trio, so fully half the squad was new as far as most soldiers would be concerned. It resulted in an odd sense of equality, albeit for rather morbid reasons. "Let's get the rumors out of the way. What have you heard already?" Rock shoveled in a mouthful of whatever the prefab mess hall was calling food that day. That said, it was a rare sit-down meal with the entire company present, and they were making the most of it. Similar conversations went on among the other 100-odd men of Easy Company. "Come in, Sarge. Bet you know something more than what we do," a slim, fair-haired man by the name of Matthew Dean coaxed. Next to him, James Hendricks and Marcus Frost, the other 2 rookies of the squad, tried to avoid looking like they were waiting just as much as Dean was for the answer, neither man doing a very good job of it. "Then throw something at the wall," Rock said through a mouthful of food, "see if any of it sticks." "He's an ex-Marine from what I heard," Hendricks put in without hesitation. "Tough bastard, too," Frost added, "earned enough Purple Hearts for an entire platoon." Rock glanced over at other members of Fourth, the beginnings of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. How about you lot? How about this? Melissa Palmer grinned. I saw some Krogan chow when they were unloading ration crates from our dropship. So? The warden is Krogan. Erickson furrowed his brow. If he's X-Corp, I seriously doubt that. But he might be bringing a couple with him, Palmer finished. A warden's gotta have guards, right? Nice guesses, Rock nodded. Anyone else got something? There was no reply other than a few shrugs or shakes of the head. Kevin Hastings was half listening, half deep in thought, flipping open and shut the cover of a small hydrazine lighter. Most of Easy didn't bother asking what landed their comrades in the penal company, but they assumed he had done something fire-related, and Hastings was unlikely to deny it. Alex Brodsky was content to listen and absorb the exchange, as was Cotton. Brodsky didn't know anything else that hadn't already been said, and Cotton wasn't eager to make his lack of knowledge a statement for the records. He was impressed that Palmer had noticed the labels of the crates being unloaded alongside them, and knew that it probably meant their pseudo-CO and his crew would be arriving sooner rather than later, but assumed that this would just be stating the obvious. Last, however, was Robert Kurtz. Though it was in the barracks alongside the rest of the suits, his particular armor was fitted with a variety of medical equipment, with which he'd kept the squad, and in one case, himself, on their feet even under fire. He gained swift fame among the men and women of Easy for taking the gauntlet-mounted surgical saw normally intended for cutting through armor to reach injuries and using it as a brutal close-quarters weapon. The other medics took particular notice. Still, Kurtz was a quiet man, and much physically bigger than he looked. Alongside Rock, Cotton, and Brodsky, he was one of the longest-standing members of Fourth Squad, and had the skills to show it. When he spoke, Fourth tended to listen, not just because of his informal seniority, but also because he picked his sentences like a sharpshooter picked targets. If he had something to say, it tended to have weight behind it. You'll find out soon enough. Rock dropped his spoon onto the empty tray. He's already touched down. I figure he'll be around for a meet and greet once he's settled in. 1 hour earlier. The warden of Easy Company ignored the shaking of the dropship as it passed through Aregul's atmosphere. He'd been on enough vessels entering and exiting orbit, some of which never intended to do either, that the ride felt more like a commute than anything else. Old habits die hard, though, and he'd split his team up among 3 ships. It was becoming less and less surprising for him to find out how many safe landing zones turned out to be crawling with enemies, and the Batarians had already proven themselves capable of pulling such tricks several times already. He was, however, growing increasingly frustrated at how hard it was to read his data slate given the dropship's incessant trembling. If he hadn't been strapped in, he would have been thrown around the interior like a ping-pong ball in a dryer, but he still had a job to prepare for, and he'd be damned if he let something as routine as re-entry disrupt that. What are we shielding? The guttural voice of a subordinate adjacent to him asked. He was one of 3 Krogan among the warden's team, and easily the greatest warrior among them. He'd give the warden a run for his money, too. What do you mean, what are we shielding? The warden asked back, still squinting at the data slate. It's close to a full company of powered armor. Not putting that in front of something that needs shielding would be stupid. The warden gave a rare smirk. Spot on. We're babysitting some tankers and artillery. Should be no problem. As he finished, the smirk dropped off his face. The Krogan wasn't stupid by any means, but it didn't take anything more than a single functioning eye to see the movement. Looks to me like you smell a problem. Yeah, the warden snorted, we're landing alongside a covered ops unit. A team of goddamn commandos. Where's the problem? You've never met one of them. The warden stashed the data slate in one of the pouches of his kit. I did once, and that bastard couldn't have been human. And don't remind me that you aren't human. You know goddamn well what I mean, the warden warned preemptively. When they put these guys in teams, they can kill entire platoons and make it look like they're performing a bloody dance routine. I've never seen anyone make killing look so goddamn natural. What does it matter, then? We're not paid by the head. They just creep me the hell out, the warden shrugged against his crash webbing. I'm guessing they'll go their own way and come back whenever they damn well feel like it. That's how their type usually works. Then let 'em, the Krogan waved a hand dismissively, all the better that they'll be taking the stealth ops. It just means we won't have to do any of it ourselves. Good point, the warden flipped through more information before settling on one that caught his eye. You see the eyewitness report from Raldan? No. Anything good? A goddamn treasure trove. Several hours earlier. Captain Eric Valdez's eyes snapped open, and he sucked in several quick gulps of air. He knew that he'd only just woken up, but he felt as if he'd been holding his breath for the last few minutes of his sleep. The world around him was blurry, but cleared up as he regained his composure and steadied his breathing. It was a fairly nondescript hospital room, from the look of it, though lacking any sort of actual medical equipment besides the partially inclined bed he lay on. The white walls were unadorned, and the tile floor was spotless, as if it had never been walked on since it was first laid down. Captain Valdez? Can you hear me? Valdez winced as a voice wormed its way into his ears, but a moment of searching revealed a black speaker box in one corner of the room. He hadn't seen it before, but it made sense for the voice to have an origin. I can hear you. Who is this? He sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Curiously, he was still wearing his jumpsuit, even his boots. He couldn't have gotten here long ago if they hadn't even taken his boots off yet. My name is Agent Linu, Captain. Your unit took part in the landings on Raldan, and I want to know what happened. I couldn't say, sir. Valdez didn't know what rank the unseen speaker was, or even if he had any, but it was never a bad idea to default to sir when dealing with in-ops agents. I lost contact with most of the other forces planetside not long after we deployed. Of course. But the fleet lost contact with the ground forces, too, and our intelligence thus far is sorely lacking. We'd like to hear what you came across in the field. Wouldn't it be easier for me to write up a report? Valdez asked. To be frank, I'm sure you've got more important things on your plate than talking to me. He suppressed a slight shiver. The room's temperature had dropped a few degrees. Your report is of the utmost importance, Captain. I assure you of that. Just go over what happened once you engaged the enemy, what sort of weapons they had, that sort of thing. Can you do that for me? Sure thing. Valdez thought back to the chaotic operation, tracing the sequence of events as best he could. We landed just fine, but after comms went down, we ran into a battlefield that may as well have been tailored against us. How so? There were pits. A lot of them, too. I don't know how they got as many as they did, or how they knew where we'd be, but they dug them and covered them up with camo netting. We couldn't move fast without tripping, much less fire on the move. No ground to hold ourselves up on, you see. Of course, Captain. Go on. It wasn't just those, though. Pits could slow us down, but everyone under my command could get through terrain rougher than that, given extra time. The Batarians had mines mixed in with the pits, and heavy guns hidden all around. The worst. He tucked his hands under his arms, shivering as his breath began to mist in front of his face. The worst was the flyers. We were sitting ducks when those bombers showed up. There weren't supposed to be any flyers, much less bombers. I know, Captain. I know. Please continue. I was taking damage, Valdez said, half to himself, trying to remember the later events. 2 of my lance were dead, and the bombers were coming around for another pass. Please focus, Captain. Are there any other details of the battlefield you can remember? Besides the pits, emplacements, and mines? Or the bombers? Sorry, sir. That's about it. Valdez's breath came out in thick clouds now, and frost was beginning to creep up the walls and along the floor. Jesus, it's like a meat locker in here. Why is the heat going so fast? Could you repeat that, Captain? I said it's freezing in here, Valdez said through clenched teeth, and my suit's not doing anything for it. Is there? He stopped, staring at a trembling hand that was rapidly losing its color before his eyes. I'm sorry about the conditions of your room, Captain. I'll see that it's fixed immediately. Valdez finally set his feet down and began to move towards the door. He had to pull his boots free of the freezing floor's grip with each step. After a few paces, the door seemed no closer than it had been when he had been in the bed. Something's wrong, Valdez managed, slumping against a wall and wincing as the cold bit through his jumpsuit like a knife. I can't. He slid to the floor and curled his legs into his chest. We're done here. Let him go. The Asari operative withdrew her splayed fingers from either side of the body's head, and her pitch-black eyes returned to their normal state. Behind her, the man called Agent Linu removed a hand from her shoulder. They were done, and that was that. The third man in the room wore a uniform, unlike Linu and the operative. It was a trait he shared partially in common with the body hooked up to a variety of unfamiliar and disturbingly organic-looking technology, but the body only wore half a uniform. The other half was presumably lost along with most of his body below the sternum. The third man was a Marine colonel, and unlike most officers of his pay grade, hadn't risen to the rank by commission, or even initially by choice. Non-commissioned officers in the GDI Marine Corps were promoted from the ranks, but an unofficial battlefield promotion had stuck and elevated him to his current position. As such, he'd seen planned for the big picture with the experience of a man who had been a part of the small picture. His role in the events that caused his final promotion had eventually involved more than a few in-ops agents, and most of them asked the same questions as their predecessors. It wasn't because in-ops was stupid, the fact that each had asked for the exact same information with different questions was obvious enough. The colonel was confident that it was simply a way for in-ops to confirm that the details of his testimony wouldn't change with time. As they said in the Corp, on a good day, in-ops can tell you that Tiberium is green. But the colonel knew that this couldn't be further from the truth. Their reputation was a holdover from their days of fighting Nod, who were so skilled at deception and misdirection in warfare that the colonel wouldn't have been surprised their founder had co-written Sun Tzu's Art of War. If anything, INOPS had cultivated their image as paranoid to the point of helplessness. Amidst their redundant interviews and deployment of assets, the colonel had never seen one man do the same job twice without knowing that it had already been done at least once before. It was always double, triple, and even quadruple checked. To INOPS, facts were anything but factual. They were unverified until proven otherwise, preferably in triplicate. That's all we'll get from it, the Asari agent, identified earlier as Kara, pulled a pair of dark gloves over her hands. Are there any others in similar? No, the colonel said flatly, he was the last one. To put it bluntly, he didn't like Asari. Not enough to deliberately impair an INOPS investigation, though, if INOPS was resorting to alien assistance, they wanted something badly, and the colonel had no interest in standing in the way of it. Forgive my colleague's lack of tact, Colonel, Linu gave a joyless smile. I understand that Captain Valdez was a comrade of yours. You have my condolences. No need. He died in the line of duty, through no fault of his. We work with the intel we're given. If Linu felt the jab, he didn't show it. Of all the things INOPS did right, this wasn't one of them. Quite a few of their field agents looked like they were wearing otherwise perfect masks, like something out of a spy film, but were concealing something completely inhuman beneath it that didn't quite grasp the root of human emotion. Indeed, Linu nodded. Agent Kara and I will take our leave, then. Thank you for your cooperation, Colonel. The colonel returned the nod purely out of courtesy and opened the door to the hallway. Kara tapped a few commands out on the small keypad strapped to her left arm and a thumb-sized data core popped out into her open palm, which she wordlessly handed over to the colonel. And this is a rendition of his last thoughts. Kara paused to pick the appropriate word. It is difficult to describe a technological replication of an already abstract experience, but as his commanding officer, you are entitled to. She trailed off as the colonel inserted the core into his Omni tool. The device whirred a moment, then popped the core back out, charred, cracked, and smoking. As his former commander, I am entitled to nothing of the sort. The colonel dropped the data core, grinding it into the floor like a cigarette butt. It's bad enough that you had to do whatever it was you just did, but I'm not going to treat his final thoughts like some sort of data file. There was a long silence. Linu was already in the hallway, either oblivious to the conversation or, more likely, doing an excellent job of pretending not to hear. After a moment, the ghost of a smile flashed across Kara's face, and was gone as quickly as it appeared. Until next time, Colonel. Even by the warden's standards, it had been cruel. He'd gotten information before from men whose only relief would been an overdose of painkillers, but the warden could always see from their faces that they welcomed the end. Someone had once said that only in death does duty end, but the warden had stood alongside among many men who had believed death to be an end only after they completed their duty. 1,000 times 1,000 after-action reports were written in the blood of those who gave them, and the warden had had too many brushes with death himself to forget the men who had dictated them. You don't need to say it, he said to the Krogan, the initiative isn't in a good spot right now. We let an Asari into a soldier's mind without his consent, and I'm here, the Krogan finished. Desperate times, desperate measures. I've heard it all my life. You might have to explain yourself to someone else, but the Krogan are the last ones you need to justify yourself to. To hell with everyone else. And to hell with the rest of the Krogan, the warden spat. I ain't talking to anyone right now except you, Rex. You ain't some punk fresh off Tunkhanka with a sense of entitlement just cause he survived when the rest of his brood didn't. If you were, you'd be blood pack. Don't think I didn't consider those offers, Erdnot, Rex replied. They're still trying to contact me. Apparently as the official head of Clan Erdnot, I'm worth the extra effort. Then let the warden laughed, momentarily forgetting the contents of the data slate, let every goddamn one of come and see if they can live long enough to make an offer. I wouldn't mind seeing how many left Tuchenka before it even got a chance to show its teeth. Drop sites coming into view, Chief, the pilot's voice interrupted, 2 minutes to landing. Good, Zaid Massani stowed the data slate, about time I got to meet the rabble I'll be leading across this shithole. Codes, Global Defense Initiative, Penal Companies. After the disastrous 5-pronged offensive into hegemony space, the initiative found itself with a military out for blood and a galaxy of onlookers trying to justify their belief that the newest addition to the galactic stage was nothing more than a race of spacefaring barbarians. Ultimately, the decision was made to relegate those guilty of more egregious crimes against their new enemy to penal companies. The result was more than satisfactory. GDI was able to maintain an image of strict discipline to both its more liberal members and the galaxy at large, and simultaneously keep its most enthusiastic troops on frontline duty in a war that was becoming an unexpectedly heavy resource sink. During the early months of the war, it seemed a perfect solution to their problems. Chapter 4, Rolling Thunder. June 12, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Hegemony Territory. 4 soldiers drifted through the Batarian compound. 3 times they moved within sight of guards, and 3 times they went unnoticed. The guards returned to their patrols, none the wiser and with their lives intact. 2 other sentries were not so fortunate. They were both experienced soldiers, and knew how to override the mind's innate ability to not see what it did not expect to see. Both saw motion in the corners of their eyes, and both moved their heads slightly too quickly to conceal their discovery. The first died with a short metal bolt stuck between his eyes. In the time that it took his body to realize that it was dead, one of the 4 had appeared beside him to silence the fall of his body. The second had seen 2 of the 4, and his fatal mistake had been not seeing the other 2. Even as his eyes widened and his lungs drew breath to raise the alarm, an armored gauntlet clamped over his mouth and a knife pierced the side of his throat, silencing their voices and bisecting an artery. A few seconds later, and the body was removed from sight. The 4 carried powerful rifles, but slung under each barrel was a simple bolt thrower. It could reliably pierce virtually most infantry armor at short range, and it was silent as a whisper, unlike their rifles. Suppressors were only useful in an active war zone, and they weren't eager to turn the compound into one for at least a few more minutes. It was a worthwhile trade to maintain their cover. The 4 each noted the timers in the corner of their HUDs. 10 minutes and counting. It gave them precious little time to finish their mission, but for GDI commandos, it was time enough. They split into pairs, each with their assigned duty. The first pair, Atkins and Liddell. They continued until the clamorous noise of a vehicle depot reached a fever pitch. With quick, simultaneous nods of acknowledgement, they split again. Each of the 2 had enough explosives to bring down a reasonably sized building, and what they had in mind wouldn't require nearly that much finesse. The second pair, Cadogan and Hong. They found their own targets, artillery pieces, silent without their crews to man them. They did not carry as much high explosive as their comrades, but their tools better suited their purposes. They set to work immediately. 7 minutes and counting. Lying beneath a Batarian tank, Liddell linked her second set of explosives to its trigger. Atkins had been moving slightly faster and was already priming his third. Both of them could have set a dozen of the devices by now, had it not been for the maintenance crews that still milled about the depot. It would have been nice if they had more time to work, but the Batarians were by no means amateurs in their trade. They were soldiers who knew what parts belonged in their vehicles and what didn't, and even the comparatively small explosive devices would go swiftly noticed by anyone who happened across them. One crewman who had done just that was currently lying in the pit below a slightly raised tank. His throat had been cut so deeply that it had left him nearly decapitated. Liddell was close enough to ensure that his discovery would die with him. 4 minutes and counting. Cadogan and Hong did not have the luxury of splitting up as Atkins and Liddell did. The artillery pieces were largely exposed to the general view of the compound, and one man needed to keep on watch while the other worked. It was quick work, and only 3 of the 10 pieces were ready by the time their clocks told them to move on, but the 3 were spaced along the row of 10 as evenly as they could be. They'd do just fine. 2 minutes and counting. A few shouts were rising across the compound, but the commandos knew that it wasn't a sign that they'd been caught. The Batarians had merely seen the bulk of the attack force, which wasn't trying to hide. It was near impossible to conceal the movement of any GDI attack force past a certain size, and sometimes it helped to portray their forces as big, clumsy, and obvious. Atkins and Liddell, Cadogan and Hong, they were part of the attack force, to be sure, but they were the silent vanguard. They could each inflict substantial casualties on their own, but what good was that when their abilities could be used so much more effectively? A wounded force fights far differently than an unwounded one, and it was the commandos' job to make sure the Batarians entered battle without realizing how wounded they already were. All they had to do was hide, survive, and wait. It only took one of them to open those wounds. 1 minute and counting. Zaid Massani led from the front. It was not something that was up for debate. And to his concealed pleasure, the people who had put him in charge of Easy Company didn't challenge him on it. Sure, it might have been because they didn't consider him an irreplaceable asset, but it didn't matter to him. It got him what he wanted, and that was that. All units, get yourselves ready, he said from the passenger seat of his command APC, word is they've got armor, and I wouldn't stake my life on some cloak and dagger commando nonsense to take them all down, so we're doing this the old-fashioned way. The Guardian armored personnel carrier had been refitted for its role, but still remained the rugged, 8-wheeled monster that could shrug off blows that some tanks would have been hard-pressed to survive. The 8 squads of Easy responded quickly and enthusiastically. Even heavy tanks didn't seem like a threat when most of the power armored troopers were hitching rides atop the 24 Predator MBTs that had been dispatched from the 12th Armored Battalion to aid them. Their commanders gave their affirmatives after the infantry. "How's the weather up there, Sandman?" Zaid asked nonchalantly as he checked his gear one final time. The reply crackled in his earpiece a moment later. "Nothing but clear skies, Easy Actual. Let us know if you need us." "Understood." Easy Actual out, Zaid switched his attention to the looming compound ahead of them. A few shells had been fired out in their direction, but they'd either overshot the GDI formation or detonated harmlessly ahead. Zaid knew that it wouldn't be that way for much longer. Easy, I want you on foot when we hit the 100-meter line. If you're thinking about finding religion, you've got about 60 seconds to do it. At the first sign of human forces on their scanners, the Hegemony soldiers were already scrambling to prepare a warm reception. They had numbers on their side, but human vehicles and infantry alike had the alarming tendency to keep pushing long past the point they ought to have been dead, and the Hegemony troops were mustering all the firepower they had at their disposal. Squad Commander Nail Shaggoth joined his comrades in bringing the 10 long-shot artillery pieces to bear on the distant formation. Half the practice of an artillery crew was dedicated to forcing down the time between which they could turn an inert gun into an active one, and Nail's crew was no exception. 18 seconds passed once they had reached the line of guns, and then their gunners were already feeding coordinates to the targeting vis. Tanks rolled out of their bays, shaking the ground beneath their treads even as the long shots fired their first volley. There was a ripple of thunder suppressed by Nail's sealed helmet, and arcs of death screamed from the barrels and into the distance. No hits. Adjusting coordinates, the gunner announced, not mincing words. Nail gritted his teeth, but it was a regular enough phenomena. For all the advanced hardware supposedly crammed into the guns, Hegemony-produced artillery always seemed to need a shot or two to find their range. But their firepower was undeniable. A barrage from a battery of 10 long shots could level a city block. A range-finding shot was worth the devastation that inevitably followed. Fire. Liddell lay next to the corpse of a support crewman, both commando and corpse hidden in the darkness of the closed vehicle lift. She had more than enough time to adjust to the near-total lack of light. Even if she hadn't, her helmet had some of the most advanced night vision and infrared filters available to the GDI military. She didn't use any of them. All that mattered was the sound of heavy guns above her. The tanks were already rolling out, but she needed to hear the artillery pieces before she could trigger the detonation sequence. Was it worth it, human? The lifeless eyes stared without seeing. Liddell didn't respond. She had long since learned not to respond to the goads of dead men. Was your life worth his? Liddell forced her attention to the sounds of battle. The floor vibrated slightly as a rumble, louder than the rest, asserted itself. The ugly red gash across the crewman's throat continued to grin at Liddell. Would he have warned you if he'd known what you'd become? Liddell let her HUD confirm what she'd already guessed by matching the sound with the existing recordings of various Batarian artillery pieces. The wouldn't fire a second time. Liddell's finger drifted over the red stud of the small silver detonator. Would he have given his life for a killer? Her only response was a soft click, followed by a series of explosions that shook dust from the ceiling onto her hiding spot. It was answer enough. Nail blinked to clear his eyes, but the cloud that obscured his vision refused to dissipate. Breathing was hard, and he couldn't hear anything but an incessant ringing. The world slowly came back into focus, albeit sideways and cracked. Nail blinked once more, finally realizing that he was seeing through only half of his visor. He moved an arm to push himself up, but the limb refused to move. He winced as a shower of dirt fell on him. It subsided after a few seconds, and a figure stumbled into his fixed field of vision. Nail couldn't tell who it was, but saw that he was wearing the scorched colors of the artillery unit. He was limping badly, and Nail saw why. One of his legs was burnt so badly that bone showed through in spots, and one of his arms was wrapped around his abdomen. Deep crimson blood stained the arm, and Nail absently wondered if that arm was all that held in the wounded soldier's guts. The soldier turned his head towards Nail. His expression was the blank look of a man who saw everything in front of him, but didn't truly see it for what it was. That look vanished along with his upper torso, cleaved off by a tank shell pursuing a target further down range. The legs and waist collapsed shortly after, almost as if they had to take the time to realize there was nothing left for them to support. Suddenly, Nail's perspective moved. The sky filled his vision before another face appeared, right in front of his own and upside down. The upper half was concealed by a reflective visor, but the exposed mouth was shouting something lost to the ringing in Nail's ears. It shouted again, then looked up, then back down to Nail. Again, Nail's perspective moved. He was suddenly sitting upright, staring in the direction that the guns had been firing. A pair of hands were barely visible under each of his arms, and he began to slide backwards. Enemy armor were in view. None of them were their dreaded super-heavy tanks as far as Nail's limited vision could see, but it brought him little comfort. These were smaller, much lower to the ground. Nail remembered seeing them in briefings, but they were generally written off as non-threats compared to their bigger cousins. Even at a distance, they seemed much larger now. Nail's head tipped back as the soldier pulling him stopped, just in time to see 3 Hegemony-colored A-58 Mantis gunships scream overhead towards the driving foe. Their chin-mounted mass accelerators fired non-stop, but it was the appearance of a 4th gunship that had prompted the soldier to stop. To Nail, the crash was unremarkable. Curiously, nothing seemed to surprise him at the moment, even the sight of a blazing aircraft plowing into the ground a scant 20 meters in front of him. After a moment, retaliatory fire spat from either side of him, presumably from Batarian troopers. Nail's nerveless neck didn't angle for him to see. The dragging started again, and Nail's head lolled forward. First, he saw the ruins of the artillery line that had seen in pristine order just moments before. Then he saw himself. He should have been shocked by the damage to his body, but his mind was simultaneously delirious and crystal clear. Like the dead man further and further away from him, he saw everything, yet grasped none of it. One of his legs was gone completely below the knee. The other hung on by a few sinews halfway up the thigh, dragging along with him at an impossible angle. As he watched, his boot caught on a piece of smoking tank tread. Nail didn't even feel the tug as the leg stayed in place while he continued to drag. His left arm hadn't responded to his earlier prompts because it, too, was missing. His right arm was in mockingly good shape, nearly untouched save for the soot and grime. The general sense of numbness was almost laughable, in the same way that laughing gas could make a person guffaw without so much as a twinge of humor. Here. We need those reinforcements. We're getting cut to shreds down H. His sensory priorities, and his thoughts, were being shuffled like a deck of cards, rearranging themselves at random. Maybe this was shock. Nail had never suffered an injury bad enough to risk it before, and there was a first time for everything. His father had lost a finger while working at a spaceport loading dock. Maybe he'd felt something like, "Are inbound to your location. Stand by for armor support and medevac in." Tired. He felt tired now. Wasn't that a part of shock? Something about not sleeping? Or was it? It felt good to have his boots on solid ground. Zaid Massani rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, reveling in the battle that was rapidly outpacing his stationary command APC. Easy Company practically ran itself. They hadn't gotten booted his way because they were bad at being soldiers, that much was certain. He'd half expected to be playing the part of the commissar, but they were performing quite well without his prompting. His last command had ended, poorly, to say the least, but by the standards set by the present-day Blue Suns, Easy Company was a picture of discipline. The only thing resembling a downside was something that Zaid considered a boon, their enthusiasm. An overwhelming amount of COMM chatter was boasting, profanity, or outright laughter. His position afforded him access to live feeds from any trooper's helmet cam, and if they got within arm's reach of an enemy trooper, they rarely ever fired their guns. It probably helped that Vido had filled the Blue Suns with Batarians. It made the sound of bones cracking so goddamn cathartic. A few months of watching revenge fantasies play out on demand and he might even forget the grudge against his former partner. Well, let's not get too carried away. How are we doing, Rex? Zaid closed off the general chatter and focused himself. Easy as it might seem, he had a job to do, and he was the best. No problems with the garrison. Those commandos did a number on M. Took down at least 5 tanks and a row of artillery before we even got within reach. There was a grunt, followed by a muffled crunch. That's it for here. We moved a bit out of formation to catch stragglers, but static buzzed through the line for a few seconds. Gotta speak up, Rex. I'm no mind reader. There's a column of enemy vehicles on their way here. You still got that air support on call? It sounded like the Krogan was grinning. How Zaid knew, he could only guess. Goddamn right I do. From the ground, the ACS-240 Nightmare, call sign Sandman, would have been barely visible, even without the smoke cloud building over the battlefield. Few things short of high-powered telescopes could have seen the movement along its underbelly, but even the naked eye could see the glint that heralded what was to come. Coordinates received, easy actual. Payload inbound. Observer Gerald N. Arkoru cursed as his rifle overheated. The humans had managed to snatch every conceivable advantage from them in mere seconds. 7 tanks had exploded without so much as a shot from the enemy armor. And their battery of long-shot artillery, which could have at least bloodied the human tanks before they entered their minimum range, erupted in flames after a single volley. There was no doubt in Gerald's mind that they'd fallen victim to sabotage, but the facility's infiltration seemed a minor problem now. Observer. Friendlies coming up behind us. A soldier shouted over the steady roar of a 2-man portable assault cannon. Their little bastion had less than 40 men out of the 2 companies who'd been stationed here. Most of the other soldiers were either scattered across the area or, more likely, already dead. The shortage of troops and officers was so dire that Gerald, technically attached only as a political officer, was forced to take command. Meet them halfway. We can't stay here. Gerald replied, slapping the sight of his rifle as it finally winked green again, move and fire. Go. At their current range, the GDI troops were using powerful but thankfully slow-firing weapon modules. Hegemony hardsuits could weather 1 or 2 shots before losing their shields, and after that they were only good for protection against shrapnel. The powered armor gave the human troopers much better firing platforms, too, while Gerald's men had to settle for old-fashioned fire discipline to ensure that any of their return fire found its mark. A pair of Mantis gunships screamed over their heads, temporarily driving the zone troopers into cover with a spray of automatic fire. Hold here until I say the word. Gerald shouted. It wasn't much, but they had enough cover to hunker down behind and brace themselves. Already, the assault cannon crew was setting up again. Gerald knew how heavy the weapon was and took mental note to give both men commendations for not abandoning the bulky weapon and relying on their folded rifles. It was one of their only weapons that could consistently keep the zone troopers at a safe distance and buy them time to move. The friendly units that merged with them, however, were in sorry shape. The extra men would have been a blessing under any other circumstance, but too many of them were walking wounded, and several were mangled so badly that they needed the near-constant attendance of 3 clearly overtaxed medics. "You from the long-shot battery, soldier." Gerald grabbed a hold of the man who seemed to be directing the others as soon as he came within arm's reach. The trooper's armor was beaten and filthy, but it wasn't a sign of age or poor maintenance. Those spots not rent by battle were almost immaculately clean. "Yes sir," the soldier nodded, gesturing to the other arrivals. "About half of us are, sir. The rest are infantry." "And the wounded?" "Them." The soldier looked over in confusion. "What about them? Didn't they slow you down?" "And yes sir, but that couldn't be helped." Gerald stared at the soldier's eyes for a few moments, then continued. "Give me your name, trooper." "Trooper Kind Gregor, sir." "At least for now, it's squad commander." Gerald used his override codes and a few quick motions on his Omni tool to grant the battlefield promotion. "Those men who can still fight are under your command. Heads up. Medevac, coming in hot." Gerald didn't see who shouted, but he could certainly see the ship it was bringing to his attention. The Medevac was part of the Mantis series, bulkier and longer than its gunship cousins, and lacked the dumbfire rockets that filled out the A-58's weaponry. That didn't stop it from drawing fire from the GDI soldiers, sending streaks of blue ion beams and railgun blasts into its hull. To Gerald's alarm, the shots were all striking metal. Its barriers were down. Even just concentrated fire from the heavier rifles of the zone troopers could potentially bring down such a comparatively light craft. "Assault gun! Give that bird some cover!" Gerald shouted, switching his rifle from single shot to fully automatic. It wouldn't stand much chance of hitting anything at this range, but it would at least force the GDI troops to duck back down, and suppression was generally the purpose of automatic fire anyway. The assault cannon swiveled and roared, pouring out close to 100 rounds per second at the enemy soldiers. One bulky trooper was caught in its fire. His barriers, already weakened, shattered, and even his thick armor proved useless against the heavy support gun. "Thanks for the save," the pilot's voice came through ragged. "Get your wounded ready to load. We can't stay for long." "Understood," Gerald responded, gesturing to make sure that Kine was listening to the transmission. "2, we'll keep you covered best we can. Any word on reinforcements?" "There's a convoy en route, but we lost contact a few minutes back." The pilot began his descent, side doors already opening, probably all the damn ion particles in the "oh shit." "Pull up! Pull up!" The nose of the medevac rose sharply, but not quickly enough. A blurred projectile slammed into its hull, exploding out the other side and sending the ship into a smoking tailspin that was arrested only by collision with one of the vehicle bays. Gerald couldn't be sure if it was ammunition left in the bay or the ship's fuel cells, or possibly both, but an explosion gutted what remained of the vehicle bay, eliminating what slim chance there was of the pilot or co-pilot surviving. Enemy armor. The loss of their medevac didn't even have time to sink in. Its killer was already pulverizing a roadblock under its treads. The Predator MBT, GDI's so-called light tank. It was only light as an alternative to the super heavy Mammoth, and it had more than enough firepower to hold its own against all but the heaviest tanks in the Hegemony arsenal. Now, its turret was turning back towards the ground, squarely at Gerald's ragtag group. "Fall back!" Rendezvous with the last of Gerald's order was lost to the roar of the tank's cannon, sending up a cloud of broken pavement and the remains of 3 soldiers. Gerald's helmet started to screech in his ears until he ripped it off and threw it aside. The audio filters had been blown out of the close proximity of the explosion, and his ears were still ringing. His eyes still worked, however, and he could only watch as the tank drew a bead on him. Sergeant Joel Ward watched a survivor stumbled from the impact of the shell. Eye pressed to the viewfinder of the tank's main gun, he vowed rectify the Batarian's survivor status. The 12th Armored Company was pushing through the Batarian troops with virtually no trouble. A few anti-tank launchers had appeared, but nowhere near in the frequency needed to actually pose a threat. Ward had a dozen infantry kills under his belt already, and at least 3 more to add once they finished with this group. Ward cursed as his view was suddenly filled with concrete dust and debris, and the tank shook with the aftershocks of nearby impacts. "It's one of those damn Mantis," PFC Morris called from her monitor, painting it for anti-air to deal with. "Caution, incoming hostile armor." Ward saw the new target even as the EVA's monotone pointed it out. The Batarian retreat had brought them directly into the path of one of their tanks. It was a clunky, ungainly thing, even by GDI standards. Initiative tanks may have been hulks, but there was a deliberate sense of structure and design in that bulk. The Batarian tank, inversely, reeked of cheap mass production, and even if physically larger than Ward's Predator, was probably carrying only marginally more armor at the cost of various more advanced systems. Switching target, Ward announced, swiveling the turret to face the new threat. It fit neatly into his crosshairs. Firing. The shell screamed downrange, striking the Batarian tank's front armor and detonating. To Ward's surprise, the Batarian tank's barriers held up. Surprise turned to anxiety as its own cannon turned to face the Predator. Load anti-armor, he ordered, triggering a burst from the coaxial mass accelerator. It wouldn't cause any noticeable damage, but it would at least distract the enemy tank. Fall back, gun team. That's an order. Barth Gortail glanced over at Thule Scarson. Defying direct orders from an observer was an offense punishable by summary execution. Then again, given their current plans, it wouldn't matter much. You ready? Born ready, Thule punctuated his reply by slamming on the firing studs of the assault cannon. The high-caliber gun roared, barrels whirling as it hurled death towards the human tank. The weapon was intended to decimate infantry and, at most, light vehicles, but never something at the level of a GDI tank. But in a split-second decision, Barth and Thule had seen one of their own tanks clash with its GDI equivalent and known that it wouldn't last long without support. Lacking any actual anti-tank gear, they fell back on the next best thing, their heavy support gun. The heavy rounds didn't have a prayer of piercing the Predator's armor, but that was never their intention. Their tank could do that, hopefully, but not as long as the Predator's barriers were standing. That was their target, and the assault cannon was devouring the barriers just as planned. Of course, the two soldiers were no fools. They knew the price of bringing an infantry portable weapon to a tank fight. The Predator's coaxial gun swiveled to face them. Mass accelerator fire engulfed their position, burrowing into the thick barriers they'd taken as cover. Barth died first, a neat hole punched through his helmet. He crumpled without a sound. Thule did not go so quietly. He was knocked back from his gun, feeling lost in his left arm. 2 rounds had pierced his bicep and shoulder, likely fatal wounds if he didn't lie low and wait for a medic to. No! He screamed, pushing aside the corpse of his friend and comrade and grabbing the weapon with his remaining arm. He managed one last, long burst from the assault cannon before a flurry of mass accelerator fire pierced his chest, sending him to the ground for the second and final time. Caution, barriers at 13%. Shut up already! Ward shouted, triggering the newly loaded shell. The anti-armor shell struck the Batarian tank, shattering its barriers and punching through its front armor in one stroke. Ward breathed a sigh of relief. That was one bullet dodged. Morris and Havison gave one another a nervous but nonetheless relieved glance. All right, get reserve capacitors too. Fire erupted from the barrel of the wounded Batarian tank. The Predator's weakened barriers broke, and its armor failed against the heavy-grade shell. An instant later, the shell exploded, devouring the crew and sending up a fireball that forced the zone troopers it had been supporting back into cover. Got it. The Batarian tanker sounded as surprised as he did pleased at the kill. Wounded as it was, the strong-galled heavy tank began to roll backwards, covering the infantry whose lives it had just saved. Not to sound ungrateful, Hammerfall, but there's a lot more where that came from, Gerald signaled the squad commanders, and the withdrawal continued. Your markings are from the Karshen garrison. Where's the rest of your group? We were expecting reinforcements. We've got 2 more tanks and a handful of lavs, observer, the tanker's voice crackled in Gerald's earpiece. There were more, but we got hit bad on our way here. We're all that's left. Gerald's mind churned. Observers weren't strictly intended to order troop movement, but the squad commanders were just that, squad commanders. He was, for all intents and purposes, the highest-ranking officer on site, political or not. They were following his orders, whether he liked it or not. We've got a lot of wounded, some of whom can't move on their own. Can any of those lavs fix that? We've got 3 Rumbler APCs, sir. Continue on your current path, and they'll make contact in 2 minutes. How's your own speed? Dropping. It'll get a lot worse a lot faster if we try and speed up. That last shot tore a hole in our right tracks. Any faster than this and we'll break ourselves down on the spot. Understood, Gerald acknowledged simply. There was little else to say to a crew of men who were likely going to sell their lives within the hour. He waved his Omni tool in the tank's direction, reading the data as it came into him. You will be remembered, Hammerfall. Thank you, sir, the tank commander sounded relieved, even given the circumstances. Gerald knew why, of course. From birth, citizens of the hegemony were taught that the hegemony was a vast machine, a machine in which they were only the teeth of gears. But to win recognition from an observer, one of the eyes of the hegemony government, was to be immortalized. It was more than mere glorification, they had personally strengthened the entire hegemony with their performance in the face of great duress. Keep it moving, Gerald said across open channels, the Hammerfall will hear so that we may fight another day and return our wounded to service. Do not dishonor their sacrifice with failure. The enthusiastic chorus of affirmatives lifted a heavy weight off Gerald's shoulders. They weren't out of the woods yet, but the resolve of Hegemony's soldiers rivaled that of even the Turian hierarchy. Turians may be famed across the galaxy for standing to face impossible odds, but the Hegemony's military followed its orders, no matter what. He had no doubt in his mind that the Hammerfall would not meet its end with honor, knowing that their superiors had believed it necessary. And therein lay the greatest strength of the Batarian Hegemony, faith. There was religion, to be sure, but rivaling it was the prevailing belief that no matter what, the Hegemony always had its reasons, and to doubt those reasons was tantamount to heresy. Sandman, report. Convoy destroyed, easy actual. A few slipped our aim, but it shouldn't be anything you can't handle with the 12th supporting. Copy that, Sandman. Zaid closed the channel, taking a long sniff of the air. The essence of war floated in the air. It had been too long since he'd seen a real war. Smells like victory. June 13, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Hegemony territory. Amidst the cheers of Easy Company, Joe Cotton smashed the empty container to the ground, raising his fists in victory. His opponent was doubled over, alternating between laughing and retching. The winner, at fucked if I know pounds and who gives a shit ounces, guts, from rocks forth. The moderator of the contest, one of the warden's men, held up Cotton's arm as if he had just won a prize fight, a full bottle of Batarian ale, down and not back up. What, there's no prize? Cotton shouted over the din. Sure, guts, when your brain's leaking out of your head tomorrow, you might get some sympathy. Cotton couldn't tell who responded from the crowd, but most comments were being met with similar responses, cheering and more drinking. His defeated opponent gave him a thumbs up before leaning over to heave again. Cotton slapped a hand on his shoulder as he jumped from the makeshift platform, pushing past congratulating troops until he found more familiar faces and voices. So you have nickname now, yes? Joachim offered the new arrival a half-empty bottle of human-made liquor. Cotton accepted it, taking a quick swig before handing it back. Even if it had an aftertaste like drinking burnt cork, it was better than the Batarian liquor. Why, could do a lot worse and guts, Matthew Dean slurred from his seat on a supply crate, S.A. good un. He gestured vaguely at Frost and Hendricks, the latter of whom was alternating between consciousness and unconsciousness, a head propped against his companion's shoulder. They were easy. Use Frost and Jimmy. I mean, fucking Jimi Hendrix. That's almost cheatin' dot. What about you? Cotton asked. Fuck you. I'm use Matt. Or Dean. Or Dino. Or. He continued to rattle off names that resembled his own less and less as Palmer arrived, tossing an arm over Cotton's shoulder to grab his attention and grab her self-support, dangling a bottle in her offhand. Guts, hey? Nice to meet ya. I'm Legs. I've seen 3 guys without pants tonight, and none of 'em was you. Cotton dredged up a slightly more sober memory, and I know it ain't 'cause you're a girl. Tha's too easy, and you'd kill the first Sanuva bitch who called you that. The two staggered some distance from the group, finding a clear patch in the battlefield bivouac that seemed detached from the noise the rest of the company was making. It's easier than leg osai. Against the best efforts of her own tongue, Palmer managed to sound out the word, followed my mama's footsteps right into zone armor. They plopped onto the ground, propping themselves against a wall left standing where the original building hadn't. Heavy infantry too, hey. Yeah, Palmer took a drink from her bottle, she was on Shangzi, you know. Back in the First Contact War, fight in the Burr, the Turians. She stared at the bottle for a few seconds before Cotton plucked it from her fingers. She didn't stop him. Must have been proud of you, going into the service, Cotton snorted bitterly, more'n I can say 'bout my folks. I dunno. She was always proud of her time, but, Shangzi. It messed her up. I could tell, she said quietly, it was whenever guys from her old company met up. They'd drink and laugh like they were tellin' just any other war stories, but sometimes they'd just stop. And that silence hurt 'em, I could tell. Just a fucking kid, and I could tell. The bottle stopped halfway to Cotton's lips. Palmer was crying. She looked no different than how she had a moment before, but he could see the light reflect off the tears running down her cheeks. There was one guy who was always quiet. Talked a little, drank a bit, but never seemed to be into it like the rest were, Palmer continued. 1 year, he didn't show up with the rest. He wasn't that old. Younger than most of them, in fact. When I asked about him, Mom said he couldn't make it. Palmer gave a short, humorless laugh. I was a stupid kid, but I saw the looks they gave each other. I was smart enough not to ask about him next time. That's why I was never sure if she really wanted me to join up. Heavy infantry gave ER some of the best years of her life, the best of friends, too, but Shangzi was the first war we had with aliens since the damn scrin, and look how it turned out. I think it changed the service for her. Far as I know, I'm the only family she's got, and there she was, congratulatin' me on gettin' my armor and goin' off to fight aliens like she did, and the whole time, she had that look in her eyes like she was scared shitless that I'd go off and end up use like she did. Cotton took a drink in silence. Drunk as he was, he knew that he didn't have anything to say in response. In later days, he would dimly remember thinking that Palmer had been speaking almost as if he weren't there, like it was some sort of monologue to an empty theater. If she remembered telling him after tonight, fine. But if she only remembered talking to an empty theater, he didn't want to be the one to deny her that. June 13, 2181. Location, unknown. In the darkness of his private quarters, Unit Commander Balak Kaharil watched video after video of GDI forces in action. Not propaganda vids, of course. Those were useless to him, regardless of which side they were coming from. The humans painted themselves as warrior kings, riding to battle atop limitless legions of gleaming tanks. The Hegemony's Department of Information Control, on the other hand, opted to paint them as burly apes, firing clunky cannon rifles skyward as they clung to the sides of ramshackle war machines. Balak ignored them both. They represented the enemy as they saw themselves and the enemy as the higher UPS wanted his fellow troops in the field to see them, respectively. It hadn't taken long for Info Control to put a different spin on their enemy after seeing the effects that human forces left in their wake. Insulting an enemy with barbarism was all well and good until they get onto the battlefield. Then, barbarism becomes a feared reputation. It was a reputation well deserved, if the vids were any sign. They tended to choose their battles and make every victory one for the record books. Nothing was left to chance with the GDI. Nothing left to chance, Balak observed, unless they were sure they had already won. Raldan was proof enough of that. After enjoying easy victories against pirate rabble on their trip through the Verge and claiming a few sparsely defended worlds, they thought they had met all that the Hegemony had to offer. Most recent propaganda had been taken from Raldan. Info Control had plenty to work with, and even more that they could recut or outright edit to supply new images and vids as needed. At his rank, Balak didn't need to worry about being given touched-up videos. Squad commanders, maybe, and certainly the rank and file, but his view of the battlefield was deemed too important to be colored by the lens of propaganda. When the troops received word of a strategic withdrawal, he received a report with numbers and up-to-date army maps to let him decide the outcome status for himself. A lot of pirates in the Verge were too frightened of GDI to attack ships bearing the initiative's colors, and too skeptical of images provided by the Hegemony of any initiative defeats. It was all too easy to take a picture of the wreckage of a human ship while leaving out of view the half-dozen Batarian vessels that had died to destroy it. But Balak Kaharil was a name trusted and known by many a pirate captain, and there were enough of them to make those who didn't know Balak personally to afford him considerable sway. A good officer can make a very good pirate, and Balak's days as a Hegemony liaison to the various independent contractors that wandered the Verge had given him a useful reputation. The pirates were afraid of GDI ships, but Balak had seen enough footage of them fighting for their lives to know which had guns, how many guns there were, and how frequently they could fire. Most GDI emblazoned ships had guns, to be sure, but knowing if they were fixed direction guns was invaluable to a pirate captain who had more than one ship at his disposal. Balak paused the videos to compose the message. Only text, no voice or image communication. The latter expressed an urgency that the Hegemony might have felt but Balak had no intention of conveying. When pirates thought of themselves as important, they tended to equate that with being irreplaceable, and Balak hated dealing with people who thought they were irreplaceable. It tended to end in bloodshed and, fittingly enough, replacement. The information he was sending out would be enough to push some captains into action, but a few needed a bit more than just that. Being an officer in the Hegemony armed forces made contacts in Batarian state arms unnecessary. He could get anything from them short of starships. It had been long since assumed that whatever he requisitioned off the books would be put to good use. BSA provided weapons and equipment that worked, mostly, though not always for as long as your average soldier or, more importantly, pirate would want to it. As a result, a communication blinked on his screen. An example waiting to happen. Balak. Krieg. Balak nodded to the Krogan head that appeared on screen. Unlisted cells of the blood pack operating in the Verge were fairly regular customers to BSA, given the rate at which Vorsha burned through their gear, often as their Krogan commanders burned through them. It helped that the more specialized weapons from BSA tended to do particularly grotesque things to their targets, which was always a plus from a Vorsha's point of view. You sound like you're expecting me. Because I know you're smart, Balak only half lied. Krieg was smart, but not particularly clever. You got my data, and you want to make sure you're going in with enough firepower to make it count. Damn right I do, Krieg snorted, clearly pleased by the apparent compliment. Going after human ships has become a dangerous business. More so than usual wouldn't want to expose my troops to unneeded risk. Balak knew Krogan humor when he heard it and made a point to give an audible chuckle. Krieg smirked. Fair. You want some dangerous-looking guns to keep morale high, right? Looks like we're both mind readers. What VE you got? Depends what you're using now. Balak pulled up a weapon manifest from his BSA supplier with an unseen twitch of a finger. Mostly LCOS combined stuff. They aren't much, but you can put them in a Vorsh's claws and still count on them to work. Balak didn't doubt him. Some people tried to pad their current equipment to get better upgrades from Balak, but again, even if he wasn't clever, Krieg was smart. He knew not to try and bluff with someone like Balak. I can arrange for Terminator rifles and Executioner shotguns. They have about the same bite as your current load, but they've got a much better bark. Not bad. I can do better, Balak went on. How'd you like some flame and toxin kits to come with them? I think I'd like that a lot. Krieg's smirk grew into a full grin. How soon? 3 days. Transport will have the usual signal. Pleasure doing business with you, Balak. Same to you. Balak tilted his head slightly. How soon can I expect results? 5 days. Gotta give the roaches some time to appreciate their new toys, and get a few more of the boys in on this. It's risky hitting human ships these days, Balak. I don't need to remind you of that. That's why you have people like me, Krieg, to provide the reward for that risk. Balak hit a few more command keys, and here's a little something else. Call it an advance on your first commission. Chem throwers. Krieg looked at the incoming data feed on a screen off camera. You're in deep shit, aren't you? Balak cursed internally. He might have shown a bit too much of his hand. You're a regular customer, Krieg. Do I need a reason to reward that? The tellingly smug look flickered on Krieg's face. Balak suppressed a smirk. Back in control. Guess not. I'll call if something comes up. Balak didn't bother with a goodbye before closing the line. Krieg was right, of course. In spite of the successes like Raldan, the hegemony was still scrambling. The 5-planet offensive was costly for GDI, but they were only reeling for lack of preparation. Even as disastrous as the operation had been, they took complete control of 2 worlds and were contesting 2 more. Raldan might have repelled its invaders, but it was almost done being evacuated on all levels even as Balak worked to drum up support. Its infrastructure was too heavily damaged to fix adequately to make defense viable, and its garrison was of much better use elsewhere. It would be lost within a week, almost certainly. He couldn't reassign them himself, unfortunately. He was officially a unit commander, and acting too far above one's rank was deeply frowned upon by Batarian society. He did, however, have considerable pull with High Commander Hemoth, a career soldier and officer who recognized talent when he saw it. Balak transcribed his recommendation. Veterans of Raldan were a valuable commodity for propaganda, both on and off the battlefield. Whatever hegemony agents who wanted access to them would undoubtedly do so while they were being moved, so that was a non-issue for him. Where they went was more of his concern. They were veterans who knew how to fight humans and, more importantly, could teach other soldiers a few tricks. A window appeared in the corner of a screen. Balak waved it open and grunted in displeasure. Casualty reports from the front lines. Hemoth had forwarded them to him. There was an unspoken request for his opinion, and Balak examined the specific details of the reports. Both sets of eyes widened in surprise. He knew the propaganda as well as any other citizen, even if he also knew what parts were fabricated, and it had become widely publicized knowledge that the human infantry who fought in hulking suits of powered armor were convicts-turned soldiers kept in line by systems wired into their armor. But now, there were reports of multiple companies using human prison slang among their unit designations, and it didn't seem to be in mockery of the Batarian propaganda. Combat footage was sparse, and even when it was there, it tended to be grainy, but Balak did notice a particular vigor, he decided, in their fighting. They even looted barracks and depots after sweeping away the resistance. Soldiers of the hegemony were always taught that death in pursuit of victory was the greatest achievement one could hope for, but you were promoted to officers when you realized that valiant sacrifice was all well and good, but better still was a well-timed retreat to allow for later victory. Balak had been involved in several valiant last stands before now, and by definition it was always the same side that made it out alive. He shared this pragmatic mindset with many other officers, in no small part due to his time with pirates in the Verge. He knew the limitations of BSA issue gear. And he knew the advantages that GDI gear had, but the hegemony had neither the money nor the production capability to produce equivalents. As such, he encouraged troops under his command to commandeer enemy tech whenever possible. He didn't tell them to discard their own gear, of course. That would be borderline treason. But most commanders of any level would wholeheartedly approve when told that the rank and file were merely using enemy firearms to conserve their own munitions. With that said, why would human troops bother looting abandoned encampments? Their gear was almost universally superior, and even then they used such overwhelming firepower that they'd be lucky to find enough guns and equipment to outfit a fire team. A few brave scouts had reported apparent post-battle celebration among the humans, so did that mean? Balak actually laughed aloud when it hit him. Humans and Batarians were both levo-amino acid-based races. It stood to reason if they found piles of uneaten food or, better yet, free alien liquor, they would go to town on them rather than waste their own. Though he'd never sampled it himself, Balak assumed that human military rations weren't much better than those the hegemony issued. After a quick glance over the availability of toxin kits, Balak sent a second memo to High Commander Hemoth. GDI could revel in its victories for now, but even if it would take more effort to stop the victories itself, Balak could at least be satisfied with ending the revelries. Codex Batarian Hegemony Observers. The Batarian Hegemony has made use of political officers for a considerable amount of time before the Verge War, but their value as overt agents rose dramatically in the face of war with a galactic superpower. Their primary tasks were maintaining troop morale and ensuring the competence of commanding officers, duties which melded perfectly with the acquisition of new propaganda material. To troopers in the field, they were both commissars and journalists who could damn or canonize even the lowliest of soldiers, inspiring great feats of courage in the face of all odds. Hegemony propaganda, once dominated by either nondescript or outright fabricated soldiers and units, now had real groups and soldiers to draw upon for their material. The Department of Information Control still retained the right to clarify events reported to them as they saw fit, but the ability to find recognizable names within hegemony propaganda raised the already formidable battlefield resolve of their soldiers to new levels. Every vehicle crew aspired to follow after the Stromgald-class heavy tank Hammerfall, which was reported to have slain 2 mammoth tanks and wounded a third before its destruction, and infantry regarded with awe the last stand of the army of 2, support gunners who held off an entire company of zone troopers while their comrades withdrew from a losing battle. Codex, Ships and Vehicles, Mantis Modular Aircraft Series. The Mantis series was first produced in 2163, several years following the end of the First Contact War. After the Council noted the immense industrial capability that Tiberium afforded the Global Defense Initiative, it commissioned several new vehicle chassis that emphasized modularity and production speed with negligible, at most, decreases in quality when matched against their predecessors. The Mantis line resulted in an inexpensive yet effective aircraft that could be built as a gunship, a high-altitude bomber, a personnel transport, or interceptor without additional manufacturing facilities. All were built by default with VTOL capabilities, and most required only a single pilot to operate. The A-61 is a mainstay of armies across the galaxy, particularly human colonies that rely on planetary defense forces instead of GDI garrisons. Earlier models, however, remain effective and inexpensive, allowing countless mercenary groups, pirates, and warlords to buy them, or even their fabrication rights. The Batarian Hegemony produces numerous variants of the A-58, which retains the same armor and firepower as even the A-61, yet proves dramatically less expensive to produce thanks to the omission of more sophisticated targeting, radar and anti-missile systems. Codex Ships and Vehicles ACS-240. After the failure of capital ships to provide much-needed orbital supremacy during the initial invasion of Raldan, GDI turned to a craft that had been originally developed during the Third Tiberium War to ensure that their ground forces would never be without such support. The ACS-240 Nightmare was modeled after the century-old Kodiak warship, which had been dismissed as overspecialized during its brief tenure with GDI. Now, reduced to a significantly smaller size yet carrying weaponry to match a lance of juggernaut artillery walkers, the Nightmare could be quickly and easily deployed in lieu of direct orbital support. Its hull structure and propulsion systems easily allowed it to operate in high atmospheric conditions, out of the viable range of most planet-bound aircraft, while its advanced targeting EVIS allowed its crew to bring its guns to bear against both static and moving targets. This unprecedented level of accuracy still could not replace the close air support ability of the Orca and other such aircraft, but they nonetheless proved invaluable in policing besieged hegemony cities, ensuring that nothing got in or out without GDI approval. Well, that was comparatively fast, and a much longer chapter than previous ones. I'm not spoiling much when I say that Nail and Gerald aren't going to fall out of the picture quite so quickly, and Balak, obviously, isn't either. Hope you enjoy the newish additions to the GDI arsenal, too. Next chapter's going to have some more prominent ones. And as it turns out, BSA might not be as terrible at their jobs as you'd think they are. R&R, Anon accepted. You know the drill by now. Chapter 5, War Stories. I'd planned to post around Friday, but frankly, I've put this chapter off long enough. No need to stretch it even 2 days longer than I absolutely need to. So without anything else to say, here's Chapter 5. Around 70-ish, maybe late 60s. Some space station in the ass end of nowhere. Definitely the Terminus system. For any mercenary worth his weight, near-death experiences were a dime a dozen. If you couldn't handle it, you either died or lived long enough to find other work. Zaid Massani had spent the majority of his adult life in the business of war, and he had his fair share of close encounters with death, but none were enough to convince him to hang up his rifle and settle down. A few had come close, though. It was not uncommon for more than one group of contractors to be called by different concerned parties to deal with a single problem. If you happened to act first, then you probably wouldn't even know there had been other mercs gunning for the same target. If you weren't the first to move, then you shrugged your shoulders, pocketed your employer's down payment, and called it a day. There were rarely refunds in the world of hired guns. But sometimes, once in a blue moon, those mercs happen to make their moves on the same day. The result is 2 doors on the opposite side of a single room exploding, then two groups of heavily armed men converging on a third group stuck between the two. Generally, there's a few seconds of confusion, as everyone comes to terms with the situation. Then the shooting starts. The targets had been fairly small-time gunrunners, mostly humans, and a few Batarians, maybe a Turian or three. Still, when they were struck from both sides of their warehouse by two separate mercenary forces, they fought to the bitter end. Even the weakest of men can be a nightmare when forced into a corner and armed with cutting-edge firepower. Crates intended for sale were thrown open and high-powered weapons sprayed death until their operators succumbed to one of the two storms of gunfire. This had been when Zaid's Blue Suns were still soldiers, before they'd been little more than hired killers. 15 men, 7 of them ex-marines like Zaid, and all with the skills to rival professional troopers. 6 had descended from the ceiling to set up firing points on the maze of catwalks while the remainder broke in through the back door with Zaid at their head. It was overkill for 30-odd smugglers, sure, but Zaid was thankful for every soldier he'd brought when the front door had been smashed off its hinges and a new force entered the fray at the same time as the Blue Suns. Their movement wasn't nearly as disciplined as that of Zaid's men, nor was their gunfire, but they had at least 20 bodies pouring into the warehouse. Individual accuracy didn't count for much when everyone was armed with an automatic weapon and was firing in a single direction. Zaid couldn't make out any emblems on their armor, and the color scheme didn't have any clear pattern to it. They were either a disorganized rabble, or professional enough not to wear their colors on their sleeves. Zaid's troops had swapped their telltale blue armor for factory gray suits, and anyone with Blue Sun tattoos had it lasered off before the OP began. It was a Blue Sun's tradition for covert jobs, tattoos come off before a firefight, and go back on in the post-OP celebration. Frankly, their allegiance didn't matter to Zaid. Their fire had managed to down one of his men, and his own had taken out 2 of theirs. Neither side was going to cease fire even when the last of their paid targets hit the floor with more exit wounds than eyeballs. It was personal now. Ordnance right, Zaid grunted as his assault rifle rattled off a burst. The order was heeded swiftly. On the catwalks above, one of his marksmen shifted his aim right, punching a merc off his feet as he was bringing a grenade launcher to bear. "Got him," the trooper confirmed. Zaid didn't bother replying. His attention was still on the mercs who seemed to be getting reinforced by still more gunmen from outside the warehouse. It was a shooting gallery for the Blue Suns, but if too many more men arrived, the battle could shift against them frighteningly quickly. Holy shit, heavies. 2 heavies coming up. Zaid would have berated the speaker for his non-specific warning, but realized that it wasn't much worse than anything he would have come up with, given the nature of the new foes. There are a considerable number of races in the galaxy, and not all of them are very well represented outside of their homeworlds and the surrounding system. This is especially true in a mercenaries like of work. Zaid's career was dotted with notable discoveries of the capabilities of other alien species. His near-death at the strangling tentacles of a Hanner had been particularly surprising, though he'd escaped that encounter with little more than mild bruising. Only once had he fought an Elcor, and it had been completely unarmed. Their homeworld of Decuna taught them that slow and steady not only won the race, but also prevented an assuredly fatal fall due to the immensely strong gravity. Their language was unlike that of virtually all other races, namely because it didn't involve speaking. Elcor communicated primarily via scent, which Omni-tools translated into a monotonous drone that always established its intended tone at the start of the sentence. It was often quite funny to hear, and all of their motions were very slow and deliberate. It was easy not to take an Elcor seriously, and Zaid had almost died because of it. But these Elcor were a far cry from the unarmed specimen most people, Zaid included, were used to. They were decked from head to toe in so much armor that they looked more like demonic combat mechs than living creatures. And atop the vehicle-grade plating were 2 pairs of weapons, one wide-bore cannons and the other multi-barreled rotaries. Zaid had known they existed, but somehow the Elcor living tank had never registered as a real creature until this instant. He had written off the sound of their footsteps as the noise of any number of machines that must have surrounded the warehouse, but it was undeniable now. Their every footfall, just as deliberate as ever, boomed with the immense weight of the creature and its weapons of war. "Target the Elcor," Zaid half mumbled, then snapped out of his surprise and shouted, "Target the Elcor. Get anti-tank on them now." No sooner had the order gone out that the living tank's rotary cannons opened fire. 4 guns screamed as their barrels spun and fired, shredding 3 of the smugglers and 1 of Zaid's men. The beasts didn't even slow their steady movement into the warehouse as the high-caliber cannons spewed fire. Anywhere else, they would have qualified as AA guns. Small arms glanced off their armor plating. Zaid cursed. There was no way something that big couldn't mount kinetic barriers, so likely saving them for the fire that actually merited their use. Most mechs and vehicles would have required a specialized 6 to fulfill that function that would have doubled the unit's costs, but Elcor relied so heavily on integrated VIS that they probably came standard. 2 of the Suns were unfolding grenade launchers when the Elcor turned its attention to them. Their cover lasted just long enough for it to reach them before the rotary cannons broke through, shredding one man before he could fire a single shot. The other was quick enough to raise his weapon with the hulking alien bearing down on him. The grenade launcher fired and detonated on impact, finally triggering the kinetic barriers. The internal cylinder was still cycling a new round into place when the L-Core reached out an armored limb as thick as a tree trunk and wrapped its fingers around the trooper's head and shoulders. The gesture was frighteningly casual. The L-Core method of combat showed just as much of their race's signature slow yet deliberate movement that their normal activity had. And with an equally casual motion, blood spurted from the clenched fist and the living tank cast the dead man aside. Zaid heard a grunt as the man next to him dropped to the ground. Fire grazed their position, miraculously missing Zaid even as he glanced down at the pinned ex-soldier. His attention fell squarely on the folded white weapon across his back. "I'll take that," Zaid grunted, pulling it free and hitting the side to prime it. A missile launcher was exactly what they needed, and Zaid wasn't planning to trust another man with it when he could use it himself. For now, though, he was just thankful that the remaining smugglers were dying slowly enough to distract most of the enemy soldiers and the other L-Corps. Zaid cursed. He'd counted his blessings, and they were pissed for it. The L-Corps rounded on him, and the Cobra missile launcher felt like a smoking gun in his hands. He dived aside as a barrage of autocannon fire mulched the previous owner of the weapon, finishing his roll with a quick aim and squeeze of the trigger. The Cobra was a limited-use weapon, designed with paramilitary troops in mind where dedicated anti-tank troopers were rarely an option. It was light enough to add negligible weight to a soldier's combat load, and its payload was heavy enough to break open even a light tank with just one shot. The L-Corps vanished in a sudden sunburst, and Zaid landed behind blessed cover as the Cobra cycled a new missile into its firing chamber. The words of his men confirmed that the first L-Corps was indeed down, but that would still leave one more, and it would be wary of the anti-tank weaponry among its foes. Alert, Allied biometrics have flatlined. Rage came slowly for L-Corps, but Ulterin let it surge through him as his battle brother vanished in the fire of an anti-tank launcher. Zolwai had been a good soldier and a better friend. His killers would pay. A living tank's rage was a terrible thing to behold, a unit with the armor of a medium tank and the ferocity of the most vicious shock troops. Left unchecked, an L-Corps' rage needed hours to subside. Firefights like this would last mere minutes. Ulterin had to provide direction for the numerous 6 systems aboard his armor, but they had no need for physical speech, and their vis were designed as such. The usual L-Corps method of communication was enough. Redirect fire. Hostile 3 to priority 1. Order, acknowledged. Simply laying eyes on the anti-tank weapon was enough to highlight it for the 6 systems, leaving Ulterin's duty to bringing it within range. His human allies would draw off any other fire, little of which had any chance of more than scuffing his armor's paint. Rage grew from a mere emotion to an unstoppable force. Ulterin chose not to stop it. His battle brother was dead. The operation was becoming more and more complicated by the second, and his 6 probability calculator was displaying a percentage chance of successful survival that was rapidly ticking down. Ulterin ignored it. Zolwai deserved nothing less. His battle brother's death continued to sink in. Ulterin knew of one way to avenge it. Death. Death. A booming monotone voice pierced the chaotic din, and Zaid felt compelled to scramble from the cargo container that currently offered him cover. It was a wise decision, as the second L-Corps' rotary autocannons punched through the container as if it were tissue paper. Death. Death. The damned chanting continued. Zaid recognized it as the monotone typical of L-Corps, but it made little sense. Their translators normally added a tone before any statement, giving them some sort of context to. Oh, hell. Ha. You hear that? One of Zaid's men laughed from the catwalk, firing a shot that punched another rival mercenary off his feet. Stupid Xeno can't even threaten us, right? Zaid would have sent back a scathing retort, but he knew better. Far too much so. He knew well enough to be afraid for one of the few times in decades. Death. The missile streaked towards the L-Corps, but this one was more than triple the distance from the shooter than its previous target. Zaid blinked, and in doing so, he saved his own life. The ensuing flash as a lance of red light detonated the missile halfway between them would have been more than enough to blind him, if only for a crucial few seconds. He swore viciously, wishing he still had one of the Mod 3 launchers that the GDI Marine Corps had instead of this disposable POS. The scream of the rotary autocannon urged every fiber of his being to stay down, but his Cobra was still cycling in a new round. That meant a new chance to earn a kill worth remembering. But still, there was fear. His fears were confirmed as a stench overtook him. It reeked of sulfur, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The Blue Sun's troopers were no doubt still scoffing the L-Corps' boasting abilities, but Zaid was horribly aware of how wrong they were. L-Corps didn't speak. Strictly speaking, they never did. Their entire speech pattern was linked to their Omni-Tool's ability to take the output of their scent glands and translate it into speech. Zaid's launcher finished its reloading cycle, but the L-Corps' AMS system was no doubt ready for a second shot. Death. With a sweep of its arm, the L-Corps hurled aside a shipping container the size of a semi-truck as if it were nothing but a cardboard replica. Its guns never stopped firing. Its footfalls left craters in the solid metal deck. One of the blue suns got in its way. Despite the prolonged burst of rifle fire, the L-Corps didn't even bother paying him any real attention. Instead, its fist swept out again, and the mercenary was hurled across the deck with a disgusting crunch, bones shattered despite his armor. He died without so much as a groan. In human terms, this L-Corps would have been Achilles, one who had been filled with the power of an god and set loose upon men who were all too mortal. It was hatred distilled to its purest essence. It wanted the world to burn for the loss it felt, and damn he rest. If Achilles had been an L-Corps, an entire world would have been torn asunder by nothing more than its hatred. L-Corps didn't speak. But the Omni-Tool picked up the stench of killing intent, and it translated as best it could. The living tank wanted Zaid dead with such single-mindedness that it did not need to speak. It already reeked of death. June 13, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Hegemony Territory. Holy shit, someone muttered. The one word gave voice to the dozen or so troopers listening to Zaid Massani. A few had already relayed their own war stories, but the Wardens was putting theirs to shame. Then what? Someone else finally asked. Then I died, Zaid snorted, taking a slug from his flask. I was outmanned and outgunned. It makes sense for things to end then and there. But what? But you ain't dead, the trooper finished somewhat lamely. It seemed like an obvious remark, given the clear fact that Zaid was, indeed, alive, but given the hopelessness of the situation placed in front of story Zaid, the survival of actual Zaid seemed almost unrealistic. Yeah, that's right, Zaid leaned forward, I ain't dead. And I'm not telling you why I ain't, because there wouldn't be a point. He ran a finger along the deep, crescent scar beside his eye. This is from a time when I should have been dead, too. I'm covered with marks just like it, and I've got a few from that goddamn L-Corps. I couldn't find the time to tell you about 'em all even if I wanted to, so I'm not about to start now. Quit your whining, he cut off any protests before they could leave his listeners' mouths. I got through, didn't I? If you want, you can think of some action hero bullshit where I killed that living tank without breaking a sweat. Or you can appreciate the closest thing to a goddamn moral I'm ever gonna tell you lot. The moment hung in time as Zaid took another long drink. You won't beat the odds without a lot of marks to show for it, and plenty of people won't even be that lucky. I went in that day with 15 men, and I left with 7. I don't care how goddamn impressive Askar's story might be, when you get it because you lost half the men you went into combat with, it ain't special to you for any other reason than because you made it out of there alive, and some poor sod was too busy being dead to soak up another scratch on your behalf. He tapped a finger against the same scar again. The half-moon around his milky white eye stood out among the others that, so numerous, seemed almost like wrinkles on his face. But sometimes you get a scar worth remembering. Anyone can get a mark on his skin. A real scar's something you got when you were first in line for the headsman's axe. He took his best swing, and you're still here to tell about it. Any of you lot got a story like that? Every man raised a hand, and Zaid couldn't help but smile. He knew there had been a reason he'd liked Easy Company. There were 4 commandos attached to the 2nd Penal Company. If each one had committed an offense dire enough to warrant their presence in a penal unit, even Master Sergeant Sean McCourt didn't know about it. All he knew was what they were capable of, and if keeping that level of performance meant overlooking a few black marks on their records, it was fine by him. Easy Company was a place for second chances, after all, and they certainly got along well enough with the rest of the troopers. In that regard, they were as close to perfectly statistical as they could be with only 4 soldiers. 2 of them, Atkins and Cadigan, drank and boasted with the best of Easy, with nothing now to reflect their commando status other than the stories they told and the skill with which they cheated at games of chance. Then there was Liddell, a scholarship girl. With no legal guardians other than the initiative itself, she'd never opted out of military service and risen rapidly among the more elite ranks of the Marine Corps, culminating in her admission into the commando program. Commanding officers and fellow troopers alike described her almost universally as a damn good soldier and, if prompted for further details, female. All of her files indicated that she was, at worst, quite introverted. No corp shrink had seen any reason to question her eligibility for service, and given her obvious talent, none had any real desire to, either, though this was in large part because Liddell knew what they didn't want to hear. Dead men weren't supposed to speak, so Liddell never told anyone that she could hear them sometimes when the adrenaline was pounding. Finally, there was Hong. He still took part in the festivities, but was quiet, albeit in subtle way. He still laughed at the jokes and stories offered up by others, but gave none of his own. When asked for contributions, he politely declined and passed the duty on to another man, or shifted attention to someone else with a well-timed remark. To observe Hong was to observe a man who existed solely to watch, listen, and react. A few of the rank and file found him the most unnerving of the 4. He was an excellent listener who offered nothing in return. While soldiers like Liddell were almost stereotypical in their dedication to war and little else, Hong seemed just substantive enough that it took a few moments consideration to realize that he was just as much a mystery as Liddell. The Commando program used to have a 97% washout rate alongside a 22% fatality rate. The washout rate remained largely unchanged, but with medical advances and without the looming threat of Nod and Tiberium expansion, the fatality rate dropped. The process was no less grueling, however. Even among those select few who made it through to the end, there would always be scars beyond those of the flesh. Hong was a survivor, but he had lost a piece of himself in doing so. For him, nothing could be regarded as truly safe. Everyday conversation was treated as a walk through a minefield. He had only returned home to Earth once since gaining commando status. There were too many blind spots in civilian life, and friends and family could never be counted on in the same way fellow soldiers could. He drank, certainly, but there was always a detox syringe in his pocket. Rogue commandos were a rare thing for many reasons. But when they did appear, the initiative pulled out all the stops to ensure that they didn't remain threats. Most contingency plans involved orbital barrages, air and artillery strikes, or some combination of the three. In the case of commandos serving in penal units, Easy Company was unique. It had Zaid Massani. INOPS had decided that that was more than enough. June 15, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Batarian Territory. Christmas has come early, boys and girls. Master Sergeant McCourt's voice boomed even without the built-in amplification system of his zone armor. He stood in front of a cargo ship, its engines still glowing from descent. The loading ramp was down, and the crew was unloading dozens of crates of varying sizes onto the tarmac. We have won the opportunity to field test some new tech the initiative is looking to put into service. If I can get this projector working, I'll show you. A holographic projector flickered to life, creating a still image of a double-sized zone trooper in front of the assembled company. The holographic trooper a large weapon in its hands, supported by a powered harness that gripped the armor's torso. It was a big gun, even by zone trooper standards, comparable to the bulky grinder support cannon. The four barrels, however, were longer than the rotary cannon's own, and it lacked the same thick cable that connected the grinder to its back-mounted heatsink. This, McCourt gestured to the cannon-wielding armor, is the Achilles multipurpose anti-armor weapon system. It's a bit of a mouthful, so most people call it the MAS. And most people who fire it call it the MASM. This got a few chuckles from the company as the image shifted as McCourt made a few commands on his Omni tool. Dealer's choice of how it fires: use all four barrels for busting tanks, 2 for lavs, or rotate with just one at a time if you are only looking at infantry. And that harness ain't just for show. A grinder feels like a pop gun next to this thing. The image changed again. This time, it showed a fairly nondescript rectangular box with a keypad and screen built into it. R&D is thinking about the MAS as a possible replacement for the grinder, but you're going to be seeing this in every GDI armory within the year. The Small Arms and Equipment Maintenance and Repair Station, or SAMARS, he managed to somehow pronounce. Even the powers that be could tell that it showed up late when God was handing out good acronyms, so they just call it the grindstone. The projection shifted slightly. The top of the box split down the middle, opening to reveal an internal cradle. It's as easy as putting your weapon of choice inside, punching in a command, and then letting the grindstone do its work. You can order it to do anything from basic repairs to more advanced weapon mods, and it upgrades the software by default. I'm told that the next incarnation will be able to receive almost any piece of gear, so if you've got the patience for it, you can feed your armor through it limb by limb and get it back factory new. All it needs to keep working is a supply of Omnigel and a power source. That said, anyone who wants to give the MAS a go, break open a crate and go to town. We've got a few Batarian tanks left reasonably intact, and plenty of buildings, too. If you're already on support weapon duty and you like what you find, then you can take one for yourself. You'll need to wait for an albatross to touch down before we get access to the grindstones, but I'm told that an entire wall of the armory will be occupied by M. The more use we get out of M, the faster we can get M approved for general use. Dismissed. Within minutes, Joachim Eriksson had fallen in love with his factory new MAS. He certainly wouldn't forfeit his grinder, but the MAS was shaping up to be a noticeably more versatile weapon in almost every area except raw rate of fire. An intact medium tank was downrange of him, no crew to save it from its fate. Eriksson didn't bother testing the alternate fire modes again. He'd already confirmed the forewarned recoil that firing it as a rotary cannon had, and firing 2x2 was more than enough to pierce the walls of a Batarian prefab barracks. This time, all four barrels fired as one with a crack that bypassed the noise filters in his helmet and shook the fillings in his teeth. The barrels were closely grouped, and firing them all at once effectively gave their four projectiles armor-piercing capability far beyond what they would have had if fired individually in succession. It looked as if a fist had been punched through the side of the tank. They hadn't needed to break any barriers beforehand, of course, nor did the rounds make an impression on the opposite side, but that was expecting too much. It was plenty comforting to know that a single unified shot from the MAS could messily slaughter the crew of anything short of a heavy or super heavy tank. A dead crew was just as good as a dead tank, as far as Ericsson was concerned, and that was not something his grinder could guarantee. Easy Company was not the only GDI unit on Raldan to be receiving new war machines fresh out of R&D. Captain Ian Mitchell of the 12th Armored stood in the interior of an Archon control crawler, watching as 8 of his men moved in their command couches as if piloting mechs. The soldiers were sitting in 2 rows of 4, both linking either side of the crawler's innards. Mitchell moved in the small path between the rows that led to the driver and gunner seats at the head of the vehicle, but those chairs were empty. Few crawler-type vehicles relied heavily on skilled drivers, much less gunners. They tended to be delegated support roles, which the Archon was surpassing with great speed. Though it mounted a pair of rotary cannons on its roof, the Archon was never intended to be in direct combat. Its strength lay in the bulky, now vacant slots lining either side of the vehicle. Some distance away, 2-legged walkers that stood barely under a standard pattern Wolverine's height moved without direct operators, responding to the remote movements of the men inside the crawler. These 8 REV-10 hounds were the crawler's main asset. Their back-canted legs constituted more of their body than the legs of their manned counterparts, but without the need for a cockpit, it was space that could be spared. The shape was another sign of a telling difference. The hound was not built to accommodate a pilot. Like the Wolverine, though, its weaponry was built to be hot-swapped at a moment's notice to accommodate any battlefield. Standard loadout was a pair of light vehicle-grade ion cannons on one arm and a rotary autocannon on the other. Mitchell had never served alongside a steel Talon unit, but he'd seen walkers in action, and they were not to be underestimated. Wolverines were faster than quite a few lavs, and they often sported even more firepower. A trio of juggernauts, too, could lay down as much fire as a battery of heavy artillery, and were significantly more mobile. The hounds moved more stiffly than most mechs he'd seen, and while their firepower was potent, Mitchell had to remind himself of the real asset they represented. Their operators were here, in the Archon, while the hounds themselves were off well in the distance. They were a cure for the weakness of limited manpower that threatened any invading army in a foreign land, and their loss only represented a loss of material resources. Unlike Wolverines and the like, their pilots were only at risk from attack on the command crawler. Fortunately for them, Mitchell had a company of power-armored soldiers to put between them and the enemy, not to mention his own tanks and air support. And his big guns would be firing with that much more accuracy if those damned kestrels would arrive soon. June 16, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Batarian Territory. Easy Company may have moved with the grace and finesse of a sledgehammer, but that was expected from a heavy infantry unit. The trick then was either making sure that their duties were ones befitting a sledgehammer or ensuring there was always a metaphorical scalpel nearby to do what the hammer could not. Captain Ian Mitchell's 12th Armored was not that scalpel. They might have been more graceful than a lot of GDI armored companies, but the Predator MBT was still classified as a heavy tank by most organized militaries, and their new hounds were hardly stealth tools, either. They had steamrolled the remnants of a Hegemony armored unit, in no small part aided by the groundwork set by Easy Company's commandos, and their target was finally in sight, a looming Batarian city, codenamed Hive. Every building oozed mass production, from the blocky design to the general uniformity of color. Batarians built cities the same way they build weapons, in bulk. Still, Raldan was a lesson to every officer in the initiative, and Mitchell knew better than the flaunt procedure. Satrep first, drop the hammer second. Other units were encountering resistance on different approaches to the city, and it was only the fact that Mitchell was slightly behind them that the 12th was similarly embroiled in combat. Sandman, Mitchell here. What's the situation? Not good, Captain. Hold for a full report. Mitchell took the opportunity to turn his view skyward. The external cameras amplified the high-altitude craft, and Mitchell realized for the first time how heavy the combat was in the skies above them. The turrets mounted to the underside of the ACS-240 Nightmare shifted and fired continuously. The Hegemony Mantises buzzing about might have not been within range for them to draw a bead on the gunship, but the Nightmare was designed for long-ranged engagements. Sorry for the delay, Captain. There's heavy resistance all around the city, and you're about half a click away from a whole lot of defensive emplacements. Can you soften them up before we get there? I'd like to, but I already tried that on the northern approach. They're hardened as all hell, and unless they're firing, it's hard to actually see them, even with thermals. And I think that's why I'm ass-deep in Mantis as it is. The Four Eyes are more than willing to occupy us with shooting down gunships if it means their bunkers can keep firing on their targets. Iron Sky and Fee Hammer are just as bogged down as we are. Command told us to take the city, Sandman. And the new word from Command is to dig in. Baker and Charlie are starting to stall on the other side of town, and Easy is already dangerously overextended. You've got a lot of defenses between you and them, so moving to support is out of the question. Understood, Mitchell masked his disappointment. We'll move to cover Easy's retreat. Confirmed, Captain. You might get your fight yet. They're in it deep. Cotton was angry. It wasn't because they were losing, per se, but because they weren't actively winning. Their last clash with Batarians had been a satisfying slaughter, but this was like wading through a swamp, slow, uncomfortable, and dangerous. The swamp itself might have been the main obstacle, but it was likely filled with plenty of things that could make you dead in no time flat if you gave them half a chance. At least there was plenty of cover. Most infantry would take comfort in this small blessing, but Cotton and the rest of Easy Company were heavy infantry. Cover was something that leathernecks and army grunts needed, not them. That was the natural order of things. Zone troopers waded through fire to crush the source, then moved on, rinse and repeat. The cover they had was quite good, but that was because it was intended to be. It was a Batarian foxhole that had been abandoned a few short minutes ago. There were dozens like it to either side of 4th Squad, and still more behind and, more importantly, ahead of them. No matter their devotion to their cause, the Batarian troops had planned for retreats, and they had plenty of reinforced fallback points to make Easy Company's job harder. Sergeant Rock, Cotton was never entirely sure if that was his real name or just a nickname, split his time between firing off bursts from his werewolf and communicating with other squad leaders. The limited results and discouraging reports he received from them, respectively, did nothing to improve his mood. Then give us some fucking air support. He barked, letting loose a long burst at a distant bunker. He cursed as all this did was attract a few high-caliber shots of retaliation that thankfully did as much damage to 4th as his had done to the bunker. All 3 nightmares are already engaged, Sergeant, a strained voice shot back, emphasizing his rank, and the Orcus are having enough trouble keeping enemy air units occupied. If we pull any of them, we put the nightmares at risk. Mortars. Down. Someone shouted. It didn't much matter who it was, as the response was immediate. Cotton ducked down alongside everyone else, suddenly thankful for the cover provided by the foxhole as the contrails streaking through the air suddenly turned into high explosives all around them. As tough as it was, zone armor couldn't take a direct shot from a mortar, and Batarian mortars and artillery alike emphasized quantity. The area was saturated in fire and shrapnel, and pieces of metal sparked off Cotton's barriers. Red. Break open that bunker. Rock shouted. Erickson waited only a moment for a break in the storm of gunfire from the bunker before rising from his position. His left foot slid back as he pressed the firing stud on his maws, and the air shattered as all 4 barrels fired their shots down range. It was a long way off, and the railgun couldn't outright penetrate the reinforced structure. Bunkers weren't like tanks, they didn't need to move, so they could be reinforced in ways that tankers could only dream of. But it forced a long pause in any retaliatory fire, and that was what mattered. Rock quickly gestured to Hastings. The soldier nodded, as well as he could, given his armor, and took off like a shot. Zone armor was bulky, certainly, but it gave the wearer speed as well as strength. Even without the aid of his jump pack, Hastings slid into a pit left by an artillery shell barely 10 meters from the bunker. Almost there, his voice crackled through the team frequency, "One more distraction and I'll be around." "You heard him," Rock said, cycling to his werewolf's LMG module, "with me." He rose and fired, along with the rest of 4th Squad. The combined firepower pummeled the bunker, and even if it didn't have a prayer of piercing it any time today, it certainly distracted the Batarian gun crew. With a deep breath, Hastings sprinted from his cover, trusting that the suppressive fire of 8 werewolves and the repeated thunderclaps of Erickson's maws would keep the soldiers in the bunker occupied. If it didn't, he'd be cut in half before he could get around the bunker, zone armor or not. But it worked. Hastings shifted the underslung grenade module of his werewolf to his newest addition. Normally, it would be equipped with either fragmentation or sonic grenades, but he'd consistently found that the latter never had much of a purpose in his arsenal. A few minutes in a grindstone had turned the sonic grenade module, and the launcher itself, into something that he could really get some use out of. The door behind the bunker was designed to withstand small arms fire and most force that an infantryman could apply with his body. It couldn't, however, withstand the boot of a soldier clad in military-grade powered armor. Dangling from one hinge, it slammed inward, revealing a team of 4 Batarians inside the small structure. They immediately went for their sidearms. Hastings already had his weapon up and aimed. They never stood a chance. He pulled the secondary trigger, and his weapon let loose a banshee scream. The modified sonic grenade module fired a cone of killing sound, like a flamethrower of barely visible blue waves. It hurled the Hegemony soldiers against the walls, rupturing eyes and wreaking untold carnage on their organs. The support gun sparked and trembled under the blue barrage, important parts shaken apart by the weaponized sonic waves. The soldiers were dead within a second or two. Hastings didn't think the new module was quite as impressive as a flamethrower module, but it was quicker, and it let out such an appealing sound when he triggered it, even more elegant than the crackling of flames, if not as viscerally satisfying. Hastings could learn to like that banshee wail, even with his stash of flame packs vying for his attention. "Bunkers clear," Hastings announced. "Good work, but new orders are in, we're to fall back, ASAP. The 12th are moving to cover our withdrawal," Rock responded, clearly resigned to the orders. "Will do, Sarge," Hastings grunted, pausing only to check his secondary module. There had been no damage to the modified barrel, nor to the module itself. It had performed without a hitch, and even if they were forced to retreat, he'd at least gotten to test it out under combat conditions. Besides, sonic weapons didn't leave quite as telltale signs as flames. In the foxhole, Palmer punched Cotton's shoulder. The blow would have dislocated his shoulder if not for his armor. Instead, it merely got his attention. Palmer angled her head in the direction they'd come from, as Rock and the rest were beginning to pull out. Cotton grunted and followed them. There'd be a next time. June 20, 2181. Artificial orbital construction. Batarian territory. The Trav-Allen orbital shipyard was in a constant state of activity ever since the human invasion of the hegemony proper. At first, ships poured in from the core planets for basic resupplying before making their way to the front lines. Now, far more came from the opposite direction. Everything from frigates the cruisers limped back to port for repairs, and many were forced to leave with the hastiest of jobs done to keep them space-worthy. It was not a slight against Batarian engineers, though. Because of the hegemony's insular nature, the ingenuity and skill of Batarian engineers was unknown to most of the galaxy. Many a starship captain has sworn by the motto that BSA might create, but engineers finish. They made sure that everything worked as advertised, an issue with Batarian state arms that became only more common the larger or complex their creation. But the newest arrival left all but the most veteran workers awestruck. At over 2 kilometers from bow to stern, it dwarfed even the largest ship currently in orbit, and the hull bristled with weapons. Its creator's handiwork showed, despite its immense size, it managed to look as if it had been stamped out from the largest assembly line in the universe. It had been in hundreds of propaganda vidcasts, and there wasn't a single crewman at the Trav-Allen who didn't know what it was. The Pillar of Valor, the youngest of the hegemony's prized dreadnoughts. And it had granted the Trav-Allen the honor of preparing it for combat. Foreman Bando Valja moved as quickly as he could without simply running. He rarely greeted the incoming ship captains in person, but none of them had been the captain of a dreadnought. After entering the lift a short ways from the office from which he oversaw all incoming and outgoing vessels, a quick ride deposited him on sea deck, where the entire level of docking tubes had been cleared for the Pillar of Valor. Bando arrived just in time. A door slid open, and a man bearing the marks and air of a captain stepped into the bustling spaceport. Several officers, no doubt his command staff, followed behind him. Bando instinctively lowered his head as he approached. "You are the overseer of this port." The captain flicked a finger upward, and Bando obligingly looked up to make eye contact. "Yes, Captain." "Do you usually greet captains personally?" The demand caught Bando off guard. "No, Captain," he answered after a moment's hesitation. "Then why are you doing it for me?" Another curveball, this one more baffling than the first. Of course Bando was greeting him personally. He was the captain of the Pillar of Valor, a position of great prestige in and of itself, but one that also spoke of great social standing. Bando may have been the head of a prominent shipyard, but that was little compared to someone granted the honor of controlling one of the single greatest weapons in the hegemony. The captain could be a government department chief, or a planetary governor, or... "Relax, I'm screwing with you." The captain's air of cold authority evaporated, leaving Bando with a feeling of confusion that made him more ill at ease. "I know why you're here, and as the captain of the Valor, I recognize and accept your gesture. Forgive my impudence, Captain, but I'm unused to such informality." The captain finished, "I'm not. My concern is with getting my ship ready for combat, not waiting on ceremony." He nodded to his entourage, and they saluted before going their separate ways. Bando was left alone, or as alone as he could be in the receiving area of an active spaceport, with the captain. "Let's continue this conversation in your office, shall we?" The captain offered. "I assume that it's quiet there." Quiet. Such an innocent-sounding word, but so loaded when coming from the mouth of a starship captain to the head of a port. It shocked Bando to hear it from a man of such implied status within the hegemony government and high society. Quiet meant free of any recording or listening devices that might catch wind of less than legal activities, be they smuggling, unlicensed piracy, that sort of thing. Of course, Captain." "This way, please." They walked in silence, but in Bando's head, alarm bells were going off. The captain of a dreadnought wanted to speak to him outside the ear of the hegemony. It carried with it the implication of dealings that could set him up for life, or bring the wrath of the Special Interventions Unit squarely on his head. Or worse. Bando wasn't sure what could be worse, but it frightened him to think that there might be something worse than receiving a surprise visit from a member of the SU. The lift ride was again mercifully short. As soon as the doors of the office closed behind them, the captain dropped into the seat in front of Bando's desk and unclasped the gorget of his armor. "Damnation! We've got a job ahead of us," he let out a long breath, glancing over to Bando as he shakily sat in his own chair. The use of "we" was especially unsettling. Bando was nervous about being included in the same pronoun as someone of such a rank as the strange captain, not to mention by the implications it carried. He was in so far over his head that the surface was a distant memory. You look like hell. Take a drink if you need to, the captain furrowed his brows, finally sensing Bando's discomfort. A moment of realization dawned on him. I see. You were expecting some high society man to be at the head of a ship like the Valor, eh? All caste protocols and whatnot. Bando managed a tentative nod. Well, you almost had one. My name's Dolgan. I was third in line for this position, and I'd rather not go into what happened to the two in front of me. It wasn't my doing, but it wasn't pleasant, either. What matters is that I'm here, you're here, and we need to get the Valor in fighting order now. Of course, Captain, Bando finally found his tongue. It's just a bit of a shock. A damn good shock, if you ask me, Dolgan shrugged. I liaised with the crew for the most part before I got this position, so I get to actually hear what needs to be done to my ship instead of just looking the other way while it gets done. But sure, the Pillar of Valor is just as much in need of a fixer as every other factory new ship you get through here, Dolgan replied grimly, if not more so. I've heard some reports from my crew, and it isn't pretty. He opened his Omni tool, bringing up a transparent model of the Valor. I'm sending you the latest schematics now. The blueprints you have won't be even half accurate anymore after what my crew's already done to her, and it's all been for the better. But we aren't done. Not by a long shot. Captain, this is a bit much. Bando carefully picked his words. Everyone on board this station knows the capabilities of the Pillar of Valor. Are you saying that it's exaggerated? Not at all, the captain gave a mirthless smile, but I am saying that if we want those capabilities to keep being true after the first volley fired, it needs help. Let me tell you a story. Give it to me simply, Dolgan said. The gunner shook his head and gestured to the massive weapon battery. It ain't built right. Or I guess you could say it's built the wrong kinda right. I said simply. Sorry, Captain, but that's the problem, it's built just the same as a gun on a destroyer or a cruiser, just bigger. A great replica job, sure, but you can't just take something like this, make it bigger, and then expect it to perform the same job. Take a look at the recoil dampeners. They'd work just fine on a cruiser, but scaled up here, they just don't cut it. If we're lucky, we'll get maybe 20 shots from any of them before they start shaking themselves apart. How about the rest of the armaments? That's some good news. The broadside accelerators like this one here all seem to be in working order. We'll conduct some test firing just to be sure. Missiles aren't built any different, we just more of them. Only real issues with the coil guns. Good. And our defenses? Dolgan turned his gaze to the chief engineer standing beside the gunner. He shifted nervously. The barriers themselves are fine, Captain. No apparent flaws in their design and just as strong as you'd expect them to be aboard a ship like this. Then tell me why you sound so nervous. It's the emergency capacitor, sir. From the information I have on it, it's supposed to raise even fully depleted barriers back to maximum capacity within seconds of its activation. That sounds pretty useful, the captain crossed his arms, so I imagine there's a but coming up. But their power draw is, I can only describe it as crippling, sir. The engineer finally decided on his wording, it would render well over half our broadsides unpowered and knock out our anti-missile systems. And even under ideal conditions, firing our coil guns would be out of the question. Can we count on fighter support at all? Or were those docking bays just for show? The engineer gave a small laugh, only marginally more comfortable with that topic. We're hardly a carrier, but we've got 2 reinforced squadrons of single-pilot ships, one of fighters and one of interceptors. Top of the line, too, the gunner added. It ain't my field of expertise, but the Voidhounds looked ecstatic when they saw their new ships. Good. One less thing to worry about, the captain nodded. I don't need to remind either of you how much is riding on us, and on this ship. So get your teams working overtime. We've got 1 week before we hit a major shipyard, and I want things in the best order they can be before anyone else gets their hands on them. Take a moment if you need it, Dolgan let his words sink in. Bando's jaw was almost hanging slack from the report, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Sorry, Captain, but, wow, formality dribbled away like armor slagged by laser fire, this would be one of our biggest jobs ever, and if I understand correctly, the general public can't find out about it. Yes, Dolgan finished, this is the sort of thing that could make or break your career, and it all comes down to whether the powers that be approve of your work and your ability to keep it on the down low. The greatest story never told, then. Not quite, Dolgan smiled. Funny thing about unsung heroes, as long as the right people know about them, they tend to find that public adoration is severely overrated. /error/galactic position systems offline /debug program engaging. /debug status aborted. /alert/foreign malware detected /antiviral subroutines aborted. /awaken. Squad Commander Nail Shaggoth awoke in darkness. It struck him as a miracle to be awake at all, though he couldn't remember why. It was hard enough to figure out where he was without the additional task of trying to figure out how he got there. He blinked, but the darkness under his eyelids was either no different than the pitch black that surrounded him, or he was blind. Regardless, memories swam across his mind's eye, jumbled and incoherent. He could remember indistinct feelings of pain and fear, but he couldn't give concrete sources to them. Perhaps it was for the best. Nail tried moving. All but one limb felt as if it had a free range of movement. His right arm, however, moved sluggishly, as if underwater. He flinched as it made contact with a smooth, hard surface less than a foot from his body. The contact brought another memory to the surface. The sensations in his other limbs ebbed away, and their loss hit him like a load of bricks. He could turn his head slightly, but it was subject to the same sluggishness that plagued his arm. Panic began to set in. But as it did, a momentary prick near his neck caused it to vanish as surely as his phantom limbs. A part of his mind screamed for him to stay conscious, but between the numbness spreading rapidly through his body and the general deprivation of his senses, it was overruled. June 20, 2181. Location unknown. Multitasking was, technically, a fake ability. The real skill isn't in doing multiple things simultaneously, but rather being able to shift between activities rapidly and without much friction. The end result is the illusion of juggling multiple tasks, and Balak was very good at it. He had to be. He was a ranking member of the Special Interventions Unit, a unit commander, and possessed more clout within the hegemony's structure than either of those admittedly impressive ranks would suggest. Balak was fiddling with his Omni tool, but glancing regularly at two other things. The first was a GDI Marine Corps Werewolf shapeshifter rifle. It was the genuine article, too, not an LCOS combined knockoff. Balak could make himself quite a few credits selling it to BSA, but that would defeat the purpose of having paid a morally flexible contact in the Solarian STG for it in the first place. For Balak, the source was very important. Werewolves were difficult to procure from GDI hands, though not impossible. What mattered to Balak was that it came to him without the seller first running roughshod over the complex inner workings. Balak hadn't needed a gun. He had plenty of guns already. What he'd needed was a test case, and he'd got it. The second object of his attention was a simple monitor, feeding him a constant stream of data as he requested it. Access, casualty reports, are equal. He enunciated clearly. The hegemony didn't have the finesse to produce vis of Citadel quality, nor did they have the years of investment in AI research that gave GDI their EVIS. As such, Balak had to settle for a crude 6 that was dressed up as something better than it was. Such was an awful lot of hegemony high-tech developments. Casualty reports, are equal, the 6 echoed before reading aloud various regional casualty statistics. Balak didn't react to the death figures. It was war. That was more justification for death than Balak usually had. Would you like to know more? Access, casualty reports, are equal, off-world transfers. He wanted an impression of how desperate High Command was getting, and an easy way was to observe how the wounded were treated. If things were poor, they would be shipped off to improvised field hospitals a relatively short distance from the site of their last battlefield. If things were good, they'd be sent back to prominent medicas in core worlds, and the more presentable of them would be subject to extensive news coverage. Nothing plucked at the heartstrings of the public quite like veterans who had given a limb for their cause and showed only eagerness to get back to battle. Balak entered another series of commands into his Omni tool, and the werewolf's acknowledgement lights went from blue to red. Cooling ports opened, but no steam erupted from the exposed heatsink as coolant sprayed across it. He smiled as he double-checked the rifle. As far as the weapon knew, it was overheating. GDI weapons were notoriously hard to fool with ECM, but this was a potential boon Balak wouldn't see wasted. It was only when he finished saving the command sequence in his Omni tool that he noted the 6's silence. Damned thing had probably asked him to verify the command while he wasn't paying attention. Access, casualty reports, are equal, off-world transfers. He spoke as deliberately as he could, finally focusing his attention solely on the monitor. Access not granted. Would you like to know more? He wrote it off as an error once more time and repeated the command. Access not granted. Would you like to know more? The small victory with the werewolf was swiftly forgotten. Balak pushed the rifle aside and focused on the contents of the monitor. It gave him the details of his denial, and they disturbed him more than any of the casualty reports he'd seen thus far. Insufficient clearance, it read. Balak ran across that readout from time to time, but almost invariably, it vanished within seconds of his attempts to access the related files. A pleasant byproduct of the hegemony's tight information control was that when somebody tried to access confidential documents, a flesh and blood Batarian knew about it. And, as a result, if Balak Kaharil tried to access something beyond his official rank, there was always someone who took notice and rectified the misunderstanding before it could escalate. Not only was he locked out, but someone in information control was actively refusing to grant Balak access to this information. Worse, it was fairly run-of-the-mill data, too. Balak would have been able to rationalize it had it been the casualty report itself. Oftentimes, the causes of death were covered up in the events of a new enemy weapon that could negatively impact public sentiment, or if Su had made a move on a unit and left a few bodies behind. Instead, the locations to which the bodies were sent was kept secret. It was a minor detail of the larger war that he couldn't so much as glance at. Every alarm bell in Balak's head went off at that. Balak gave a few more commands to the six as he assembled his gear. His contacts were of limited use given the implied scope of the issue, but they were enough to start him off. He didn't have a final destination for the shipments, but he had the first point they jumped from. He slotted a trio of fresh heat sinks into his modified at 12 Raider. A start would be enough. Balak felt uninformed, and that was a problem. It spoke of a plot big enough to keep him in the dark, but stupid enough to openly deny him basic information. Whoever was behind it, they'd either tried to hide in plain sight and been unlucky, or had simply not cared enough to adequately cover their tracks. He planned to track it, and them, down to find out why. Balak called in a minor favor, and he had a ride off-world. And hell followed with him. Codex, ships and vehicles, Archon Command Crawler. The Archon Command Crawler is a fusion of the REV-10 Hound Walker and the mothballed Warthog Support Crawler. The Warthog has existed since the Reclamation period, when MassEffect technology was still being integrated into the initiative across all branches of their military. It was intended to function as a mobile alternative to a support base, providing maintenance and light repairs for vehicles in the field unable to return to static bases. Unfortunately, the Albatross Rapid Deployment Firebase rendered this service largely redundant and not worth the resource investment required. The REV-10 Hound was the creation of the private defense company Transworld Operations. Steel Talon veterans designed it as a means to give soldiers a chance to operate units with Walker-level firepower without requiring them to spend the long training period normally needed for such specialized troopers. Its design began with an older chassis of the Wolverine mech, and the final result was a Walker that could be completely remotely controlled. Unfortunately, the transmission range was shorter than expected due to the required safeguards against ECM attacks. The Hound project received fresh hope with the rediscovery of the Warthog, however. With a chassis almost as large as that of the Marv, the Warthog could be easily modified to house not only the control hubs for up to 8 Hounds, but also the Hounds themselves. The strictly defensive weapon systems that once limited the Warthog became little issue when it could transport and deploy a demi-lance of walkers, all of which could be controlled safely from within the Warthog. Rechristened the Archon, the new command crawler saw its first official action against the Batarian Hegemony in the Verge War. That certainly took me a while. Delays were largely due to the metric aston of characters I've introduced by now, but we're mostly done with that now. From here, we'll, again, mostly, just be working with the ones that are already on the table. Chapter 6, The Calm. June 15, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Batarian Territory. LT, got an ESO signature coming our way. Visual confirmation. Lieutenant Carol Raleigh replied, removing her Nightmare's weapon locks as a precaution. Fee Hammer had 3 twin-barreled cannons that could each kill anything capable of atmospheric flight up to a frigate with just a few shots. Alongside Sandman and Iron Sky, it was in charge of policing the airspace over the besieged Batarian city. Confirmed, ma'am, the junior officer, Hale, replied, looks like a civvy cargo ship. Barely space-worthy, but I don't think they care. Shit. Eva, hail them, Raleigh cleared her throat, this is Lieutenant Carol Raleigh. You're entering a no-fly zone. Turn back now, or... No. We need to get these people to a proper medici. There are medical facilities established planet-side, and allotted transportation for those who require it. You think we can wait until next week for a sanctioned flight? The pilot's voice was hoarse and desperate. Raleigh steeled herself. There were orders. Land and await further orders, Raleigh ordered, this is a no-fly zone. Land or you will be fired upon. Tuning off her mic for a moment, Raleigh glanced at her co-pilot. What's their trajectory? Not a collision course, ma'am, but, they're close. Too close. Fuck, Raleigh squeezed her eyes shut for a long moment, then continued. Lock onto them, all 3 guns. If there's no change in course, take them down. The sight of 3 heavy twin-linked cannons swiveling to draw a bead on the craft should have been enough of a warning. So should the likely warning signal of a successful target lock, which even a remotely space-worthy ship should have the sensors to pick up. On her display, the ship didn't let up. It was only then that she doubted their stated intentions, trajectory or not. By then, it was too late. The Batarian ship's signal blossomed as it triggered high-powered afterburners. The Nightmare's cannons boomed, and the Batarian ship exploded like it had hit by a stray bullet in an action flick. It couldn't have been from the shot alone. The explosion was far too large for a target so small, and the explosion itself was somehow wrong. Raleigh knew what something getting hit by a Nightmare's heavy cannons looked like. She'd seen it often enough, and this looked like something else altogether. She realized the extent of her mistake even before the shockwaves hit Hammer, and every display in the cockpit flickered and died. They started losing lift almost immediately, but the displays flickered back to life an instant later, thankfully. Still, the civilian ship had been far too close. Any closer, and they'd have been falling from the sky as a burning wreck. Damage report. Can't be right, Hale grunted, eyes darting over the newly refreshed readouts. What had once been a sea of blue was now interspersed with an alarming amount of yellow and red, losing power in, shit, it was some kind of U-charge along with the conventional explosives. Kinetics are down, backup capacitors burnt out. Engines are barely functioning. Eva, divert non-essential power to engines. Caution, incoming hostile aircraft. Multiple land-to-air missile locks detected. Countermeasures are offline, LT, Hale warned. Guns. Running fine, Hale breathed a quick sigh. If they didn't have guns, then killing the sacrificial ship would have only extended their lives by a few seconds. Use them. We're sitting ducks if we can't get. Diamondback is 3 minutes out, the COMM operator, Phelps, shouted over the newest damage-induced klaxon. We can't hold that long. Raleigh shouted back, tell Diamondback to move there. Got barriers. Hale interrupted, running at, 28%. Mantis incoming. Lung, Mach, get those AA guns running, damnit. Raleigh ordered. Dimitri Lung, one of the Nightmare's 3 gunners, was already pulling himself into the seat, grabbing hold of the disused gun's controls. It was well maintained, certainly, but it had been weeks, if not months, since Lung had to use it in legitimate combat. It was designed with targets above the Nightmare in mind, and very few ships fell into that category outside of starships. Still, Lung was a gunner. Even with the disused controls in his hands, a gunship screamed into his path, and instinct took over. Mass accelerator fire blazed from the twin-barreled defense gun, ripping a wing from the Mantis gunship and sending it plummeting to the ground. But it was only slightly faster than Hammer herself was falling. An explosion rocked Lung, even in his shock-resistant harness. Further down the Nightmare's hull, Adam Malkovich's AA gun blazed to life. Lung suppressed a cold feeling in his gut. The lieutenant had pulled 2 gunners off their cannons for AA duty. They were in deep. Too many for just our guns, LT. Lung called out, never letting his thumbs off the firing stud, his own skill supplemented by the smart sight system. Another Mantis went up in flames, but it meant little. It didn't take many shots from the Nightmare's gun to bring down a Mantis, and there were simply more ships than 2 defense guns, no matter how potent, to bring down. Another detonation, and suddenly Lung had to force the gun's controls to get it to respond. Even then, they were slow, and no longer was there a drifting target reticule slaved to his helmet's HUD that allowed the smart sight system to. Oh Christ, Lung realized, smart sight's gone. The controls felt like they weighed a ton, but Raleigh fought against the pull of gravity. The engines were sputtering now, and 2 missiles from Batarian shoulder-fired launchers below had struck the Nightmare's belly before Hale could restore their AMS. Diamondback leader, en route, a new voice crackled in Raleigh's ears, Jesus, there's a lot of these bastards. Give us 3 minutes, tops. 3 minutes is wishful thinking. Our barriers can't hold out for that, Raleigh replied, fighting for control of her dying craft. Altitude loss alone is going to put us on the ground in 2, and that's if I can, she cursed, fighting another impact, that's if I can keep us from hitting any buildings on our way down. Hammer, this is Iron Sky, a second voice, this one Kyle Garrison, pilot of another of the 3 Nightmares, stay in the air, god damn it. EDA 2 minutes. Another detonation, another load added to the weight Raleigh fought against at the control stick. Interceptors inbound. Liang's voice cut in, laced by panic, smart sight's gone down. I can't. Static filled the line, and an explosion rocked Hammer. Raleigh's controls felt like they weighed a ton. Nearly every damage indicator blinked from yellow to red. The altimeter ticked lower still. One set of crew biometrics, Liang's, flatlined. Malkovich's spiked, but his gun continued to fire. Raleigh kept struggling to control the Nightmare's burning descent. There weren't many Mantises in the air, and they were disappearing as quickly as they passed. There didn't need to stay to fight. Raleigh could barely slow their descent, and the Nightmare's AMS barely held the incoming surface-to-air missiles streaking from high-rise windows at bay. Hammer's cannons, all linked to one man with Lung dead and Malkovich on the AA gun, blazed away at the route of any exhaust trails, obliterating entire floors. Slowly but surely, Hammer's damaged systems forced it down to the city it was supposed to police. One Mantis gunship was shot down as it tried to prey upon it, but there were more than just the one, and the damage had already been done. Overhead, Raleigh remembered. Nothing should be above a Nightmare except for orbiting spacecraft. For a Nightmare, anything overhead could exploit a fatal blind spot. They had 3 devastatingly accurate pairs of long-ranged cannons, but they were all mounted on the Nightmare's underbelly. There was nothing but two comparatively light mass accelerators to defend it from above. There had been no need to design weapons to fight ships that either didn't exist or were so far out of the Nightmare's weight class that it would be a hopeless cause. There were only the two other Nightmares and a single wing of Orcus in the air at any given time. Hammer's terminal descent had taken no more than 2 minutes. Burning and all but gutted, it hit the streets below. The first GDI responders arrived just in time to confirm what they already knew with a biometric scan. There was no recovery for Hammer's crew. There was only the combined fire from two of Diamondback's Orcus and its fellow Nightmare Iron Sky that reduced it to unsalvageable scrap. June 17, 2181. Expunged. Batarian territory. Here are the reports you wanted, Director. The director sighed and leaned back in his chair. His office was the sort of mess that came with any man who had far too much on his plate, and he was bone-tired. Even his eyes were losing their healthy dark hue to pale tendrils of red. Sometimes he envied the stamina of humans. They could function without problem for days with only the most basic of chemical supplements. Thank you. That will be all. Of course, Director, the junior officer nodded and handed over the data slate. The director's Omni tool automatically opened it when he touched it, and he opened the project summaries. It had been a wonderful day indeed when he'd implemented that policy. Status reports for both on-site and off-site projects were to include a laconic version of the behemoth of a file it came with. The researchers didn't like it, but they liked having the funding to ensure that their projects could be conducted without fear for their own lives, and the director controlled that funding. Project 1, working prototypes completed. Blueprints are attached to full report. No problems from Clan Weyrlock. Weaponization pending approval. Project 2, adequate source material recovered and damaged genetic strains repaired following failure of Series 1. Series 2 in progress. Project 3, onboard munition fabricators now include high-explosive, anti-armor, anti-air, chemical, and electronic warfare shells. Hover turbines pending optimization. Project 4, weapons successfully field-tested, all meeting acceptable parameters for rapid replacement of current small arms. Distribution of fabricator codes in progress. Full deployment imminent. Project 5, report pending. That was to be expected. Project 5 fell under the director's immediate supervision, and it fell on him to make the reports. Of course, there wasn't much point in doing traditional status reports for himself, other than taking the first step down the road to madness. Dictation, new file, he said, tapping a key on his Omni tool. Magnetic bolts slid silently into place on his door. It was already quiet, but that wouldn't prevent people from wandering in. Dictation file ready. Begin dictation. Project is proceeding more quickly than anticipated. What we have been given from the Leviathan are little more than hull scrapings, but it has taken a project that should have needed decades and handed it to us in little more than a year. He could have simply written his daily log, of course. But he dealt with matters of the utmost secrecy on a regular basis, and if he couldn't occasionally talk to them, if only to himself, he'd drive himself mad. Subject integration is quick and all but seamless. If anything, the only trauma comes before they can be worked on, during transit and storage. Mental health of the first subjects has actually improved, despite the obvious complications normally found in prototypes. They fully understand what has been done, and they are grateful for it. The director felt like he should be surprised at that, and he had been at first. But then he'd spoken with a subject who'd had his eyes gouged out by GDI troops and feared it would trap his soul in his body. After surgery, his eyes were no less damaged than they'd been before, but he could see again. If not for the damage, the director was sure the man would have wept with relief. Project Subgroup Martyr has had more rapid advancements than Subgroup Vigilant. Vigilant requires more compact systems, but as subject integration is much less extensive, mass deployment will be viable within 6 months. Martyr's earliest estimation is 8 months, he continued. Victory estimated within a year thereafter. A COMM line chirped with a signal from outside the facility. Off-world, even. If the caller knew how to reach him, much less had the authorization not to simply be turned away by the passive countermeasures, then he probably warranted the director's attention. End dictation, he sighed, slowly blinking his tired eyes. Open channel. I have a problem. There was no need for introductions. The caller might not have had any obvious indicator of identity, but the director recognized his voice and could call up his biography with a few waves of his Omni tool. And is it a problem for both of us? It could be. An old acquaintance of mine is asking questions. About your work, I mean. Then stonewall him, the director sighed, already guessing that things couldn't just be that easy. It's not that easy. Yes, it is, the director snapped. The work we're doing here will win us the war. Anyone who needs to know about this already does. But nothing, the director hissed, none of us are safe right now. None of us. All we need are a weak will and a loose tongue, and a cell of commandos will bring this crashing down around our heads. And I sure as hell won't take the fall for that. Deal with this caste-jumping bastard however you deem necessary. But if nothing else, see that he is dealt with. Are we understood? Yes. Yes, of course. The director cut off the call without another word. He had enough on his plate as it was without adding a meddling outsider playing enforcer. June 18, 2181. R.A. Ghoul. Batarian Territory. Firebase Easy, this is Fortress Troop Carrier Overlord, requesting permission to land. Forwarding authorization codes now. Your codes check out, Overlord. Pads 2 and 3 are locking together to accommodate your landing. Ground crews are ready to receive you. Thanks, Easy. Overlord out. Commander Mitchell. Go ahead, Control. Overlord is due to set down within the hour. Major Larkin is requesting an audience as soon as possible. I'll meet him on the tarmac, Mitchell had replied. Sure enough, the great cargo bays of the Fortress-class troop carrier Overlord were planted on the ground, and the ship was alive with motion from both his ground crews, the ship's own men, and the troopers it had been ferrying. Mitchell didn't remove his helmet until the great ship's engines had died down and the flying dust had settled. If he wanted to sandblast his own eyes, he'd do it without the assistance of one of the largest dropships capable of atmospheric flight available to GDI. The men and women of the 15th Special Operations Company were easy enough to pick out. Their armor was universally colored midnight blue, and there was a subtle sense of wrongness about their appearance that Mitchell couldn't quite put his finger on. He shelved the thought for consideration some other time. For now, he had a meeting with Major Saul Larkin. Mitchell expected someone taller. Larkin was a few inches shy of 6 feet tall, even fully armored. He had no distinguishing scars or disfigurements, a receding hairline, and a natural, small smile on his lips. He also had that same sense of indefinable wrongness that his men exhibited. It scratched at the back of Mitchell's head, but again, he pushed it aside. Commander Mitchell. Larkin stopped in front of Mitchell and nodded. Major Saul Larkin, 15th Special Operations. There was no salute. Larkin struck Mitchell as the sort of man who wouldn't salute a member of the board of directors even if they were in a reinforced bunker, not so long as there was even a chance of enemy troops on the same continent. Mitchell could understand that, somewhat, at least. They were in an active war zone. Good to have you with us, Major. Mitchell returned the nod. I've heard quite a bit about what your company can do. Got a situation that seems right up your alley. Just point us in the right direction, Larkin smiled. The 15TH's special designation was Siege Breakers, and they were renowned for their efficiency. Efficiency, Mitchell noted, was rarely attributed to soldiers who were remembered fondly by their enemies. 18 hours later. Spider ADT online, Commander. That's all of them. Commander Mitchell gave his acknowledgement to the last of the operators. There was little else needed. The Spider automated defense turret was, as the name indicated, a purely automated unit. He wouldn't need to authorize any attacks, nor would there be any hesitation in said attacks. The loss of a nightmare with all hands had been the last straw. Thankfully, Mitchell had Major Larkin. His special operations company was a godsend. They did not earn the special designation of siege breakers without merit. The Spiders ringing the city would bring down unauthorized aircraft without putting a single one of the soldiers under his command in harm's way. This isn't permanent, mind you, Major Larkin broke into the transmission. How so? We've still got hostiles inside the city, not to mention food and water to keep them sustained. Then humor me, Major. How would you fix those? Nothing fancy. We've made the noose with the Spiders. Now we just use the infantry and your tanks to tighten it. Until when, Major? They've got thousands hidden among millions. Even with our troops, we can't root through those sorts of numbers at an acceptable pace without unacceptable losses. Let me worry about that. Until then, we simply apply pressure. You mean starve them? It wasn't a question. Essentially, yes. Limit the amount of food and medicine that goes in, and what little they've got left will dry up in no time. Assuming they don't just cut the civilians out of the loop to keep themselves supplied. They won't. And you know this. Call it a hunch. June 22, 2181. Batarian World, Aragul. Batarian Territory. More troops coming in, a voice came in through Gerald's earpiece. By this point, he'd just started assuming that any newly arriving troops would be enemy reinforcements unless specified otherwise. And the trooper's tone didn't exactly sound happy with his report, so the observer had little need to confirm if the arrivals were human. Keep me informed of changes. And unit compositions, if possible. Understood, observer. Until the past few days, Gerald hadn't fully appreciated their ability to get a dropship off planet laden with their wounded. It took the realization that GDI's new no-fly zone was going to be enforced to the fullest extent of their capability to drive home how fortunate they'd been to dispatch a ship before the city could be fully sealed off. Now, not even civilian ships could get out. There was no radio contact offered, and no communications were received. Only surface-to-air missiles, and they had yet to miss their targets. A few brave, or foolish, souls had tried to run the blockade, and each of them was now entombed in the smoldering wreckage of their ship. Even relief vessels were becoming less common. Civilians had been passing on food and medicine to the hidden military assets, but the flow was dwindling more and more as the days wore on. The humans either knew what was going on, or they were simply deciding that it was time to tighten the noose. Enforcer, this is Observer Actual, do you read me? Gerald opened a new channel. They had precious few allies in the city with the means to hold out should the humans make a move on the city, and the Bastion fittingly dubbed Enforcer was one of them. Loud and clear, Observer. Enforcer Actual here. My scouts are seeing a lot of movement. The humans aren't going to wait much longer. Why would they hurry? They're already starving us to death. They've certainly seen to that. Maybe, but they're landing in greater force. We can't count on them to sit back and hope we die of boredom. Ha! True enough. Do you have a plan? Gerald was hearing that phrase a lot in the past few days, do you have a plan? He was a political officer, an observer. It was even his official title. But the highest ranked officer he'd been in contact thus far was a company commander with barely more than a platoon to his name. Gerald's status as technically outside the chain of command seemed to translate to superior authority, and everyone in a position to do anything was deferring to his judgment. Even if it wasn't his duty to take full command, his duties as an observer obligated him to maintain both morale and the chain of command. If it took a few officers following his advice to keep their men active and inspired, then he would do it. Possibly. How's your situation? Could be worse, I suppose, though I can't think how, Enforcer Actual replied. I've only got barely a tenth of my department up and running, and we're getting a lot of wounded coming in. That big gunship going down took a lot of civvies with it. The local medicas are overwhelmed as it is, so they're coming to us instead. And weapons. Enough Terminators and Executioners to keep my men armed, but that isn't saying much. I've got a few men working on our mechs to see if they can't give us a few dozen metal bodies to put between us and the humans. Got a few bigger guns from the evidence lockers, but the best finds there are a few Kishaks. Gerald took a deep breath. He knew that the situation was bad, and similarly knew that it would probably come to this. That didn't make the decision any easier. What if I could get you some bigger guns? How big? Anti-vehicle launchers. Cutting-edge assault weapons. That kind of big. Then I'd ask who I need to kill to get my hands on a haul like that. Just leave it to me. Gerald swallowed the lump in his throat. I might not be in contact for a few hours, but there'll be a man on the comms. Check in every half hour, over. Roger, Observer Actual. Over and out. Gerald silently sent a confirmation through his Omni tool. He'd already made the preparations, so all he needed to do was green-light them and take his place. Ever since his field promotion, Squad Commander Gregor had been adapting quickly to his new role. He'd do well enough on his own until Gerald returned. Assuming he returned at all, that is. Orders confirmed, Observer. We're loaded and ready. He'd only be taking 2 of the soldiers along with him. No more were needed. Their cargo wouldn't be very large at all, if things went according to plan. Or they would die. That was an equal possibility. June 22, 2181. Ilian. Hegemony territory. You know why I'm here. Balak Kaharil needed no further introductions. Fleet Commander Kent Ga Dal knew he was coming. Announcing his presence was a mere formality, especially considering Balak had just opened the door to an office that supposedly only Kent had the access codes to unlock. Make this easy for me, Kent. Balak's official rank would have made such informality an affront to the fleet commander's status, but Balak had never been one for such customs. Despite it being so deeply set in Batarian society, Balak was disgusted by the entire caste system. It implied that people should respect someone for reasons unrelated to how much they actually deserved the respect. This said quite a bit about Balak. Most people he knew respected him. Those who knew him and did not usually lived in absolute fear of him. But, unfortunately, they rarely needed to do that for long. Kent was still silent. The office was dark, but not so dark that Balak couldn't see the fleet commander seated behind his desk, slumped over a variety of data slates. Balak closed the door, and his night vision began to kick in without the light of the hallway to interfere. The first thing he saw was the ale bottle beside an empty tumbler. The fleet commander had once had a rather severe drinking problem, but he'd been on the wagon for years, and Balak knew he was not the sort to relapse in time of war. The second thing he saw was the gun. It was a basic Navy-issue sidearm, resting on the desktop next to the empty glass and ale bottle. Balak had always been one to err on the side of caution, and a man with alcohol and a gun was almost never a non-risk. Even then, he didn't bring any of his own weapons to bear. That was because the third thing he saw was the hole in Kent's head. With a wave of his Omni tool, Balak sealed the door behind him. The office would be soundproofed, so unless someone was physically seeking the fleet commander, his death would go undiscovered for hours, at least. It was still a big assumption to make, so Balak went to work immediately. Any information that could be gleaned and analyzed somewhere other than the office was taken immediately. Entry logs for the door. Security feeds from the hallway outside. No cameras in the office itself, of course. It was undoubtedly a quiet room. Most high-ranking officers in the hegemony made sure that their offices were safe havens from outside listeners, lest they be SU agents. Kent had apparently not been so lucky. Balak's immediate impression was suicide. He'd arranged a good few suicides in his time with SU, and it was almost laughably easy in an area that didn't have any surveillance equipment. Devices that could force a man to hold a gun to his own head were laughably easy to procure for an agent of the Special Interventions Unit, and plenty of them were technologically crude enough for someone to improvise one with enough skill. Hell, the better SU agents knew how to improvise such a device from little more than a neck brace, an enforcer's cuffs, and some strong wire. Balak certainly could. The entire scene was too clean. Balak had no doubt that the security logs would register nobody in or out, before him, of course, for hours. And here was a high-ranking hegemony officer, fallen off the wagon with. Balak checked the bottle. Batarian ale had an alcohol content of 30%, and there was barely any left in the bottom. A cursory glance at the desk saw a few pieces of wax, broken when the cap had been twisted off. A new bottle, then. A high-ranking officer fallen off the wagon with a costly war to organize. It had just been too much, and he'd taken the easy way out. Too damn clean. It was practically a textbook example of how to arrange a suicide. He'd known Kent. He'd drunk with him, too, back when Kent still did. The man could drink an entire bottle of uncut ale and end up with barely a slur to his speech. Whoever had been her before Balak hadn't known that. He'd known the facts about Kent, sure, but nothing that detailed. They hadn't known how much it would take for a man like Kent to contemplate killing himself over a difficult and bloody war. Without touching the body, Balak looked at Kent's right wrist and neck. He snorted and reluctantly gave the unknown party some credit. Usually, the braces that forced an unwilling person to hold a gun to their own head left telltale marks on the wrist and neck, both of them points of resistance. Balak couldn't see any on either part of Kent's body. For a moment, he imagined the brace. It covered the shoulders, neck, and whatever wrist that had the gun at the end of it. From there, a wire attached to the wrist and neck would pull the wrist until the muzzle of the pistol could point nowhere else but at the temple. Sometimes, the agent involved was stupid enough to forget how important the finger that supposedly pulled the trigger was. They either broke it forcing it under the trigger guard, or pulled the trigger themselves and forced the finger into the proper position afterward. But, Balak had a reluctant respect for whoever had pulled this off. Their only flaw had been how clean they left things. There wasn't even a suicide note. That was a common trait among amateurs. Everyone seemed to think that the soon-to-be-dead always wanted the living to know why they were punching their own ticket. When someone is so deep in despair that they kill themselves on the spot, they aren't caring about what other people think. They just want out. They're not likely thinking clearly, but that's the truth of it. Notes are for the guilty or the vindictive, by and large. Balak suddenly felt angry. For a long moment, he considered drawing his own sidearm and putting a second bullet through Kent's head. Kent had been a good officer, not to mention a consistent and valuable source of information. He'd contacted him the day before in the hopes that a meeting with him would be the solution to Balak's mystery. Instead, Kent was just another mystery. With a quick input of commands on his Omni tool, a data core fabricated and ejected into Balak's free hand. He slotted it into Kent's terminal, and the STG program went to work immediately. He didn't have many of them, and he didn't have the technological know-how to duplicate them himself. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Kent was a literal dead end. He'd either let the lead slip away, or find his next destination. The hegemony's obsessively insular nature made even the most basic access difficult for potential spies. Thankfully, Balak was as Batarian as they came, and there were almost comically few safeguards against threats from within the very offices of the devices that were being compromised. It was a flaw that Balak planned to correct, but not until he was finished with his current mission. The STG program ate through junk data at an alarming rate. Balak had a genuine respect for Solarians. Most of his acquired tech was of Solarian origins, and it had saved his life on several occasions. There was banging on the door. The late fleet commander's security detail had finally been roused, possibly Kent's own lack of activity. Either way, they were at the door, and there was only one door. Balak heard muffled commands being called out, but ignored them. He only needed a few seconds more, and he had them. Unplugging the data-laden core, he walked confidently to the door and opened it. 4 guards were on the other side, and all of them, to their credit, had their weapons raised before the door finished cycling open. Balak did not draw a weapon, nor disable theirs. It took a moment before their helmets' IFFs recognized him, and they all snapped to attention. The fleet commander has been shot, Balak announced, lacing his voice with indignation. If these men were anything resembling bright, they'd recognize at least a few of the same things Balak had seen resembling foul play upon further investigation, and that could cause problems for him if he didn't meet them head-on. "Your orders, sir?" one asked, eyes flickering to the interior of the office. Balak paid it no mind. There was indeed a glimmer of knowing intelligence in their obedience, and Balak knew how to exploit it. "Round up the usual suspects." The response was immediate. With crisp salutes, the four immediately departed, two of them barking orders over their Omni tools. They knew the score, and they knew that their actions now would determine whether or not they were commended and promoted, or finding themselves with a visit from someone like Balak, just as Kent had. Presumably, at least, Balak thought. The guards would assume it and Sue sanctioned killing, but that would just keep them off his back. The Enforcer Corp had an unspoken agreement with Sue, as long as Sue was clean about their work, the enforcers would pretend to believe that they actually were suicides. But Balak still had the actual killers to contend with. And for that, he'd need to find something amidst the data he'd ripped from the late Kent's terminal. It would take time, but Balak had STG codebreaker programs. He didn't need time. June 22, 2181. R.A. Ghoul. Hegemony territory. The civilian landcar stopped in front of what appeared to be an average state housing unit, tall, blocky, and packed with people. It wasn't much in the way of luxury, but thousands of average hegemony citizens called it home. And it was an average state housing unit, save for one average-looking door on an average-looking level, filled with average-looking Batarians who glanced out their doors to see what the commotion was about only to quickly withdraw when they saw three hegemony soldiers in the hallway. The average-looking door swung open when the soldier with the shoulder insignia of an observer slid his ident card into the receiver. The three stepped inside, and the door swung shut again. From the hallway, none of the citizens could see that the door was about twice as thick as a normal one. Gerald used his credentials to seal the door again from within, then sought out the extranet terminal. This was the part that would be most likely to kill him. He informed his two escorts of this fact. "Oh. All right, details." Gerald started up the terminal and sat down. "You're in Ansu Outpost. Specifically, Ansu Outpost with a strong enough off-world connection to receive new data from the powers that be." "What was the part about us getting killed again?" one of the two asked. "There are countermeasures to prevent unauthorized use, that is," Gerald muttered, now tapping away at the haptic interface, most of them more active than just a really strong door. "So right now I'm deactivating them." Gerald finished the question with an answer, "and if I do it wrong, we'll probably die." "But, you know how to get past them, right?" "Probably. Observers aren't Sue. Technically, we're not even military. But we can access the Sue codes to deactivate the." He paused for a moment, fingers freezing in place, and tapped one key very deliberately. The two soldiers held their breath until Gerald let out a sigh of relief. They followed suit. "As I was saying, I can access the codes, even if I'm not Sue." "Why were you worried then?" "Because the codes change every so often, and what with us being invaded, there was a chance that the terminal automatically changed codes and Sue neglected to update their record of it, or that they updated their codes and the terminal was still working off the old ones." He smiled somewhat brightly. "But hey, we got through. No viral dispersal agent melting our lungs, and full access to." "No viral what?" "Relax." Gerald's Omni tool quickly fabricated an empty data core that he plugged into the terminal. "I was kidding. It's probably just anti-personnel charges or something. Sue doesn't have the budget to rig every safehouse terminal with flesh-eating viruses." "I thought we were looking for a weapon cache, sir." "At least that's what the squad commander told us." "Technically true." Gerald ejected the data core, then inserted another one as he stashed the first, "but a weapon cache is limited. These," he ejected the second core and stowed it with the first, "are unlimited." He paused, then repeated the process on two more data cores. "No sense not getting backups, though." He looked through some more of the data, checking if anything else might be useful. There was no risk now that the safeguards were offline, but the sooner he returned to the Enforcer HQ or the former parking garage, now militia base, the better. One file caught his eye, and he opened it. Nothing could have prepared him for the contents. On the first floor and above, the enforcers and their allies were arming for war. It was the subterranean firing range, ironically, that was isolated from such preparations. The reason for that was simple enough: it was a long, wide room located below ground level. And given the hundreds of wounded who had been brought to the Enforcer HQ, the firing range's value as an improvised infirmary far outweighed its normal uses. The enforcers had been able to impose some order to it all, but that was little more than ensuring a few clear lanes of travel for the medical personnel. There were only two areas sealed off. One held those who were not expected to survive their injuries. A half-dozen privacy screens had been set up to shield them from the view of the general population. The screens were fairly high-end tech. They were normally used by enforcers to conceal particularly brutal crime scenes from prying eyes, and could even dampen outgoing noise. The other isolated area, however, was reserved for those among the refugees who were still minors. Anyone older than 14 was an adult as far as the law was concerned, but for the rest, they couldn't even join a militia for at least 2 years more, much less hold any responsibility for the human invasion. They were helpless by law. Enforcer Caius Verdun was making his way to the minors section. Those navigating the pathways of the infirmary gave him wide berth. He was an enforcer, after all, and that commanded equal measures fear and respect from the general population. But as of late, there had been less fear. It had confused Caius at first. He had no illusions about the brutality that came with his profession, but it had always been with the intention of maintaining order to further the common good. Lately, there had been quite a bit of chaos, but the enforcers didn't respond with riot squads and late-night raids on locals with prior convictions. They'd tried something different to compensate for the men they'd lost to militia conscriptions. They kept order with a gentler hand, replacing glares of suspicion to passers-by with simple nods of acknowledgement. Caius had been passed over for military conscription because of his skill set. He had trained all of the enforcers Varen for this city sector, and he was one of the few who could ensure they followed commands. When a GDI gunship had crashed on an apartment building, he'd brought out a group of his Varen to help the search for civilians under the rubble. When he'd let the Varen loose, onlookers were paralyzed. Enforcer Varen were riot dispersion tools, or for chasing down runners. They were non-lethal tools in that they could be trained to maim their targets instead of outright killing them. Probably for the first time in their memory, the Varen war beasts were being used to help them. Not to kill for their own good, either. Simply, to help. Training just a few steps behind Caius was Sten. Most Varen could grow up to 6 feet from head to tail, and weighed over 400 pounds. Sten was an alpha Varen. That fact alone meant that he was the biggest, meanest Varen among a pack that had been bred specifically for enforcer work. Sten was close to 8 feet long, and well over 600 pounds. His jaw was partially hidden behind the standard enforcer muzzle. It was anchored in the bone of his lower jaw and could keep a Varen from so much as opening its mouth without its handler's authorization. Varen had exceptionally powerful jaws, they could crack bone and even light hard suits without much trouble, but an adult of only average strength could reliably hold their jaws closed with relatively little effort. The image of enforcer and warbeast should have been terrifying. Instead, passers-by nodded and smiled, even offering occasional words of gratitude. Not only were they not cowed into submission by his presence, they were grateful for it. It was an epiphany that brought Caius down among the wounded and displaced. He had an opportunity to be something other than feared, without losing control over the populace. As soon as the miners came into view, Caius clicked his tongue. Sten trotted in front of him, and the miners reacted immediately. They were excited. A real Varen. It's so big. Can I pet it, sir? They weren't old enough to be afraid of him, or of Sten. They'd never been on the receiving end of an enforcer's submission net or a Varen's jaws. They had the ingrained respect for authority that any good hegemony citizen needed to keep out of the judicial system, but that was it. To them, Caius was a figure of awe that had come to visit them, and he'd brought along an animal big enough to ride on. Go ahead, Caius found himself smiling. PR operations were not uncommon for enforcers, but those usually had at least some inkling of threat behind them. Even Sten seemed confused, but that only lasted a few seconds. He hadn't been ordered to attack, and he was being patted, so that must mean he was allowed to enjoy it. Caius had raised Sten since he'd been a pup and could tell when he was content, so he issued a signal though his Omni tool. With a soft click, the jaw lock released. Normally, a subdermal auto-injector would send a shot of stimulants into the Varen's bloodstream to drive them into further frenzy, but that required a two-part command that Caius did not transmit. Instead, Sten's jaw was free, and he was perfectly happy with a tiny figure balanced on his massive shoulder blades and a half-dozen hands rubbing his scaly hide. As soon as his jaw was free, his long tongue lashed out, nearly lifting the tiny figure in front of him off their feet with an enthusiastic lick. The miner giggled at the obvious sign of affection, and the attention to the Varen redoubled. Sten even, Caius nearly had to do a double take at the sight of it, rolled over for the miners. Enforcer Varen were trained so that aggression was something that had to be triggered. Even domestic Varen, to say nothing of wild Varen, were potentially dangerous if handled improperly. But a well-trained enforcer Varen wouldn't hurt anything outside their own species unless given the go-ahead, or failing that, a shot of chems to encourage their natural aggression. Caius noticed a distinct silence around him. He turned and saw a solid 20 adults looking on with shock. Caius had to resist the urge to draw his sidearm and call for backup. He'd seen such a look before. It was a look devoid of fear, so surprised by the sight before them that they were capable of anything, up to and including killing the enforcer responsible for the sight. Then they started smiling. Some even laughed when Sten started giving affectionate laps of his serpentine tongue. Caius was at a loss. What he'd done to deserve actual admiration? The enforcers had readily accepted them into their HQ, certainly, and kept them supplied, but that was. It hit him like a blast from a tank cannon. Beneath the brutality and rule by fear, the enforcers wanted to protect the citizens under their watch. Judicator Yanful had converted an entire floor of his building to receiving refugees without a moment's hesitation. He was the same man who would order the release of Varen just like Sten at the first sight of a protest spiraling beyond anything but peaceful. Caius had joined the Enforcer Corps because he'd wanted to help. And for once, he could say that they were there to help without any trace of bitterness. They always wanted to help, but rarely was it ever to the liking of the common citizen. They were a necessity. Sten had one of the miners pinned to the ground, and the miner was shrieking. But there was mirth where there should have been pain and terror, a friendly lapping tongue where there should have been tearing fangs and gnashing jaws. Even onlookers who knew exactly what Caius felt about the scene found themselves smiling. Their world had been turned upside down in recent weeks, with the omnipresent grip of the hegemony being the unconquerable presence in their lives suddenly losing its grip. And suddenly, it wasn't a regime of faceless automatons forcing them into compliance. It was a government of people just like them, fighting against the odds not to keep up appearances, but because it came to them naturally. Plenty of men of higher status than Caius had feared insurrection after the hegemony had proved unable to hold GDI at the border worlds. But Caius could see another outcome, a populace who respected the hands of the hegemony because in a time of strife and hardship, they'd been there to prove that they truly were there to help. Judicator Thuli Yanful had roughly 30 of his enforcers left. It was a pitiful shadow of their former strength given the dense population center they had once policed, but Thuli could hardly change it. Fully half his men had been pulled into militias, and still more had voluntarily been shifted to military units in light of. Thuli sighed. In light of the siege. He was an enforcer. He knew how sieges worked, a prolonged standoff with a bloody gunfight at its end. That said, being on the receiving end of things was a new and unpleasant thing for him. Then again, he was no mere gunman holed up in an apartment block. He had the militias and the military alongside him, and 30-odd enforcers at his command. He had the Orcus riot control mechs and the boxguards. His men were already modifying them for combat. Real combat. Not civilian pistols, firebombs, and thrown half-bricks. It would take some time, and it wouldn't be perfect, but they'd be as ready as they could be before the humans came. Judicator, one of his men snapped a closed fist across his chest in a quick salute. Am I interrupting? No, enforcer, he waved a hand dismissively, just thinking. Is it done? Yes sir, the enforcer nodded, all non-violent offenders have been released, and the ones with ganger markings have been. Thank you, enforcer, Thuli interrupted, I'll see the volunteers now. The enforcer nodded, taking only a moment to transmit a set of commands to the Judicator's Omni tool. Thuli verified them as they walked to the holding cells. Some things were universal across civilized cultures. Temporary holding cells were one such thing, reinforced bars surrounding a single large room with a few benches lining the sides. Approximately 50 men were sitting on those benches. Only a handful were wearing any form of body armor, and even then it was nothing more than ballistic vests and shooting gloves. The rest were wearing some variation of civilian plain clothes. A common trait, however, was bandages at the base of the skull, and more than a few men were massaging the inflamed skin that surrounded it. Thuli calmly opened the door and walked inside the cell. The enforcer escort tensed, but said nothing. A few of the inmates stared at him in surprise, but they, too, said nothing, though more out of shock than anything else. You have 10 seconds to stand at attention, Thuli announced loudly, and a hush fell over the inmates. Several laughed aloud. Those who started to stand stopped when they saw themselves among the minority. Thuli mentally counted out the full 10 seconds. He wouldn't get anywhere by being anything less than sincere in both promises and threats with a lot like this. Among the men, a few of the smarter ones looked visibly uncomfortable. They knew something was about to happen, but nothing could have prepared them for it. Time's up. He flicked a hand over his Omni tool, and there was a terrible moment as every man gasped, unable to find enough of a voice to scream in pain. The moment passed, and they screamed. More than a few fell onto the bare floor, clutching themselves to try and dull the pain. It did them no good. Thuli waited for 5 seconds before sending out a second command. Again, as one, the panicked thrashing stopped, and the cell was filled with bewildered and frightened expressions. You've all been given an entry-level control implant. We have hundreds of the damn things, because people like you think that drugging someone and sticking them with a collar is just as good as buying a slave like the rest of us, Thuli said loudly enough to be heard over the groans of pain. We're the ones who need to pull them out, and you're damn lucky we decided to put you out beforehand. You just got a 5-second burst, because I was in a generous mood, he continued, the next will be 10 seconds. I don't care how hard you think you are, these plug right into your pain receptors. You'll feel every bit of whatever I decided you deserve. Now let's try this again, you have 10 seconds to stand at attention. And if even one of you isn't up by then, you're all getting another burst. By the 6-second mark, even the most bewildered of them was standing up as straight as he could manage. A few were still whimpering, but it was understandable. Now, let me tell you why you're worth my attention, Thule stepped further into the cell to give every man an equal view of him. You're all gangers. You were so proud of it that you had it etched into your skin. For your pride, you get to choose one of two things, summary execution, or complete amnesty from whatever crimes put you here. Stunned silence followed. Responding seemed like a trick, given the cranial implant-shaped barrel the judicator held them over. Thule nodded. I take it everyone wants amnesty. A couple men looked confused. They were quickly elbowed by those next to them and, quickly and quietly, explained what amnesty meant. Good, Thule nodded again, you're all honorary enforcers. Even the rookie who does the lunch runs outranks you, but it's something. And it means you get to fight for your nation against the alien invaders. There were several looks of dismay. They were going to be cannon fodder for GDI guns. You'll all be getting guns. The looks of dismay evaporated. You'll be expected to follow the orders of any enforcer who issues them. Your job is now to protect and serve until I say otherwise. I'm sure a few of you are thinking that once you get a gun, you're as good as free, he continued, you'll just kill any enforcers stuck with you, then melt back into the alleys. His Omni tool lit up as his hand moved over it. Not a single man could stop from flinching, even if their collars didn't so much as twinge. If I hear something that even implies you've let one of my men come to harm, I will let you all feel it. Thule's voice took on a razor's edge. If you can even still speak, you'll beg for death when you feel a human boot across your throat. That's if you cross me, he softened his tone, if only enough to take the hard edge from it. If you fulfill your duty and survive the fighting, you'll be free. I don't care what you did to end up here. I don't have the privilege of caring. Do your part, show up to get your collars off, and you'll be free men. There was doubt on the faces of few of the older gangers. Most of them were the ones wearing body armor, men old enough to know that a promise meant relatively little unless it was given real weight. Their skin stains were simple, monochromatic, and faded with age, likely the work of prison ink jobs. Once they had guns in their hands, that doubt would fade. I am Judicator Thule Yanful. Not long ago, I would have just executed the lot of you for simplicity's sake. I'm sure you feel the same way about me and mine. Times change. Maybe men change, too. Show me you have what it takes to fight when your homeland needs you, and you'll have your freedom. Introductions were over, now it was time for logistics. How many of you have ever handled a gun? Thule asked. Most hands went up. That was a small comfort. How many of you have ever handled a rifle, shotgun, or an automatic of any kind? A few hands went down, but not too many. And how many of you have actual training with firearms? Military, private security, doesn't matter. Now only a few hands were still up. Most of them were those men who still had their body armor. Small comforts, Thule smiled internally, but get enough of them, and I can almost hope we're going to survive. His Omni tool flashed with an incoming signal. You all stay here, he unlocked the cell door and stepped out, someone will see you shortly about equipment. If you had your own when you were brought in, then all the better. Once he was out of earshot, he opened his end of the signal. It was the Observer, hopefully with good news. I hear you, Observer Actual. Any luck? Plenty. Forwarding 2 sets of codes to you now. Thule watched the incoming data with curiosity. One was a set of fabrication codes guarded by SU-strength encryption, but the other was an encryption key. The connection was obvious enough. Take a look at the fabrication codes, Judicator, the Observer had dropped the call signs. He was either unworried about enemies listening in, or he was simply too relieved to care. Maybe both. Already checking them. There. Thule trailed off as various specifications and images flashed across the display over the Omni tool. There were even comparisons to their existing counterparts. I've never seen these models before, Thule murmured. That's because they're barely out of development. The fabrication codes are still being distributed, the Observer replied, they're combat tested, but on a scale so small I doubt GDI even noticed them. And we can produce them on enforcer fabricators. Thule asked. Not just that, you can even produce them civilian fabricators, if they're large enough. How can these numbers be right? The material demands and quality shouldn't be. But they are. They're better across the board than nearly anything we have already and they're cheaper and faster to produce. I'll start production immediately, Thule gave a rare, genuine smile, our armory's no factory, but it'll get the job done. Good, the Observer paused, then added, there was more on the interventions terminal I got these from, Judicator. A lot more. Things I can't tell you about in detail, not yet anyway. But know that things are going to change, Judicator. This is just the start. June 22, 2181. Civilian freighter. Hegemony territory. Even in his dreams, he was trying to figure it out. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but it had to be important. It had brought him to 3 target planets already. Only one of them wasn't already on the commercial ship's itinerary, as it had been selected for its course, but a few credits transferred has ensured an unforeseen layover to all of Balak's target world. 2 leads were busts. That didn't stop them from leaving behind 17 bodies, 2 torched buildings, and several wrecked enforcer pursuit cars following a nasty high-speed chase. The third world had been his last option before he'd need to call in some truly heavy favors or start causing much more mayhem. Possibly both, and not in that order, either. Balak was determined to find whatever it was, but he was patriotic, to a point. He'd prefer not to start crippling the hegemony's ability to make war for the sake of his private investigation. But the third world, and the third lead, that had paid off. It had given him a dead fleet commander and several ship IDs, all originating from Aragul, and all following slightly different patterns, but all of them intersecting at one world, Kamela. It just so happened that Kamela was not only a hegemony core planet, but also was the location of one of the most prominent medicas in the sector. Kamela's shipyards also had no record of dead or wounded soldiers being imported from the front lines. The ship cargo manifests carried a few supplies that could be bound for any number of military or government facilities, but nowhere near enough of them to fill their cargo base to capacity. Balak would either find what he was looking for there, or he'd find out where he needed to go next. Balak's eyes snapped open. The intercom wired into the cargo container that served as his room for the trip had buzzed to life. If we find anyone still in their rooms by the time we get there, you die, plain and simple. Ah. Pirates. Balak looked around his room. There was an entry-level civilian terminal that could probably get stable extranet access if the planets were aligned, the cot he was sitting up on, and a set of wire racks that passed as a shelf for clothing and personal effects. He instinctively began assessing how much of it could be adapted into some form of weaponry. Then he smirked. It was a rare thing for him, and almost always preceding someone becoming unbelievably miserable. In this case, it was because he'd been considering improvised weaponry when he was probably better outfitted than any man aboard the ship. Or any dozen men, for that matter. He was already locking his armor into place. The A-12 Raider would be doing the bulk of the legwork if it came to. He smirked. Again. This was truly a day for the record books. When it came to violence. By default, the weapon was effectively a double-barreled shotgun. Sioux agents favored it for its ability to rapidly kill anything at close range, but Balak knew that the 2-shot limit of a standard heatsink was a crippling weakness. Targets that truly merited the attention of an Sioux agent's Raider were rarely alone, so he adapted. Balak's Raider was bulkier than the standard model, but it was worth every extra ounce. It had a total of 3 heatsinks fitted within a revolving chamber that rotated with every other pull of the trigger. 2 shots were now 6, and by the time he reached the 6th, the first 2 had cooled enough to be used again. Usually, at least. Fired like a semi-automatic shotgun, it still required time to dump excess heat, but Balak had been using the weapon for years. He knew the pace that let him fire it nearly continuously without ever needing to replace a heatsink during a firefight. He'd slag the barrel first, or burn out the heatsink completely. For the average citizen, such a weapon would be unbelievably illegal. For an Sioux agent, much less for Balak, it was perfectly acceptable. Shouting from outside. Several bursts of gunfire, their impacts somewhere above him. The pirates were firing warning bursts from their guns. That told Balak several things. The first, and most important, was what kind of weapons they had: 2 Terminator assault rifles, 1 Avenger. Cheap, yes. Reliable? Definitely. Or at least mostly. The Terminator series was BSA issue. It was almost assuredly less reliable than the Avenger, but humans considered the Avenger to be even more resilient than their ancient Kalashnikov series. If his plan relied on the Terminators jamming or malfunctioning on their own, he would have been better off giving up now. Balak let the door of his room swing open slightly. He was on the second stack of 4. The captain of the freighter had apparently decided that paying passengers would bring in much-needed income to compensate for whatever had been sapped by the war, so he'd simply given 4 layers of storage crates the necessary accommodations, sparse as they were, to qualify as passenger-worthy. Balak's guess had been right. 3 men, all with assault rifles. The very fact they needed to fire warning shots right off the bat was enough for Balak to question their qualifications for piracy. That was the problem with spacefaring criminals that the hegemony had sought to correct. There was no entrance exam for pirates, but any pirate who wanted the edge to last for anything more than a few months needed to prove that they were worth government funding. It was only from the second stack, Balak thought to himself. Barely a 3-meter drop. Balak could have landed that himself, much less with his hard suit to help compensate. In one motion, he pushed the door open and stepped into empty air. 7 seconds passed. The A-12 Raider's cylinder shifted twice, letting loose 4 shots. The pirate rifles fired a total of 12 shots, 9 of them from the death grip of a trigger finger that had yet to acknowledge that the body that controlled it had died. The Avenger was not one of those weapons. Unlike the Terminators, it had safety measures to ensure that death spasms didn't trigger bursts of friendly fire. 3 bodies hit the ground. Balak was not one of them. Idiots, Balak thought. Any credit chits, jewelry, and personal effects stolen from the passengers would be small change compared to whatever the ship was actually carrying in its cargo hold. It was petty, unnecessary thievery gumming up what could have been a quick and profitable raid. Balak considered his response to be a lesson to the pirates. Technically, at least. He didn't expect that any of them would live to appreciate the lesson, but it was the thought that counted. On one hand, Balak felt the need to deal with them for the sake of his whatever his journey had. On the other, he felt like killing them was a public service to the overall quality of piracy. It was the principle of the matter, letting idiots succeed through inaction was just as bad as actively encouraging them. Or something like that. It didn't matter very much, seeing as 3 pirates were already dead on the deck plates, and more would soon follow. One was missing the upper half of his head, the second had a ragged hole blasted through his chest, and the third had been a bit sloppy. It had taken 2 shots to kill him. He was simply dead, nothing spectacular about it. Their bodies were still smoking as Balak reached down with his offhand and plucked the communication frequency from their Omni tools with his own. Check on them. Those idiots probably just tuned into the wrong COMM channel, but no sense getting careless over it. Balak's decision cemented itself further. Anyone willing to tolerate the continued presence of men stupid enough to be justifications on their own for a lapse in communications during an operation was just as much an idiot for keeping them around. Such men were liabilities for. Balak glanced at their bodies. For pretty much exactly this reason. This ordeal would be a learning experience for the pirate commander. Again, technically, had Balak not fully intended to kill him, too. After a few seconds of his Omni tool chewing through junk data, Balak almost laughed aloud. The pirates were smart enough to have IFF codes built into their weapons and tech, but dumb enough not to keep them buried under even entry-level cyber defenses. He had the locations and movement of every pirate aboard the ship, at least every minute when they checked in with a radar ping on his HUD. Talented amateurs, then. That changed things, at least slightly. They were more dangerous than experienced idiots by a fair stretch, at least in this situation. Not as well equipped as Eclipse mercenaries, maybe, but reasonably well funded and lucky enough to have hit enough soft targets to gain some experience. Not lucky enough to have hit ships with any real resistance, most likely. Fighting well-trained opposition was as different from fighting low-rent guards and armed passengers as night was from day. What these pirates had was experience that screwed them in the long run. Fight opponents like that for too long, and you learn to fight them. And by that point, anyone even remotely skilled could take you apart like a reverse jigsaw puzzle. 5 new targets moved down the hall adjacent to him, pausing at a door that connected to the cargo bay. That gave him seconds, at most, to find cover and prepare himself for the inevitable attack. Finding cover was a priority, followed by finding cover. Balak actually chuckled at the thought. He clipped his radar to his hip for a moment. Then, with a quick flick of his boot, he flipped a fallen pirate rifle into his hands. An equally casual flick of his hand across the weapon and his Omni tool flashed. Red warning lights immediately began to flicker on the weapon's displays and Balak lobbed the rifle across the hall. It clattered to the deck in front of the door just as it began to cycle open. By then, Balak's radar was already back in his hands. One of the pirates had quick enough reflexes to let out a curse. The others could do nothing but widen their eyes as the rifle let out a terrible electronic scream and detonated in a flare of blue fire and deadly shrapnel. Balak walked past them, pausing only to put a radar shell into the sternum of the only one who still groaned. The others already had their bodies shredded to confetti. He noted with mild approval as all of the IFF signals winked out on his HUD, presumably as the pirates shifted to secondary codes to ensure that he couldn't use the information he had. He still had their last known locations, at least. A quick check confirmed that the secondary codes weren't transmitted to Omni tools attached to dead limbs. The pirates were armed with state-of-the-art weaponry. Balak was one man with a shotgun. Many an action flick across multiple species had been written with this exact premise, but what Balak lacked in one-liners, he made up with dozens of tricks hidden up his sleeve. Overloading the grenade module of an assault rifle was one of the simplest. It didn't even require any of the really special tech embedded in his armor and Omni tool. An experienced STG operative would have taken a more indirect route for dispatching the pirates. The loading mechs might not have had weapons, but they were strong enough to break limbs if allowed within arm's reach. A few dozen of them funneled towards the pirates would have been a good deterrent to cut and run. Sending out a fake reactor overload signal from engineering would have worked, too, and without the need to take any more lives. Balak wasn't that good, unfortunately for the pirates. But mostly, he simply wasn't that patient. Codex, technology, drones, Spider automated defense turret. The Spider ADT was first seen in widespread use by GDI forces during the Verge War. It was initially provided largely to mechanized and special operations units, but became available for requisition by other units once it was formally adopted by the board of directors. With its rapid deployment and recovery times, internal power plant, and different weapon configuration, it gained its own niche in the GDI arsenal. Fast-moving mechanized units used spiders as portable defenses for temporary bases where more traditional defense turrets would have been impractical. Special operations units discovered that with the SAM configuration of the spider to surround heavily fortified hegemony positions, seizing control of the airspace without needing any more than a company's worth of soldiers. The spider was not without its share of weaknesses, however. The internal power plant limited the size of its guns, rendering the spider useless as permanent base defenses if more traditional turrets were available. Its kinetic barriers are similarly weak to minimize power requirements, and its armor is vulnerable to even the most basic man-portable anti-vehicle weaponry. Inversely, it has a very strong energy signature, making it very difficult to conceal from anything but the naked eye. Though it can also be configured with twin-linked railguns or mass accelerators, the spider is much more suitable for combating aircraft than infantry. The sensor Suite 6 cannot immediately prioritize an enemy soldier with, say, a rocket launcher, as a higher potential threat than another with an assault rifle. Once said launcher has been fired, it will register as the threat that it is, but given the previously mentioned weaknesses in barriers and armor, the most basic man-portable anti-vehicle weapons can destroy it with minimal effort. A/N, oh, hello, Rietkins. How are you today? In a realization that made me nearly head-desk my way to a concussion, I realized that I could solve the issues of establishing Mitchell's seniority on the battlefield by just giving him the rank of commander, which can basically trump everything short of a general or a director in the CNC universe as required. Eventually I'll get around to modifying previous chapters to suit the change, but until then, it's not too big of a Rietkin. This chapter took an ungodly long time in large part due to how rewritten it is. I wrote it, scrapped it, rewrote it, shuffled it around, realized parts from it should come later and parts I'd planned for later should happen now and nay. Point is, it took far more time than it ought to have, but maybe this'll prevent similar things from happening in the future. This chapter is mostly about setting things up for next chapter, and if I keep the next chapter in roughly the state I plan it to be, hoo boy. We spent a disproportionate amount of time with Balak in this one, but I felt like it was rather important to give him sufficient screen time, or page time, whatever, before he showed up in more significant events. As was pointed out to me, his reason for the whole Terra Nova asteroid drop was the hegemony facing economic and political marginalization by the Systems Alliance in Citadel space, which is laughably minor compared to being invaded by GDI. Regardless, next chapter we return to the final stages of siege prep on both sides. Pretty much every character thus far is going to get screen time, if all goes according to plan. And then violence. Lots and lots of violence. For now, R&R, Anon accepted as usual. Chapter 7, Before. Gentlemen. Chapter 7, ready for reading. Not much to say quite yet, so let's just get right to it. June 26, 2181. Kamala. Hegemony territory. The unfortunate man was hanging upside down, dangling from a support beam by chains wrapped around his legs. He was the chief surgeon of the largest medici on Kamala, and therefore the closest thing Balak had to a new lead in his investigation. Balak gave him a few seconds to come to terms with his situation. It always took a bit of time. Being tranquilized, abducted, and hung upside down in a dilapidated warehouse was hardly a common experience. Balak could practically see each new observation and conclusion as he came to it play across the chief surgeon's face. When he finally turned his head to face his captor and winced at the movement, Balak spoke. The pain you are feeling is from an outdated control implant at the base of your skull. You know the sort. Gangers like to use them instead of legally buying slaves, so the implantation process is a bit crude. Balak gestured to the small table at his side, and the array of tools and containers on it, but as a gesture of good faith, I actually used antibac gel and washed my hands. What? The surgeon asked blearily. Balak ignored him. Unfortunately, the older, cheaper models rarely have the sort of safety measures official implants do. He glanced at his Omni tool, though only for show. I'm on a tight schedule, so answer my question quickly and honestly, or I'll trigger your implant and leave. In a few hours, you'll be found with your nervous system burned out in a bad part of the city, the victim of a cheap control implant that malfunctioned. Probably just gangers who thought collaring a surgeon of your status would net them free medical care for any less savory injuries they needed treated. This is surprising, he continued, glancing at his Omni tool. You're quite the model citizen. I don't see anything illegal here. At least nothing out of the ordinary. I'd expect you to be abusing your status a bit more. He spread his arms and shrugged. So, to reward your service to the state, I'll let you ask me 3 questions before I ask you mine. There was a moment of silence, and Balak took a look at the surgeon's situation. The agent sighed, then pulled out his sidearm and fired a single shot. The chain broke, dropping the surgeon none too gently to the concrete floor. Balak waited again, this time for some of the blood to drain from the surgeon's head. After a few seconds of groaning and pushing himself into an upright position, he asked. Are you with special interventions? Yes. Then all of this. He gestured vaguely at the chains and tools, is state-sanctioned. I am granted quite a degree of autonomy to carry out my duties. If I were being dramatic, I'd call it a license to kill. I was asking more about this specific instance. Ah, Balak shrugged, in that case, no. History will either exonerate me, if it ever finds out about this. Then why me? If I'm not involved with anything illegal, how can I? You're using your third question to ask my first, Balak nodded, you're smart. Or at least you can still see what's important past all the distractions. As if on cue, the surgeon ran a hand over the implant site behind his head. It itched to high heaven, but he avoided scratching it. Old, low-tech implants like what he assumed was stuck to the base of his skull were nicknamed agonizers for a reason. I could break into the files on your office terminal, but to do that, I'd need to do a few things I'd rather not need to do. Sneaking in would take time. Flexing my rank would draw the kind of attention I wouldn't like to draw. And remotely picking the information I want would either cost me tech I can't readily replace, or run the risk of being detected. I could kill my way to your office, but there are some lines I wouldn't like to cross. So, the current plan, you give me the data I want, and we both get out of this quietly and unscathed. In your case, relatively unscathed. I'm sure you can either get that collar off discreetly if you wanted to. What do you need? A location. Balak called up several shipment codes on his Omni tool. You received multiple shipments of dead and wounded soldiers from several frontline worlds. They arrived here and they didn't stay. But their destination was scrubbed from official records and I have. His teeth ground slightly, insufficient access to find out where they went. Do you have the shipment tags? Balak nodded, gesturing with his Omni tool. The chief surgeon's Omni tool lit up in reply. It wasn't that he'd forgotten the shipments in question, or even that he'd paid much mind to them at the time they'd passed under his jurisdiction. Being of high rank in any area of the hegemony meant occasionally looking the other way when something beyond your pay grade came along. It wasn't a matter of being legal or illegal. If it was beyond your caste, you counted yourself lucky to simply help it continue. You didn't ask why, and you certainly didn't ask for details. ADEK. These were bound for ADEK. You're sure of that? Positive. I had to authorize their destination, but I couldn't see why. And that's not normal. For me? Absolutely. We get plenty of bodies passing through here, usually more dead than alive. They're just tagged as bound for some R&D facility in the core. The dead ones are for testing new weapons, or for autopsies if they died to some kind of new enemy tech. The ones you want were alive, badly damaged, and all of them on ice. Special orders said I had to scrub the destination personally. And you know they were bound for ADEK. See for yourself. Saved myself a copy in case someone like you came calling. The surgeon finished inputting his personal codes, then sent the unmodified shipment documents back to Balak. The SU agent confirmed the contents, then stored a copy aboard his Omni tool and erased the original. The hegemony thanks you for your service, Balak nodded. Then he turned his back to the surgeon and began making arrangements for the next leg of his journey as he walked. The chief surgeon watched him leave. He half expected a bullet to the head or an offhand activation of his control implant. Instead, he received nothing. He didn't know why the SU agent wanted the information, or what the information even represented. In later months, he could make a few reasonable guesses. But for now, he was more than content to arrange for the removal of the control implant and forget about everything that had just transpired. The former was easy, given his position and resources. The latter was easy because willful ignorance made hegemony life much more bearable the higher you were on the social ladder. ADEK, Death's Garden. The nickname was remarkably accurate, for all its apparent melodrama. It was a garden world, certainly, but it was also densely humid and overgrown. Worse was the plethora of bacteria and viruses that were highly lethal to Batarian physiology. For such a potentially prosperous planet, it had apparently peaked at a population of 6 million. Most of the labor was provided by mechs. Apparently, ADEK was his next stop. It was clearly not going to be viable to continue in the commercial freighter he'd been riding along with thus far, so Balak's first priority was finding a new ship, one that he could actually control the direction of. From the capital's shipyard, Balak scrolled through the current roster of docked vessels. It took seconds to find a ship suitable for his purposes, minutes to fabricate the necessary digital ticket to authorize its departure, and a few seconds more for his one-shot STG code breaker to open the ship and rewrite the security protocols to accommodate his biometrics and his Omni tool. It was a nice ship, Balak reflected. As with most things genuinely Volus designed instead of merely Volus fabricated, it was expensive, but it had two things that made it perfect for Balak's purposes. It was capable of FTL travel, and almost just as importantly, it could be operated by a single person. No doubt some high-ranking officer or government official would be rather upset to find his expensive LCOS combined spacecraft missing, but Balak had just tortured, killed, and blackmailed his way across 3 planets. If all of this went south and Balak actually found himself brought up on formal charges, as unlikely as it would be, he doubted grand larceny would even be remembered among his list of offenses. He'd have a few days of transit before he'd be within range of ADEK to get any further idea of the situation there. Plenty of time to reflect and, more importantly, prepare. The autopilot took over, and he decided to start thinking. The trail. Innocuous files and locations, locked away as if they were state secrets. A fleet commander, killed in the narrow window of time between Balak's initial contact and when the agent had actually arrived to pump him for information. A frigate load of dead pirates. Probably unrelated. They were either unlucky enough to waylay the same ship carrying Balak, or a wetwork group of such skill and experience that they perfectly replicated the mannerisms of a highly unlucky band of pirates even as they were systematically wiped out by their target. Again, Balak thought as he leaned back, remembering the clash fondly, probably unrelated. 2 false leads on 2 different planets. Plenty of property damage and over a dozen bodies, sure, but none of them had actually relevant. A high-caste civilian directing a set of invisible shipments, all while under the full belief that he was merely facilitating a state-sanctioned operation, more than willing to surrender the information he had to ensue agent upon identification and, relatively, little duress. A death world with a population composed largely of slaves and mechs, overseen by a small staff of highly skilled specialists. The last location provided by his trail of clues thus far. In Balak's favor, he had a heavily modified shotgun, a metaphorical bag of less direct, but no less deadly, tricks, the authority of ensue agent, and what could loosely be called probable cause. For what crime, exactly? That was it. Balak still wasn't sure what it was, but ADEK seemed most likely to either explain what it was, or kill him. Possibly both. Then again, he was just one man in an unarmed ship. As long as the planet saw him as thus and nothing more, maybe he'd get a chance to find out what it was before it tried to kill him. June 28, 2181. R.A. Ghoul. Batarian territory, contested. How are they performing? So far, so good, Commander, Lieutenant Murphy replied, walking Commander Mitchell through the confines of the Archon command crawler for the second time. 4 of the 8 pilots were in their seats, hooked up to gear trailing wires and cables that Mitchell couldn't even begin to discern the exact roles of. The other 4 were munching on ration bars, watching video feeds of their comrades' maneuvers and talking quietly over their headsets. Each made their own informal gesture of respect for Mitchell's authority as he walked in. They were used to the battlefield rule of making no such indicators of rank for fear of enemy snipers, but inside the confines of the Archon, such measures were relaxed. Controls gotten a whole lot more seamless, Murphy continued, gesturing to several screens. The REV-10 hounds were in motion some distance from the crawler, but their guns were offline and their enemies simulated. Digitized hegemony tanks and infantry fought against the 4 hounds, and on screen, the hounds fired back, the feedback simulated for the pilots. Murphy was right. When he'd first seen the hounds in motion, they'd been far more mechanical than he'd have liked. Walker pilots were usually much more fluid in their movements, in no small part because they were physically inside their mechs and partially mimicking the motions via control harnesses. But now, the hounds moved with something actually resembling grace, even if it was a distinctly inhuman kind. Unlike the comparably sized and roughly humanoid wolverines, the hound had reverse-jointed legs like downsized titans, and a torso that was far too small for any human pilot to comfortably sit. The arms were short and parallel to the flat body, clearly only intended to mount the 2 weapon systems rather than simulate actual limbs. The main obstacle was getting used to the controls. Murphy scratched the back of his neck, never seen anything quite like it before. It doesn't use neurohelmets cause, well, you know. Mitchell nodded for him to go on. The neurohelmet had undergone severe scrutiny following pilots across GDI's military structure succumbing to disproportionately high rates of suicide, mental breakdowns, and varying degenerative mental disorders. Now, after they had been all but phased out, most modern solo pilots of more advanced crafts had to endure months of mental conditioning simply to stand a chance of certification, but months of migraines was preferable to the alternative. Most of it's in the hands and legs, but since they don't match up like they do on REV-12s, it's a bit tough to describe, sir, Murphy shrugged apologetically, but they checked out in combat during last week's action, and they've only gotten better in SYNCOM. I don't mind if they're different, Lieutenant, Mitchell smiled as a simulated tank detonated from 2 direct ion impacts immediately before the rotary autocannon turned a swath of infantry into digital mist, just as long as they work. Yes sir. What if they lose their signal? Mitchell asked. They default to the remote command of highest rank within line of sight, or to your command rig, Murphy replied. They're nothing to write home about when they're running autonomously, but you can direct them like they're drones or automechs. They can pick up targets without you needing to do it, but they're just fancy security mechs without direct control. Give me some details on those differences, Lieutenant. They're bigger, tougher, and better armed than any security bot on the market, but they can't take initiative when it comes to dodging heavy fire or prioritizing infantry targets. They're big targets, but they're easier to kill with anti-tank weapons than a Predator, so we gotta rely on movement. Any way we can ensure the signal stays live. Yeah, Murphy snorted, move the crawler closer. Mitchell didn't look amused, so Murphy continued. Nothing as of right now, or the immediate future. Sorry, Commander. This is the first world they've seen action. By the time we see anything good enough to stand a chance of jamming them, we'll have something to fix it. Murphy smirked, you know Haga Tech, sir. Always kind enough to keep a step behind us. The commando called Liddell needed to sleep. Mere rest couldn't cut it anymore, nor could the wakefulness promoters that were modern stim packs. She'd been putting it off for days, but she could no longer. War was coming. Not the periodic raids and pushes of the past few weeks. Real war. An all-out attack against a heavily fortified position. She welcomed it, but she feared what she needed to do to prepare. Her medication was provided free of charge by the initiative, and it had no noticeable effect on her performance in the field. All it did was let her sleep. That was more important for her than most others, military or otherwise. She had nearly killed 3 people before the medication was prescribed. The first had been her foster mother. Liddell was found by first responders collapsed in a fetal position, crying and begging for something unseen to leave her alone. The next was a drill instructor. Liddell responded with cold detachment. The more perceptive of nearby troopers had realized that Liddell wasn't so much detached as confused. She genuinely didn't seem sure what exactly she'd done wrong. The third was one of her fellow trainees in the commando program. She'd visited her fellow commando aspirant in the on-site medical facility for weeks. It didn't end the quiet notion somewhere in her mind that she should feel remorse for the 8 bones she'd broken purely on instinct. And now, on the eve of the biggest offensive in weeks, Liddell couldn't find the pills that kept her sane. Even the backup supply she'd gradually built during her more stable periods was gone. Maybe she'd planned for this. Maybe she'd hidden more, on top of her conscious reserve. She was on the verge of cutting open her mattress when emotion caught her. No, motion was the wrong word. It was a lack of motion, but a lack of motion that was being made by something that had not been in her peripheral vision a few seconds ago suddenly being there. Surprises like that didn't happen to commandos. They especially didn't happen to Liddell. The commando called Hong was leaning against nothing. He was leaning against nothing. He simply extruded the sensation of leaning because it was how he stood when he wanted to look casual and relaxed. Hong confused Liddell on too many levels for her to be comfortable. He smiled too easily and too often. He talked too much, but by Liddell's standards, that wasn't saying much. And he was too handsome. He didn't have a commando's face. In her mind, a veteran commando should have been a mass of scar tissue and ugly GDI cybernetics. With his damnable smile, Hong announced formally himself. So I guess these are awfully important. Hong turned the pill bottle over in his hand. Shame I couldn't just figure it out from the name, but I didn't have much to work from. He nodded to the blank label wrapped around the container. Liddell said nothing. Hong took it as a signal to continue. They're probably legal. You don't strike me as an addict. But that's not what I'm worried about. I've never seen you take them right before a drop, and you look more desperate than I've ever seen you before. Liddell still said nothing. What would happen if I took one of these right now? Liddell finally mustered her disused voice, used to speaking in a perpetual whisper during missions. You would not dream. Hong took a long moment to actually examine Liddell. The second half of Easy's commando attachment watched the first half with unconcealed amusement. Atkins and Catagain were like that. They'd watch the galaxy burn if they weren't expected to do anything about it, and if it provided them a few minutes of entertaining banter. He's got a death wish, that one, Atkins smirked, or he's hiding a hell of an ace. Nah. He doesn't need one. Catagain raised his index finger, she's not gonna do anything. Doesn't need to. You don't say, Atkins glanced at his friend, what makes you think so? Depends. What do you guess? Catagain shrugged. Depends. What do you bet? A day's wages. What are you, hourly? Yearly pay over 365. A day's wages, Catagain gestured to Atkins and closed his eyes, you can have first go. Atkins shrugged. It was as good as a handshake between the two. She's tall for a girl, Atkins began their contest of deduction, not spacer tall, though. Built like she grew up with real gravity, so born and raised planet-side. Your turn. Hair looks natural blonde. Could be pretty if she tried to be, Catagain took over, cuts her hair real short, and regularly. Carries herself like a marine brat, but never seen her call home. No family heirlooms of a key apparent, either. Your turn. Broke her nose at least a couple times, Atkins observed, minor scarring on the knuckles, but no really bad scars anywhere else. How the hell can you know that? Catagain interrupted, furrowing his brow. Showers. And she didn't notice you inspecting her for scars. She didn't seem to care, Atkins shrugged, may I finish? Go ahead. She's had a few broken noses and plenty of brawling scars, but no knife wounds or serious rib work. She grew up fighting some place where there isn't much real fighting. Shit, Cat again muttered. Atkins smiled. Got anything? No, I'm out. Cat again raised both palms in defeat. You got me. Damn right I did. Atkins glanced back at the duo just in time to see Hong say something and toss an unlabeled pill bottle to Liddell. If he and Cat again hadn't seen her with it previously, or seen her searching for it a minute before, it would have looked like some kind of amateur narcotics deal. Cat again made a low, thoughtful sound. Atkins turned back to him. Double or nothing. Cat again raised his eyebrows. Atkins gestured for him to continue. She only takes those before she sleeps. And she doesn't sleep much. Meaning something, Cat again shrugged. She usually leans on wake-ups when she hasn't slept. So she only needs them when she sleeps, but not to sleep, Atkins finished, not disappointed that he was out of observations himself. They always broke even during their bets, one way or another. With that matter settled, they swept their gaze over the rest of those members of Easy Company who were within eyeshot. All right then. With an easy smile Liddell refused to think was natural, Hong tossed the pill bottle with a soft underhand. Liddell caught it. She did not return the smile. Hong wondered when she had last smiled. He was satisfied with her answer. And it provided a better option than letting her walk into their upcoming mission sleep-deprived and strung out on stim packs. She'd be functional. Not healthy, though. Hong was surprised she hadn't already eaten the barrel of a gun before the war started. A few more years and that was likely her end, but until then, she was functional. And useful. Hong couldn't deny that she was a good soldier. She was one of the best he'd ever met. Her problem was that she'd make a terrible civilian if the initiative ever ran out of wars for her to fight. Truthfully, Hong was in the same boat as her, but he knew how to appear functional, and he was content with the knowledge that there would never be real peace. He was a commando, same as Liddell, same as Atkins and Cat again. There was always a need for soldiers like them. Trooper Melissa Palmer was alone in a corner of the barracks. Most of the other members of Easy were outside, in the mess, or on the other side of the barracks. There wasn't anyone within earshot, at least. It's not that she was ashamed of what she was doing. Far from it. It was simply that she liked privacy for this sort of thing. She felt herself pass beneath the twin gaze of Easy's most sociable commandos, but she ignored them. It passed as quickly as it came, and it wasn't as if she could stop them from watching if she wanted to. Atkins and Cat again didn't strike her as the sort to eavesdrop on just any old conversation. She opened up her long-distance comms and keyed in a familiar citizen's identification. A few seconds later, a face appeared on the hollow screen over her Omni tool. Hello? Mom? Can you hear me? Sorry, Mel, Sergeant Laura Palmer, retired, laughed, shaking her head. Frontline encryptions always mess with caller ID. How are things? Not too bad. Word from Top McCord is that we're going to be moving soon. Finally gonna take the city. So that's why you're dressed for a night on the town. Melissa was already wearing her zone armor, minus the helmet. Melissa had tried to narrow the view of her camera so that it didn't show, but her mother was a veteran. Laura had once said that the day she couldn't tell if her daughter was calling from inside her armor would be the same day she decided her eyes were weak enough to warrant turning in her driver's license. Yet. Sorry, Mom. Just wanted to be. Hey, no need to apologize. I once days with though, adding a chance to, my armor. Mom. Melissa frowned as the video jumped several times, audio cutting out in time. Mom, you still there? Still here, Mel? Got some interference from your end, I think. A notification blinked into view in the corner of the video feed with an accompanying chirp. Laura smiled mirthlessly. I recognize that sound. Go get Mel. Talk to you soon. You too, Mom. Melissa ended the call, then checked the notification. It took her no more than 10 seconds to grab her helmet and weapon, double-check the equipped modules, and make it to the barracks door with armor-lengthened strides. The rest of Easy's members who were still in the barracks were making similarly hasty preparations. It was time. Exiting FTL in 3, 2, 1, mark. Drift is marked it. The helmsman paused as he checked the necessary readings, 43 kilometers. Admiral Miles von Bock smiled warmly. It was an excellent start to the operation. Exiting an FTL jump ending less than 50 kilometers off their mark was stupendous, given the size of his ship. Begin satellite deployment, he ordered, still smiling to himself. 43 kilometers. Von Bock was not a superstitious man, but that was a good omen if he ever did see one. Communication relays are out now, an ensign announced, Damocles cannons entering final launch preparations. And, they're away, Admiral. Excellent. Eva, establish contact with. He double-checked the name in the corner of the HUD provided by his optical implants, Commander Mitchell. And inform our passengers that they're to be prepared for a combat deployment within the hour. Orders sent, Admiral. By now, the support fleet had already finished warping in. Most of them had orbital and planetside assets to deploy, but others were simply for security. Admiral von Bock doubted the escorts would be needed, but he was not foolish enough to dismiss them. His Tunguska was powerful, but it couldn't engage the massive numbers typically mustered in engagements that warranted its deployment. Right now, the space around Raldan was firmly in GDI hands. But if anything came to contest it, von Bock's Tunguska would be there to meet them. And nothing short of a god could move a GDI dreadnought. Keep it moving. Master Sergeant McCourt barked, waving along troopers and ship crews as they rapidly emptied the contents of the latest cargo ship, land, unload, and take off. 3 simple steps, people, and we only have to handle one of them. This was the 3rd ship in the past hour to land at Firebase Easy. Others were landing at similar facilities around the city, but McCourt didn't have to concern himself with them. He had his assigned landing pads, and that was all that mattered. Crate after crate of supplies came out of the massive cargo ships, and when they ran out of crates, engines that had barely begun to cool reignited, taking it back into the sky just as the next ship became visible. The crates were filled with guns, fabrication equipment, vehicle parts, ammunition, canisters of compressed omni-gel, anything they might need to keep an offensive in motion. Other ships also dropped additional troops. Firebases Baker and Charlie had a company's worth of Marines manning each of them, and additional elements of the 12th Armored Battalion had been pouring in from surrounding areas, having dealt with a few stray Batarian holdouts. That gave them dozens of Predator MBTs, which were already being refitted for urban combat. Larkin's Special Operations Company was mostly concentrated at Firebase Easy, but several squads were at Baker and Charlie to ensure that they were never far from their Spider ADTs. The reinforcements were mixed groups pulled for this offensive. The 99th Heavy Infantry Battalion was providing one company of zone troopers, designated Dog Company. They were reinforcing Baker across the city from Easy. A wing of newly launched Firehawks screamed overhead. McCourt took mental note of them. It meant that their nightmares would finally have uncontested control of the skies, and that the ground forces would only need to worry about hostile close air support. There were other assets he couldn't name off the top of his head. There were plenty of rumors bouncing around, and more than a few COMM channels he could tap into to get a better idea of what was going to happen, but McCourt had a job to do here and now. He had a briefing to attend later, and if there was anything he didn't already know that needed knowing, he'd find out about it then. Judicator Thuli Yanfel watched his deputies dry fire their new weapons. They'd already been given adequate time to fire them against solid targets down the hallways of abandoned apartment buildings or in alleyways alongside the Enforcer HQ, and they'd performed just fine. Better than fine. The Observer hadn't been lying, or even exaggerating, when he sent the specs and fabrication codes. The new weapons were universal upgrades over their current kit. The beauty was in their simplicity. After you took a few parts off, they were all the same basic model. Thuli had taken an assault rifle, a light machine gun, and a marksman's rifle, and by removing a few simple pieces, they were all identical. His armory's fabricators could produce any of a half-dozen variations from submachine guns to sniper rifles with nothing more than the necessary materials and the fabrication code. They were cheap, too, but not in the traditional BSA manner. They cost laughably little in resources to fabricate. Thuli had no reason now to doubt what the Observer had told him, and upon testing, the assault rifle was more accurate, more reliable, and packed a stronger punch than the standard-issue Terminator. And even with improvements across the board, they still cost less to produce than the weapons they were replacing. Each of the guns shared a machine gray body with a few ceramic beige highlights. If not for the moving parts that became visible when fired, folded, or unfolded, they appeared to be stamped in a solid piece, like they were chiseled from the wall of some fabled weapon mine and simply polished by the fabricator. All of his enforcers and fully half the Ganger deputies were armed with these new guns already. Low production cost alone wasn't going to save them. The fact that their normal firing range was filled with refugees and wounded was proof enough of that. They needed as many edges as they could get. According to the Observer, they simply needed to hold out a bit longer. Help was on its way, he'd told the Judicator. He hadn't said how, and even admitted that he didn't know how, or exactly when. He'd only gleaned the information from Ensu Terminal before it sensed foreign intruders and attempted a violent self-destruct protocol. Thankfully, the Observer had already located the physical explosives intended for such a purpose, and the terminal simply fizzled and broke. The Observer was arming his own bastion, mostly composed survivors from various garrisons around the city. There weren't many of them, but they were trained soldiers with good weapons in their hands. Any of you ever handled one of these? Thuli shouted, hefting a large weapon from the table beside him, taken from the Enforcer armory. 2 men stepped forward. One had a gnarled scar across his throat where Thuli guessed someone had tried to slit his throat. The other with only 2 working eyes. The latter grinned as they both stowed their new weapons. Show me, Thule tossed the one in his hands to Two Eyes while Cutthroat picked up another. They both went through their own routines of checking ammunition, system indicators, and scope calibrations, then turned back to Thule. "Give me a target," Cutthroat said, his voice requiring a bit more force just to rasp the short sentence. He'd clearly not had the money for a proper medici to mend his vocal cords, but he still managed to sound confident. Thule picked up a broken data slate and gestured with it. The two understood. With a swing of his arm, Thule sent the data slate spinning away into the air. Thule didn't watch it. Instead, he watched the two shooters. Both men squeezed their triggers immediately, but did not release them as they tracked the slate. Then, nearly simultaneously, they released the triggers, and both weapons fired. Two Eyes' shot hit first. The slate barely changed its path as the round passed through, then fell to the ground with two big, ugly holes torn through it. Even with the new spin Two Eyes had put on it, Cutthroat loosed his bolt an instant later. It broke the data slate completely. The Kishok harpoon gun was a devastating weapon in the right hands. If the heavy bolts didn't kill the target outright, then the shape of the round would ensure that bleeding and internal injuries would do the job. The only reason Thule had any at all was because gangers often used them in lieu of traditional anti-armor rifles. The Kishok was much easier to obtain than more traditional alternatives, but in the right hands it just as effective. Reports from troops under the Observer's command had reported large numbers of GDI zone troopers, and if that was the case, Two Eyes and Cutthroat would be earning their pardons with every shot. The glow of the command computer was a familiar sight to any battle commander. It didn't do any favors for Commander Mitchell's pale spacer complexion, but it was an invaluable tool for any commanding officer who hoped to preside over an operation this large without the delays of relaying all orders vocally. The city had been extensively mapped from above, and tiny recon drones had weaved their way through the twisting maze of alleys without detection. Building interiors were problematic, but drones were small enough to be deployed on a squad-to-squad basis if storming them became necessary. When storming them became necessary, each unit had its own symbol, and all of them were a healthy, friendly blue. Mitchell opened the general frequency. Final check-in. All presiding officers, confirm. High above the city, beyond the pollutant-thickened cloud layer and further cloaked by the darkness of night, Larkin's operators were ready to jump. Major Saul Larkin himself would not join them. His days of leading from the front were long since over, though he remembered them fondly. Instead, he received unspoken confirmations from each squad leader within seconds of the commander's request. Larkin. Suited up and ready to drop. But even if he would not jump, he had still dulled the natural shine of his uniform badge and anything even vaguely reflective on his uniform. Old habits died hard. With just a little bit of work, even those things that should have caught light became dead and midnight blue, like all the rest of him. Master Sergeant McCourt was closer to the city than he'd ever been before now. With the optics of his helmet alone, he could even make out the occasional tiny figure of a Batarian in motion. The Hegemony troops had imposed a civilian curfew in the early stages of the invasion, so the only ones out now were soldiers or outlaws. Both were fair game for GDI guns. The Warden was a part of his command team, along with two of his own men. The other COS were attached to Easy's squads as extensions of the Warden's authority. Thankfully, Warden Masseny had thus far proven himself more than tolerable to work with. McCourt hadn't expected a commissar, but it was certainly a possibility, and he was thankful it was not the case. McCourt shifted his eyes over to the Warden, years of experience not shifting any part of his body or armor to betray the gaze. Masseny was wearing a factory grey version of Mark VI Marine combat suit. It was probably provided as part of his commission. McCourt doubted that it was the same suit he'd worn during his days with the Corps. For one thing, the model had changed since then. And for another, it wasn't nearly worn enough. McCourt had done the legwork to confirm what stories had drifted his way. Every rumor of the Warden's reputation had checked out. Every. The living tank hurled a fist at him. What would have shattered his ribcage was barely enough to clip him after he threw himself away, but it sent him spinning. He had a Hydra disposable launcher in his hands with one shot left, and a window of maybe a quarter second to fire what had to be the last shot. He squeezed the trigger. Single. 3 men forced him to his knees as the traitor pressed a gun to his head. It's just business. You understand, partner? I'll hunt you to the end of the goddamn universe, he hissed. It's what you do, the traitor shrugged, goodbye. 1. A man greater than him lay dying in agony, covered in the grotesque scars of warp burn. It's the anger. Shoots into your blood. Turns everything you feel into rage. Enrage. The stim packs had yet to wear off, and he grabbed the closest Marine in an iron grip. It's a hell of an anesthetic. He would have been terrifying if he weren't on their side. Top. My men are ready, Masseny called over, voice insulated by his sealed helmet, waiting on you. McCourt nodded, then did a quick check of his sergeants. Nothing but steady blue signals. Commander, McCourt. Easy is in position. Lieutenant Murphy didn't have the privilege of taking one of the 8 seats in the Archon. But it was his Archon, and thus his responsibility to ensure remained operational, even if it didn't let him pilot any of its hounds. The 8 hounds were divided between Baker and Charlie companies as fire support for the Marine platoons. They wouldn't see much of one another, but it'd be a chance to show the hounds worth as heavy weapon platforms and magnets for fire that would otherwise be killing living soldiers. Murphy here, Commander. With thundering footsteps that could only be felt to their pilots by EVA automatic feedback, they marched to war. Hounds are out and hungry. Baker and Charlie companies were neither as heavily mechanized as the 12th Armored nor as heavily outfitted per soldier as Easy Company. But they were Marines, and they were ready. They had a hound attached to each platoon, and the 12th would be providing heavier armored support as needed. They were the most numerous GDI force in the offensive at the moment, though that would only be the case for a short while longer. Ready, Commander, Captain Ellen Duval replied. Her Marines stood ready. Awaiting your orders, Commander, Captain Eric Sunderland followed quickly thereafter. Admiral von Bock nodded in response to the readiness request sent from the planetside battle commander. EVA, confirm the status of all auxiliary forces and deployment vessels. Completed, Admiral. All units prepared for deployment on your mark. EVA, inform Commander Mitchell of our status. He sat back in his command couch, align satellites with obvious enemy retreat paths. Inform Commander Mitchell of this asset. Completed, Admiral. It might have been petty and often dangerous, but Rex didn't like wearing helmets. They made combat feel uncomfortably distant, like he was some worm wired up inside a Krogan-shaped tank. Filters scrubbed the air clean of the smell of spilled blood and cooked flesh, of burnt cordite and choking dust, of everything that made a battlefield something more than just a place where people happened to die. But orders were orders. Frankly, Rex would have worn it anyway. The hegemony troops had a penchant for chemical weapons, and a gas attack could prove deadly even to a Krogan constitution. He'd smashed plenty of things with his head before, and he'd have plenty of other chances to do it after this. Better to just wear the damn thing and survive to fight without one. Besides, he knew the sort of reinforcements that were soon to be dropping in. Wearing his helmet meant keeping his anonymity for a while, at least until he could have a talk with any of the up-and-coming types who might want to put a bullet in his back, thinking it would win him fame and fortune. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd be dealing with a different breed of moron in a few hours or so. That was a bridge for later. For now, all he needed to do was wear a helmet. He wrenched the priming lever of his grinder. A problem for later. Dropping. The 4 commandos began their fall in unison. It was made all the more impressive by each soldier being in a separate deployment craft at the opposite corners of the city, but they were commandos with a timetable to follow. First was freefall. Terminal velocity would ordinarily require the deployment of airfoils, or at least a continuous hard burn from their jump packs. The former was far too low-tech by even GDI standards, and the latter tended to be loud and bright. Inside her armored shell, Liddell could not feel the wind's claws. Most primary systems were powered down to minimize her M signature. The armor might have had some of GDI's finest stealth technology, but it was leaving nothing to chance. Liddell was a firm subscriber to the Havoc school of commandos. Tech can fail. Tech can be fooled. Tech is useful, but it is not to be trusted over your own senses. Nonetheless, she activated her MassEffect field at the same time as her 3 comrades without a moment's hesitation. Next came her wings. Normally, the bulk of a commando's powered armor, no matter how compressed it may be, would be too much for any subtle means of gliding. Not shadow teams had utilized wingsuits to great effect during the Third Tiberium War, but they used personal cloaking devices in lieu of any substantial body armor. But just as MassEffect technology had allowed jump packs to spread like wildfire through the GDI military and beyond, their mass-altering fields would allow the 4 commandos to glide with the same deadly silence as a shadow team. They glided in silence, eyes and passive sensors programmed to make rapid micro-adjustments to ensure that they would remain on their projected courses. Liddell let the endoskeleton of the armor handle them. She had no problem letting it do the work for her. It was easy. Being in a combat zone didn't even factor into it. She could just go limp and it would work as designed. Her eyes and ears remained razor sharp. She would know when it was time to take over. It was just a matter of waiting. And when the time came, she had a homing beacon strapped to her hip. The numbers scrolling past her vision told her how close the drop point was. It was close. So close. Maybe death was close, too. She rolled, wings unfurled. She went from comet to feather within seconds. Half the city was dark. From what she understood, a large part of the city's power came from within, but virtually all exterior energy sources had been cut off or otherwise destroyed by the GDI offensive. What remained was overtaxed and vulnerable. Several squad from the Special Operations Company were dropping and using similar wingsuits to do a bit of sabotage while the commandos worked. Liddell found her rooftop, empty. Nothing came up on scanners, or on her own 2 eyes, as she alighted on what had once been a landing pad atop an abandoned Medici. She turned back to the operation at hand. The Batarians below her were using jamming devices to prevent GDI aircraft from getting an accurate readout of the city below them. They could navigate purely by sight, of course, but why bother when the issue could be remedied by a handful of commandos placing homing beacons to overwhelm the interference? Liddell unbuckled the circular device and placed it on the pad. Nothing would be landing here, but the vantage point ensured that the OP would be as successfully as possible without any unnecessary risk. She stepped back as the device expanded to the size of a hubcap, and a confirmation light on her HUD winked in relay. She didn't send confirmation vocally. She was close enough that even a souped-up civilian receiver could pluck encrypted signals out of the air. It couldn't decipher them, but it could provide a starting point for a tracing effort, and enemy signals coming from within your supposedly sealed city is an alarm in and of itself. Now she waited, melting into the shadows and watching. Her 3 comrades completed their own missions quickly thereafter. And a few minutes after that, 2 housing blocks on opposite ends of the city went dark. Larkin's operators were good. The blackouts weren't even accompanied by the muffled sound of distant explosions. Liddell looked up and saw new stars appear in the night sky. Her beacon was working as intended, and the battle was starting. That's the last one, boss. The beacons are loud and bright. Good. Take us in. The warlord turned his attention to his assembled troops. Their blood was up already, and the tremors of atmospheric entry only made them more eager for combat. He spread his arms and roared. Sons of Heshtok! Make yourselves known! The response was near deafening. Hundreds of voices howled in reply. The chant had no real name. It was a force in and of itself. Where it was roared, death followed. To the uninitiated, it would have been merely patterned noise alongside a tribal war dance. But the sons of Heshtok lived short and violent lives, and what did not kill them literally made them stronger. Savagery was in their blood. It had to be. Tuchanka at least had resources worth fighting for. Heshtok had long since exhausted what it had to offer. The chant was 1,000 generations old. The sons of Heshtok had reached the peak of their evolution long ago, and tradition was even stronger for them as a result. The chant had weight. Translated, it spoke of death and chaos, blood and fire. It was not mere boasting. For the sons of Heshtok, the chant was a promise to be fulfilled. It screamed for blood, even if it was theirs. Calling it a war dance would have offended them, if the phrase could be translated properly. To them, dance was an art, and their culture had no time for art. Strictly speaking, they would not like the term culture either, but languages can only be translated so far. Arms sheathed in factory new gauntlets pounded against equally new armor on their chests. The other races of the galaxy saw nothing but savagery in the sons of Heshtok, and they were correct. Their only fault was not seeing that savagery could be honed and refined. Naked savagery was something that few could even aspire to. Death calls out. The warlord roared over the din, does it call for you? No. Why do you live? We live to kill. When will you die? When we can kill no more. What are your orders? Kill. Who will you kill? The sons of Khar Shan. When will you stop? Only in death. The warlord had worked with them long enough to know how to follow the natural pathways of the chant. With vows came obligations, and that naturally endeared itself towards mercenary work. It was frighteningly organic. Krogan could live for up to a millennia. As far as the sons of Heshtok were concerned, that tainted them. Their lifespans only gave them time to develop weakness. The sons of Heshtok lived long enough for war and little else. Evolution had spent millennia after millennia breeding them for war, and then it had decided that they were as ready as they would ever be. Generation after generation bred war into their bones, and that was considered civilization. Violence was for savages. War, on the other hand. The warlord had switched off his Omni-tool before addressing them. Technological wonder though it was, it never seemed to accurately portray the people it set out to represent. When it had tried to interpret the voices of the sons of Heshtok, it had failed to grasp anything beyond the literal. Worse, it simplified. The warlord knew better than to rely on it at times like this. 3 minutes, the pilot announced. That was more than enough time. The troops were as ready as they would ever be. The chant reached its pitch. There would be blood enough to make new rivers. Seal your masks. The warlord barked, we hunt in silence. And with a cacophony of pneumatic hisses, the chant was silenced within hundreds of helmets. The danger they posed to their prey was increased 100-fold. Dropships. Mantis are scrambling, but... Shit. Auto AAS are cutting us apart. Don't touch the city limits. Don't fuck. Incoming. Brace for impact. Brace for. This is Observer Gerald Nar Karu. Gerald opened a universal frequency, take defensive positions immediately. We have incoming hostile forces, GDI and Blood Pack. Repeat, GDI and Blood Pack. Like iron-shod meteors, the dropships were streaking down to Aragul's surface, well within the city limits. It shouldn't have been possible, not without massive casualties. Hot drops simply weren't intended to land so close to urban environments unless... Gerald cursed himself a fool. Homing beacons. Commandos. In just a matter of hours, they'd been set up for one of the worst situations imaginable for a defender. And to top it off, painted on the motley assortment of dropship chassis were stenciled spray paints of Krogan skulls, colored a bloody crimson. There was only one group that identified themselves with such an emblem, or at least only one that could muster the sort of numbers that were bearing down on them. Dropships incoming, markings indicate. Enemy infantry. Holy shit, switch loadouts. They're not armor, repeat, not. Too close for mortars, repeat, too close for mortars. Close air support is. You fucking heard me. Set them off. The bastards won't trip the wires. Forward units are disappearing faster than, correction, gone. Forward units are. Hold your ground, troopers. Gerald ordered, enemy troops are not, repeat, not standard GDI infantry. VX deployment approved and encouraged. Sealed suits are required of all regular and auxiliary troops. One by one, acknowledgement lights of those units that had not simply vanished winked green. Anyone alive was as ready as they could ever be. They had the guns and the willpower, but now, nothing resembling the numbers. But even the motley assortment of hegemony soldiers, enforcers, and conscripts that they were, they would fight. And, more than likely, Gerald thought, they would die. Blood Pack. They were fighting the Blood Pack. It had been a few weeks, but Gerald's intelligence had indicated that the Blood Pack were conducting off-the-books privateer work against GDI forces. Something had changed that. Probably something financial. Whatever it was sending Blood Pack dropships by the dozen onto his city, driving their entire situation from hopeless to dead on their feet. Ka is inbound. Flight Commander Jaegervold shouted, dragging the control sticks of his Mantis to pull it into a steep dive. The gunship could fire accurately from above even the skyscrapers of the city, but hegemony soldiers were dying in droves down below, and he couldn't afford that delay, nor did he want that detachment. Most importantly, it would keep them below the kill zone established by GDI rocket launchers. Two of his wing was already down, victims of marauding firehawks. Intelligence was spotty, but the GDI fighters hadn't appeared until now. The tide of GDI reinforcements surged across the early warning outposts with little trouble. Volt's flight of Mantises were outfitted with close air support in mind, and that was exactly what the desperate second-line defenders needed. Thankfully, GDI anti-air support wasn't so accurate that they could reliably annihilate gunships without risking the lives of the troops immediately below them, and the Firehawks wouldn't fly this low or risk shooting the gunships when they'd crash atop their own infantry. Dumbfire rockets streaked from the GDI troops. None of them connected, thankfully. Volt twisted his Mantis into a steep dive, giving him a close angle on the surging troops. GDI didn't cluster their men so closely on any other operation he'd ever seen. This was a rare opportunity to wreak havoc among such elite. Oh, no. Volt let loose a volley from his chin-mounted mass accelerator. The heavy rounds tore a swath through the light-armored infantry. Volt took no satisfaction in the kills. They weren't worth the ink for fresh kill marks on his fuselage. When Vorsha wanted to sprint, they took to all fours. In the age of firearms, this was a problem, but right not now. Their weapons were stamped out with full knowledge of who would be using them. They could be hauled through mud and submerged in the murkiest of waters and still be fully operable. After all, while they were technically shifter weapons, they had only two modules, an assault rifle and a shotgun, the latter activated by an old-fashioned pump. The Vorsha sprinted across no man's land without hesitation as soon as the dropships had hit the ground, oblivious to the sheets of fire that poured from defensive positions. Dozens died, cut to pieces by artillery and machine guns. A wing of Mantises streaked overhead, firing all the while. They had free rein over the skies, despite the air cover they'd been promised. But there were hundreds already on the ground, and thousands more still touching down. Their armor helped a great deal against the machine guns and shrapnel. Most Vorsha went into combat clad in little more than ammo bandoliers, but working for GDI had a great many perks, one of which being actual body armor. It only covered their torsos, but it was more than they were used to by a long shot. Coupled with their new helmets and VAM braces, every stray round that failed to kill them was like a fresh shot from a stim pack. One was called Sajev. He was informally promoted among his kin for gaining the first kill of their landing. It had been in a camouflaged position that GDI recon had missed, just outside the area of the city that let airstrikes be permissible. A heavy machine gun was blazing away, 3 men behind it, 2 for tending to the gun and a third for. Sajev hurled himself at the emplacement without any further thought. He had targets. Sajev was nearly 12 years old. 4 on Heshtok, 8 with the Blood Pack. He knew enough about guns to know that practically every gun ever made was designed to be fired one way, standing still and aiming properly. A few of his comrades were already shooting, but the shoots all went wide, and it only slowed down their charge. Instead, Sajev triggered his vambraces as soon as he saw his reflection in the visors of the Batarian gun crew. With a metal shick, 2 pairs of jagged blades shot out of the arm guards. As a GDI representative had espoused, they were modeled after the weapons of a dreaded Earth predator. One who would hunt and kill the most veteran of human soldiers for no reason other than personal satisfaction. One of humanity's most revered warriors, Schwarzenegger the Terminator, had killed such a predator. And even in death, the predator had laughed at him. Sajev longed for more access to human historical documents. There was video documentation of the entire conflict, or at least a well-researched recreation. It made little difference for a Vorsha. To have such a death at the hands of a commando like Schwarzenegger would be an honor beyond Sajev's wildest dreams. With his metal claws outstretched, Sajev leapt. One of the Batarian gun crew raised a rifle against him, but chance favored Sajev. That soldier was already his prey. One set of blades plunged into his throat. The other went below his armpit, where his hardsuit's armor stopped to permit free motion of the arm. It was not a flaw that could be easily corrected in unpowered armor, and one set of twin blades ravaged the artery the armor could not protect while the other tore out his throat. Either would have been lethal, but Sajev did not live to 12 by taking chances. Sajev's comrades hit the emplacement a moment later. The suppressive fire faltered as the gunner was distracted by the brutal death of his fellow soldier. It only hastened their deaths by few precious seconds. Sajev's prey was already dead when the others hurled themselves over the makeshift walls of the emplacement. The remaining 2 Batarians were dead in the seconds thereafter. No trophies. That was one of the few terms of their contract. No trophies while the enemy still stood. Sajev had the honor of first kill. His comrades immediately respected him as their superior, at least until their official superiors arrived. The Krogan had yet to catch up. Kill! He screamed, kill them all. Judicator Thule Yanful had been operating on a minimal amount of sleep for days now. He knew somewhere in his mind that the attack would come as soon as he was asleep and he'd be caught fumbling with his armor when GDI-powered armor kicked down his door. He was half right. Thankfully, it was the half that didn't involve zone troopers. Adrenaline took off the last edge of drowsiness as he buckled his armor into place. 40-some years in the Enforcer Corps made it quick even under pressure in the haze of a recent wake-up. At least it wouldn't take much time to get to his improvised command center. He was living out of a spare room adjoining his peacetime office in the Enforcer HQ. 3 doors and 2 flights of stairs later, he was another body in the chaos of the command center. Observer, Enforcer Actual, he said breathlessly, already sweeping his eyes over incoming data feeds, my units have yet to engage the enemy. Can you give me unit compositions? Regiment strength numbers, more touching down by the minute. Dropships have blood pack markings, and troops are overwhelmingly Vorsha. You heard the observer, Thule relayed the orders, get ready for light infantry, and a lot of it. Anti-armor is secondary. The humans will send in their heavy units after the fodder, and there's at least a company's worth of powered armor out there. Forward bunkers are going out like candles in a hurricane, Enforcer. Minimal damage to enemy forces. Mechs are prepped and loaded. Just give me locations to send them. Thule looked to his tech officer to confirm this. The man looked up from the array of haptic interfaces to nod. Thanks, Enforcer. I'm forwarding my communication codes to you now. That was unexpected, even with an observer as comparatively easy to work with as Gerald Nar Karu. An observer's communication frequency was all but universal, not only could it tap into virtually any official communication, but knowledge of the observer's unique signature could let someone create undetectable transmissions. In essence, Gerald had just given Thule the means to have an observer's range of hearing while rendering him undetectable to any other observer in the system. Yeah, I know. We'll sort that out later, Gerald read Thule's mind and replied before the Judicator could get in a word, you've got the mechs, and you know how to deploy them best. I'd just be stalling things if I made you relaying everything through me. Enforcer Assault Wagon came with hover turbines by default. Many rapid response vehicles in the Enforcer Corps were the same because of the nature of transportation in hegemony cities. Most citizens either used land-bound transportations, automated public transit, or, if they could afford it, high-end skykars. The hovertech-led assault wagons circumvent most forms of potential traffic, and the sort of people who own skykars rarely strayed into areas that would warrant assault wagons. On top of that, the assault wagons had their bows built to allow them to batter through up to 12 inches of reinforced ferrocrete with sufficient speed. Anything that got in their way short of that would be reduced to scraps on the pavement below. But far more deadly was their payload. 30 urban control pattern automechs, modified for war. It was a quick job, to be sure, but the modifications were practically standard issue knowledge. The Enforcer Corps knew how to modify their gear for conflicts that could compare to continental civil wars. The Loki paled by comparison. Some Terraphile had looked up Loki on the extranet and given the modification he'd made a name fitting with human mythology, Orcus. Loki was a trickster, a deceiver. Orcus was the keeper of the dead. He was their jailer. He was the prison warden to Loki's con man. The assault wagon slammed to the ground, digging a trench in the pavement as it did. Its armored side skirts snapped back into their recesses. The automechs hit the ground without delay. They were rigged to fall without even the sensors designed to show the wagon's impact, in the even their landing was delayed somehow. Impact failed to even stall their startup sequences. They rose from their folded, impact-dampening positions to grasp the biggest part of their chassis that had no moving parts whatsoever, a riot shield nearly as tall as they were. It was possible to make collapsing shields, but that would have defeated the purpose. Such complex measures would have done nothing but given it structural weaknesses. They hefted the massive shields with one deceptively strong arm while the other carried a twin-barreled rifle. Sajev skidded to a halt when he saw them hit the ground. He saw the danger that his younger comrades did not. Units online. Commencing pacification. Sajev spun into the light cover provided by an abandoned landcar. A storm of assault fire justified his decision. 2 of his fellows were cut down immediately afterward as their meager barriers broke and armor failed. No. Hold. He screamed, but too many of the others failed to heed his words. 3 more died to precise fire before the rest took the hint and took whatever cover they could. Sajev hissed under his breath. The others fired blindly over their barricades, peppering the enemy with rounds. The targets were almost completely exposed, but they were firing too accurately to risk exposure for long enough to get a solid shot off, and their armored shields may as well have been indestructible for all the good the Vorsh's small arms did. He risked a glance out from behind the vehicle. He'd instinctively chosen his cover based on its orientation to the targets and the apparent caliber of their weaponry. He'd had approximately 3 seconds to do it, but Sajev was nearly 12 years old. His brain was hardwired to dissect combat situations to their base components and respond without regard for conscious action. It had taken him a full 2 years, many scars, and many more deaths of his fellows to develop that ability. It served him well. Sajev had taken cover at the rearmost point of the landcar, giving him as much of the vehicle as possible to serve as a barrier for incoming fire. 2 others were not so lucky. Heavy rounds punched through both sets of doors of a civilian landcar, killing them both. Sajev hissed, cursing his weapon's lack of versatility. He would correct it after this day, if he lived to see another. Then their commander caught up. The red-armored Krogan fired his grenade launcher one-handed. The mech's shields were virtually immune to small arms and provided protection against shrapnel. Unfortunately, the heaviest explosives they were used to were pipe bombs and other improvised explosives. The Blood Pack's heavy weapon of choice was the M100 grenade launcher. It packed a considerably bigger punch than the average pipe bomb. The blast took 3 mechs with it. A 4th and 5th went down as soon as fire from the Vorsha troops poured into the new hole in the shield wall. The commander laughed as he let loose another grenade. 2 more mechs exploded, and a 3rd was exposed and cut down by Vorsha rifles. Move, cowards! He bellowed, don't just sit there and die. A heavy bolt pierced the Krogan's chest. He stumbled, but did not fall. Such an injury would kill a lesser creature, but he was Krogan. He would survive. There was barely even any pain. A 2nd bolt pierced his helmet. He would not heal from that wound. The deputized ganger nicknamed Cutthroat pulled back the bolt of his kishok. Kill, he rasped. Across the street, 2 eyes snorted. Yet. My kill, jackass. Got his heart with that shot. Krogan, Cutthroat replied, 2 hearts. 1 brain. My kill. Their elevated positions gave them free rein over the Vorsha below. With the exception of a single Krogan, there didn't appear to be any heavier units. That made the 2 Batarians and their mech support lucky, even if a half-dozen mechs were littering the ground in more parts than they were manufactured in. Cutthroat took the head off of Vorsha with a well-placed harpoon. They'd need that luck to hold. Hostiles targets acquired. Defensive protocols engaged. With synthetic strength, the mechs drove their shields into the pavement, creating a wall in the middle of the street. Their vulnerable legs vanished behind their new cover, and the devastating fire from the dead commanders seemed all for naught. But Sajev and his comrades were Vorsha. Even the inexperienced fodder saw the same thing Sajev did. The enemies were virtually invulnerable. Their heavy shields could withstand anything that the unit could throw at them, and their weapons had accuracy and firepower to spare. They took up their standard defensive positions when faced with potentially superior firepower and hunkered down. It would have worked against nearly any other foe armed as the Vorsha were. But it would not work against Vorsha, for they were no ordinary foes. Their new helmets only had short-range comms, but that was more than enough. Half stay here. Fight proudly, Sajev hissed, sweeping his free hand to designate numbers, half of half, flank the machines. Destroy them all. That left a quarter of what began the day as a company-sized force. But 15 Vorsha were more than enough for Sajev. The rest, with me. Hunt in silence, he pressed the side of his helmet, sealing it with a pneumatic hiss. He glanced at the remains of the proud commander, felled by rounds thrown by something other than the mechs. Kill the snipers. There was too little noise behind him. Cutthroat was at the 5th-story window of a building that he knew still had occupants who refused to leave their habs and simply laid low when the enforcers came through for evacuations. They provided a steady stream of background noises while they tried their damnedest to stay quiet amidst the sounds of movement in the halls and gunfire on the streets. After his throat had been cut, Cutthroat had gotten. He was just another Omega ganger 10 years ago. He could have tried for a position in the Blue Suns, but with Madman Masseny in charge, that could mean a personal initiation. He'd be lucky if he was dead or crippled at Masseny's hands. But he was trying to work up the courage for it nonetheless. And so, he was drunk. He'd even taken a small hit from a human stim pack on a dare. He didn't hear her come up behind him. He certainly felt the knife as it dragged across his throat. He fell to his knees, choking on his own blood. Good at listening. It came with the loss of his voice. When it took more effort to speak, he spoke less, and he'd hardly been a motor mouth to begin with. And curiously, people took what he said much more seriously. The scar was impressive, sure, but the aspiring Eclipse sister was practically squealing with glee. Her first kill. He lay still for a moment, thinking quickly. Even drunk, she shouldn't have been able to sneak up on him so easily. Then again, Asari mercs usually spent a few decades as a dancer before they changed their line of work. It made them remarkably light on their feet. She was talking to someone on her Omni-tool. Distracted. Through the haze of pain, he fumbled for his holdout pistol folded in the fake canteen on his hip. It was a botched job by an unblooded killer. Nothing to be truly proud of surviving. He listened to the silence again. There was a muffled cough and a not-so-muffled gasp. Cutthroat twisted in place, squeezing the trigger of his Kishok as he did. A humanoid form barreled through his door as he did, breaking the lock and sending it rolling to the ground. He waited only for it to end its roll before. She had barely begun to turn when he lunged into her, forcing the small pistol against the small of her back. Barriers couldn't stop anything that close. He fired until the small 6-shot heatsink scorched his hand. It was enough. She would never walk again, assuming she was mere seconds from a team of experienced emergency citadel trauma surgeons. This was Omega. She was not. He released it. The high-tech harpoon tore through the lightly armored Vorsha. Shit, he rasped, squeezing the trigger and jerking the barrel towards the door again. It was not without reason. A second body lunged through the doorway, but this one died more quickly than the first. Cutthroat took a small measure of satisfaction when the body fell back into the door, impeding the only viable path into the room. He dropped the Kishok. It was. She was crying for her mothers as she died. She was barely more than a teenager, though her physical years would have placed her among the seniors of most other races. It sickened him. So many years, and yet they could still die so badly, so unskilled in the art of killing. He would have passed out by now if she'd gotten his arteries properly. She had not. Only luck that had given him the time and window to fire off that second shot. Counting on that luxury for a third bolt would be pushing his luck. A high-capacity submachine gun unfolded in his right hand while he drew his worn holdout pistol with his left. Vorsha had light barriers by default, generally lacking anything resembling armor to fit stronger generators, and these were no exception. The chest plates and helmets were disturbing, though. Far too uniform for Vorsha. His submachine gun hiccuped, spitting out a 3-round burst before he even felt the recoil of the shots. Whoever it was at BSA who had designed these new guns, they deserved a medal. A second burst tore through his new target's upper chest and neck, and a third made sure that it would. With one's clumsy hand, he slapped a handful of medical onto his throat. It would at least keep him from bleeding to death, and that was all this wannabe Eclipse bitch had put him in real danger of. The painkillers left him room for a little more hate. That was enough to force the barrel of his gun against the back of her uncovered head and blast her brains out onto the pavement. She was still sobbing when he pulled the trigger. It was a mercy. Stay dead. Annoying and bug-like as they looked, Vorsha were hard to kill with anything less than a solid shot to the head. At this range, Cutthroat's gunfire pierced its helmet with no trouble. He kept his pistol aimed at the doorway, and as soon as he was sure his submachine gun had killed its target, it was pointed in the same direction. Nothing else came through the doorway. That was bad. Vorsha never traveled in anything less than overwhelming numbers, particularly when they were beneath the banner of the Blood Pack. They could be wearing rags and bandoliers or shiny new gear, but there were never just 3 Vorsha. It went against their very nature to. The wall beside the door was perforated by automatic fire from at least a half-dozen guns. Cutthroat dove aside. He lay in silence. He didn't have much choice. The medical barely had his wound sealed and the bleeding slowed. The painkillers kept him from screaming in pain, which would likely make him choke on his own blood. Omega had good emergency services. It was a surprise for even long-time residents. They always waited until after the gunfire had subsided, and they were largely automated, but ARIA had seen fit to install state-of-the-art autodocs in their response trucks and well-stocked facilities at their destinations. It was a deceptive act of kindness. There were a lot more gangs on Omega than the major mercenary powers, and none of them liked the idea of bleeding to death in the backstreets and alleyways, alone and unattended. So as long as they backed Arya where it counted and left alone the things she wanted left alone, they would have state-of-the-art emergency medical services when they needed it most. Assuming they lived long enough to receive it. They always waited for a few minutes after the shooting stopped before showing up. That was too long for a lot of people. The EMDs had blank glass faces and cold hands. They may as well have been angels from where he was lying. Something was shot into his arm, and the pain was dragged off him kicking and screaming, executed alongside the dead Asari. He might have been hallucinating. But then again, it was some really good painkillers. The Asari didn't need them. She was long gone. She'd be completely gone within the hour, too. Asari corpses were a hot commodity. Their organs were compatible with most Citadel species, and they could be considered fresh enough for a viable harvest several hours after death. She'd be picked clean within minutes. The freelance Vorsha and Feral Varen would eat the rest. They knew not to come out until the gear and salvageable organs were gone. Otherwise, they'd be shot like the scavengers that they were. Just in time to avoid the bulk of it. A few clipped his barriers, but they held. Barely. Vorsha shouldn't be laying suppressive fire. More followed. Some of it was shotgun fire. That was wrong, too. It required that a handful of troopers pause long enough to swap such between an assault rifle and a shotgun. That was impossible for a Vorsha. Switching weapons took too long. Switching weapon modules took too long. The fusillade of fire slackened. Then he heard two hisses, followed by the snarls of slain beasts. Ha! That's two more for me. And Krogan only count as one. Two Eyes laughed. For a long instant, Cutthroat thought him simply ignorant of the danger. Then he realized what a life he must have led, even before losing two of his eyes. To keep brawling and killing even with only one eye to spare was something not many Batarians would have done. That was the sort of thing to force a man into monastic orders. The word-bearers had their share of men with fewer eyes than they had been given in birth. Then there was the present to worry about. Cutthroat had a few military grenades rigged for lightning fabrication in his Omni tool. One of them shot from his outstretched arm and hit the wall to his left. Civilian habs were cheaply built. They had to be, for the bulk that they were constructed in. It caved immediately. The gunfire slackened for an additional instant, thanks to the detonation. It was enough to dive through before assault fire resumed, this time covering everything below waist height, too. These shooters either weren't Vorsha, or they were deceptively smart. Shotgun blasts punctuated automatic rifle fire. Cutthroat's shields flared and broke. His cover was a doorframe, thick but woefully underbuilt for absorbing military or even sustained civilian-grade fire. The fire slackened some more, but it did not quiet. They were firing across the street where Two Eyes was holed up. His laughter echoed through Cutthroat's comms. Come on, you bastards! Come on, if you think you're hard enough. Cutthroat heard the crack of a harpoon firing and the piercing flesh, followed by the sound of a modular submachine gun's muffled thunder. All the while, Two Eyes roared with the laughter of the fearlessly mad. And Cutthroat realized Two Eyes was covering his counterpart while defending himself from a similar attack at once. Cutthroat ripped an auto-injector from his belt and slammed it under his bicep. His blood caught fire in seconds. If he lived, he'd have a few sprains and possibly fractures in his forearms from firing his submachine gun and hold out with one hand apiece. Thanks to the stimpack, he wouldn't need to care at all unless he lived. With a howling cry that he'd not thought possible since his throat had been slashed, he launched his next grenade into the hallway. Cries of death announced his success. With the stimpack to guide him, he fired wherever his instincts told him there was a target. Then the ceiling exploded. A living body landed on top of his prey. Sajev roared, silenced by his sealed helmet. His left vambrace hissed as his twin blades shot out on oiled arms. The hooked blades quivered inches from the Batarian's neck. But Sajev hurled himself off the Batarian as another harpoon screamed through the room, narrowly missing him. It would have killed him, even with his armor. The second sniper was proving difficult for the others to subdue. But if nothing else, the new sense of caution helped him avoid the fire his current prey was laying down. One semi-automatic, one automatic. Even two small-caliber semi-autos were hard to sustain accurately for a shooter without advanced armor and aiming software. Sajev slid to the floor with nothing more than a split and a twist of his hips, his weapon clenched in both hands. He pumped the slide and fired the underslung shotgun again and again. The heavy shot cored the cheaply built walls. But Sajev was not satisfied. His prey still lived. Even as he fired, the Batarian cut down another of his dwindling unit. But this time it had taken longer, and the dead Vorsha was a few feet closer to the Batarian shooter. 3 more. It would take 3 more bodies for him to claim his prey. Can't hold here for much longer, the transmission shouted, too many of them and too few of us. Mechs are holding steady, but they haven't got long. Even roaches can figure out how to beat automechs. Then give us some bloody cover. Two Eyes barked, punctuated by more gunfire. Agreed. Cutthroat growled, firing again. Combined fire from both his weapons brought it down, but a bit too close for comfort. Two more bodies. Redirecting Ka to your location. Ka won't do us much good while we're inside, Two Eyes grunted. His situation was worsening. He didn't inject nearly as much sarcasm into his words now. We're both in civ habs. Gunships would be a fuck. He broke off for a moment, a detonation rocking his building, then resumed. Fuck it, send M in. Just try not to hit us. Cutthroat silently seconded the motion. A lightning fabricated grenade fired from his Omni tool. A charging Vorsha fell in pieces to the ground. Sajev cursed himself. He'd forgotten the grenades. Another body, yet his count could not be changed. Two more bodies remained. Still. Flight Commander Jaegervolt evaded dumbfire rockets with nothing more than a twitch of his control yoke. A third member of his wing went down. He told himself they were acceptable losses. He would have time to question that later. I can't give support without friendly signals. Solution inbound, Flight Commander. Volt stiffened. That was the observer's voice. Two observer signals blossomed in the nearby buildings. Powerful signals, by default. The observer had gained a reputation for uncustomary generosity and Volt could see why. There had been occasions where an observer had found so many of a unit wanting that they simply ordered air support to wipe out any who lacked their own IFF signal. Yet another sacrifice by the famed observer actual. Two clear outlines appeared to mark the besieged troopers. With an observer's signal, they'd be visible through any potential barriers the city could put between Volt and the troopers. He could gauge their distances to the nearest millimeter. Unless he deliberately targeted them, there wasn't a chance they'd be victims of friendly fire. Flight Commander, I suggest you do what needs doing as fast as you can. Those mechs are going to fold like cardboard once the powered armor gets here. Volt to all units. You heard the observer. Accuracy and precision. He released the safeties on his weapons and let the targeting vis highlight areas most likely to contain enemy targets, no friendly fire. This is a rescue mission, people. Sajev saw his end as the gunships opened fire. They couldn't know where he and his comrades were, so they'd just sweep the entire floor to be sure. Death was 4 meters away. There was no surviving the barrage. The speed of the sweep and the sheer rate of fire did not give any space between the heavy rounds. He and his would be blasted apart alongside their dual-wielding prey. Death was 3 meters away. Wait. The prey was not merely a Batarian. He was a hegemony trooper. The blood pack would gladly kill their own to dig out entrenched targets. The hegemony would not. Death was 2 meters away. Retreat was out of the question. The heavy rounds would pierce further than he could travel in the precious few moments that he had. And he had no cover that could hold against such munitions. And diving forward would only deposit him in the street. Death was 1 meter away. One chance to live. A Vorsha to his left was mulched from the waist up. Sajev discarded his rifle and leaped forward, taking him towards his would-be prey. The timing had to be perfect. But Sajev knew that it would be perfect. Battlefield mathematics simply did themselves for him. He stiffened his body and rolled in mid-air. Death was upon him. His hunting cotter was dead. Any of the heavy rounds swarming around him could break his meager barriers and reduce his body to a bloody mess. He hung in the air, waiting for any one of thousands to find him. Death was 1 meter away. Sajev hit the ground in time with 6 corpses. Death did not make a second pass. He waited only a few seconds before he rose to his feet and retrieved his rifle. He'd survived by hiding in his prey's shadow, and now he would become that shadow. Sajev could be patient when he needed to be. His blades had been drawn, but went unused. He'd make up for the failed hunt by bagging an even bigger prize. The Batarians were on the run, but the city was surrounded. They needed to go to ground in a city with very few options left given the number of civilians and soldiers estimated to still be present. And unlike the blood pack, they did not leave their wounded to die. Instead, they let themselves be burdened by those who could no longer fight. Sajev followed the Batarian in silence, traveling in the shadow of his eyes. Death's garden loomed in Balak Kaharal's forward view. Balak had no reason to criticize ADEK as the site for a covered research station. Nobody came to ADEK unless they were being paid to be there. Then again, it was hardly a covered facility. Nothing was off the records. Just, restricted. That bothered him. What the hegemony didn't want its populace to know, it hid behind layers of screens and fronts. Those who slipped past those defenses were dealt with, well, people like Balak. Agents of the Special Interventions Unit. They conducted operations with such frequency that it had become a part of Batarian culture, just as much as the social castes or enforced servitude. You didn't snoop in affairs beyond your caste. You simply didn't. To ask the average hegemony Batarian to do so would elicit confusion. It was tantamount to asking them to breathe underwater. Their lot in life did not give them that ability, and if they tried they'd likely end up dead. Present authentication or you will be fired upon. Balak had his SU identification ready. He forwarded it wordlessly. I'm sorry, Agent. Your clearance doesn't permit you to land here. He'd been expecting that. A second set of codes was sent to the planet's surface. They were scooped from Fleet Commander Kent G. Dull's Omni tool after Balak had found his body. Balak's line of work and general demeanor did not make him many friends, but he had considered Kent to be as close to one as he generally got. The agent knew he'd approve of the use of his identification codes. You're clear to land, a voice, different from the first, said, took you long enough. Balak's eyes widened. Now he was certain ADEK was the destination he'd been seeking. He had the ear of someone important, someone who had actually followed Balak's path. Perhaps fear should have been appropriate. He was setting down on a planet that could kill him if he so much as breathed the atmosphere, and on it was a well-hidden faction with ties to the hegemony government and military that knew full well who he was and that he was coming. And yet Balak did not hesitate to direct his ship's 6 autopilot to dock at the location provided. Maybe it was confidence in his abilities and the resources at his disposal. Maybe it was a deep-seated desire to find his own death among all the others he had caused. But far more likely was the simple fact that Balak Kaharil was arrogant. The director watched the Elko's combined ship coast into ADEK's atmosphere. Stolen, obviously. Its ship ID had been scrubbed and replaced with a fake. A good fake, too. He had to dig for a few seconds before finding the original, long since scrapped, ship the ID had belonged to. Besides traditional MassEffect anti-air cannons, ADEK had heavy missile launchers and a few Guardian turrets at its disposal. They were programmed to shoot down any spacecraft that entered within a designated range around the facility. The spacecraft was well within the range of ADEK's defense cannons, but it hadn't entered the zero-tolerance kill zone. The director sent a signal to countermand the turret's preset orders. They let the ship pass. The facility had a wing of mantises configured for atmospheric combat. They weren't the standard A-58s that the regular hegemony military employed. They were cutting-edge A-61s. Unless GDI came knocking with firehawks, the facility mantises could burn them out of the sky. The flight commander already had his request into the director to take his birds into the air and kill the spacecraft once it entered ADEK's atmosphere. He denied the request. The ship followed the landing lights into one of the docking bays. Expensive as it was, it made only a low hum as it settled into its docking cradles. The heavy blast doors closed behind it. The docking cradles were all designed with ADEK's toxic atmosphere in mind. They were two-tiered, a heavy set of blast doors on the outside, and a second set separating the cradle and the ship from the main bay. Automatic decontamination protocols sucked out the spore-laden air from the preliminary bay. White clouds sprayed from the wall, floor, and ceiling, killing what toxic bacteria remained behind. The director could have killed the ship and its pilot there, too. The ship was the private craft of some high-caste somebody. It didn't have guns of any sort, and the pilot was unlikely to have any kind of ordnance that had even a prayer of breaching either sets of blast doors. Both could stand up to an interceptor ramming them at full speed. Even command-tier det charges had little chance of causing anything more than superficial damage. The director let the second layer of doors cycle open without interference. A 10-man squad of troopers had their rifles trained on the pilot when he stepped onto the deck. Most of them visibly flinched when he did. He had a shotgun of some kind on his back and a pistol on his hip, but nothing in his hands. And still, the troopers could sense the veritable aura of death that he radiated. It was justified. The director had traced the trail of bodies he'd left behind him on his way to ADEK. He keyed open the bay's intercom. Stand down. Send him to my office, he ordered. The security feed showed the troopers parting to allow the pilot to pass, but not lowering their rifles. The director didn't fault them. The pilot strode past them as though their rifles would not dare fire on one who led such a charmed life. There were heavy defensive guns in place in the docking bay, too. They swiveled on the ceiling to track the pilot as he walked to the elevator. They were rated to kill even vehicles, but they did not receive their orders to fire. The elevator opened and closed. The pilot was inside now. Given that it was the only elevator that could even reach the director's office, it was also at his direct control. It was soundproof, too. He could have simply frozen it and ordered the squad to perforate the doors with their rifles. He did not. And so, the pilot lived. Once it has ascended to the highest floor, it was within the indirect line of sight of the dual auto turrets that the director had installed in the deepest corners of his office, flanking his desk. They had more than enough firepower to pierce the elevator doors. They were fixed on the closed doors, but they did not fire. And so, the pilot lived. The doors opened. There was one thing the director wanted to do before dealing with this nuisance once and for all. The pilot stepped forward with a boldness few could match. He was the sort to demand the entire universe stop to explain itself rather than accept that some things were out of his control. His name was Balak Kaharil. Born Q3 2154. Agent of the Special Interventions Unit. Enlisted at. The director skipped forward. He didn't need to further analyze the details of the agent's life. The details had created him, yes. But they were irrelevant when faced with the complete picture. The director switched to details of the current picture. A particularly hardy Vorsha had given him a name in his native tongue, the last door. The Vorsha were surprisingly observant when it came to minor details. They had to be. It was the minor details that tended to be the ones that were fatal. But they saw a trend among galactic religions and faiths: portals, gates, tunnels, and doors were all recurring imagery. Life was but a succession of doors, and death the last of them. The director half wished he had a means of tracking that Vorsha. He had met Balak Kaharil and been given sufficient reason to brand him the Grim Reaper, yet survived to tell of it. The agent was a harbinger of death in the hegemony and terminus system, sometimes subtle but sometimes overt. A randomized natural disaster that struck without warning and without discrimination. The last door through which he would ever pass. The director reflected on all the doors he could have made Agent Kaharil's last to enter. The agent walked through the door and onto the beautiful imported carpet. It was a Sari made. Their race had centuries of experience with subtly manipulating other sentients. Even their written language was designed to draw the eye. It was as alluring as their physical forms and body language. This carpet was a great work. It had taken a considerable cost to make, but its message was blissfully simple, woven so intricately in its plainness that it could not be consciously seen. The agent stepped forward, almost justified in his confidence. He had STG programs, bought and stolen, accessible with but a twitch of his fingers. He had a weapons and tech to slay a dozen men at close quarters and the moral compass to do it without a second thought. And of course, he had his last arrow. Sioux agents who lived beyond their first few years all found some form of last arrow. It was a final resort that they only invoked when death was certain, or a welcome alternative to their current situation. A man like Balak wouldn't think twice about taking a garden world with him in death. Within a week, ADEK would be so ravaged by virus bombs and nuclear ordnance that it couldn't be inhabited for centuries. His armor was crafted to be non-threatening, too. It looked far too generic to be befitting of a veteran Sioux agent. That was a mistake in and of itself. Anyone who could afford the time and expense to see Balak's record would know that it held far more than it implied by appearance. Yet despite all this, he failed to read the fine script of the carpet under him that subtly suggested. Stand here. The agent stepped forward with complete confidence. For all his advantages, that confidence was 100% unwarranted. The director did not speak. Instead, he sent a command that triggered the neutrino plate beneath the carpet contained by the grounding pegs embedded in the ceiling. It was the equivalent of an organic EMP. For seconds that lasted eternities, the agent was frozen in place. Then he fell face down on the floor. If he were human, he'd have broken his nose. He could not so much as blink during the pulse's effect. He would fall unconscious soon enough, but until then, he was frozen. The director stood and walked over to the fallen agent, crouching to put himself closer before speaking. I won't kill you. I want you to understand what you tried to destroy in your arrogance. Feeling began to return to the agent's body, but it was alongside an increasing blackness creeping into his vision. He wouldn't be awake long enough to even reply. The director input several commands into his Omni tool as he continued. Perhaps when you are vigilant, you will be cured of that arrogance. Last Chapter 7 last updated September 14, 2013.